Before we start using Excel, just want to take a few moments to talk about what is Excel for and what does it do? Well, just by the fact that you're watching this movie, I'm pretty sure that you have an idea of what you want to use Excel for, but you might not know what all its capabilities are. And I kind of group that into three basic categories, and those are calculations, charting, and database features and database integration. Now, other people might have their own ideas, but I think this pretty much covers it. Let's talk about calculations. And you can see here we have a pretty typical Excel worksheet. Calculations can be simple, they could be complex. Over here we have simple adding up numbers. You're adding across, we're adding down. But Excel could do complicated engineering, it could do differential equations, all sorts of really cool stuff. Excel is also good at analysis and what-if questions, so you could look at different possibilities. For example, if you're going to borrow money, you might say, well, what if interest rate is higher or lower? If I borrow more or borrow less, what will the result come out to be? And Excel is very good putting all that together. Let's keep in mind Excel doesn't teach math to you. Although it's a fairly good learning tool, you have to understand the concept of what you're doing. What Excel is great at is taking away the drudgery and the tedium of all the complex calculations. Let's talk about charting. If you click down here, we have charting tab. And this is a pretty cool chart, isn't it? And that took me just about maybe 2 or 3 clicks to create. And you could create all kinds of really neat looking charts and lines, bars, pies, donuts, all kinds of things. And change them all you want and do all kinds of formatting. And you can use built-in formatting. You can use custom formatting. Here's what's also really great is once you know charting in Excel, you know it for all of the other programs in Microsoft Office. What I mean by that is let's say if you're in Word or in PowerPoint and you need to create a chart, they will open Excel for you and they will use Excel as charting. So if you go and create a chart in Word or go to create a chart in PowerPoint, they will open Excel and you'll have that chart. So that's pretty neat. If you're going to do data analysis, like summarizing large amounts of data, and we'll do that in this course also. Excel can create what are called pivot charts, which is sort of a combination of all of the rows and all of the information of a database and a nice looking chart like this and kind of put it together for you. And I think that's pretty neat. We'll look at that also a little bit later. Now the third thing is database, and here's a sample of a pretty simple database. Excel is great to use as a database, even if you have thousands, even hundreds of thousands of rows. That's not meant to be an enterprise-wide database. You wouldn't do airline reservations on it. But if you have a lot of products like you have here or a lot of people or who knows what, Excel does a very good job of sorting and filtering and connecting even to external databases. And there are special calculations you could do in Excel that it actually treats Excel as a database in some special ways. And we'll also look at that later in the course. So now that we have a good idea of what Excel is for and what it can do, we'll take a look at the interface and make some sense of it. Excel screens can look kind of intimidating, especially if you're a new user. So I want to give you a little tour of what's happening here, make things a little easier for you. Let's start near the top. First thing, most obvious thing, is this giant toolbar, and that's called the ribbon bar. And instead of having drop-down menus and multiple rows of toolbars like a typical program or like Excel had a couple of versions ago, we have these tabs, kind of like a tab dialog box. And you can click any of these and see different sections of the ribbon bar. Now this tab over here on the left, labeled File, that's kind of special. Click the File tab, and this is what's called Backstage View. And Backstage View doesn't deal with the content of your workbook. This deals with the files themselves, the workbook as a whole. Things like saving, opening, closing, printing, and so on. Now, the keyboard shortcuts are the same as in other versions of Excel and just about every other program. So, for example, you can press Control S to save. You can press Control Open. You can press Control P to print. So if you know what some of these keyboard shortcuts are, they can reduce some of your mouse clicks. Now, because we were in the Home tab before we clicked the File tab, if you press the Escape key on your keyboards in the upper left probably, that brings you out of Backstage View and back to the Home tab, so it kind of remembers where you were. Now, above the ribbon bar, you have this little mini toolbar, and that's called the Quick Access Toolbar. And the Quick Access Toolbar is where you could put commonly used commands, things that you use a lot, rather than having to go and find them on the ribbon bar. Now, you also have here, this little box is called the Name box. Right now it says A3 because the currently selected cell is A3, where column A meets row 3. To the right of that, we have this empty box. It's called the formula bar. When you're typing in text or editing formulas, that's where the magic app is. Now across here, we have our columns, and columns are always letters, and there are over 60,000 columns available. Going across, our rows, you can see here, are numbered. You have over 1 million rows. Going down, there are about, or a little bit more than 16.7 million cells in this worksheet. Now this is one worksheet. Take a look down here. We have sheet 1, 2, and 3. By default, a new Excel workbook will have 3 sheets. Now you can click them. See, there's nothing in these. You can add worksheets. You can remove worksheets. You have to have at least one worksheet in a workbook. Kind of makes sense. You can have as many as you want. There's no limit. If you have a lot of worksheets, you can use these little VCR type of buttons to navigate back and forth through them. In the lower left corner, this ready command simply means Excel is ready and waiting for you to do something. So for example, you can select stuff. Now over here in the lower right corner, we have these 3 little buttons here, are just different ways of viewing the worksheet, and we'll talk about this. And you have this little zoom assembly, and you click this little minus to zoom out. You can click this plus to zoom in, or you could use this little handle in the middle and drag that left and right to zoom in and out. I really don't use that for zooming very often because I find there's a better way. If you hold the control key down and then use the rolly wheel of your mouse and roll backwards, you can zoom out. If you hold the control key down and roll forwards, you can zoom inwards. If you're using a laptop, many laptops have like a little side panel on the right that you can move your finger back and forth, and that works the same way as the rolly wheel on the mouse. So my advice is get yourself kind of familiar with what's happening on the screen, and you'll find that your life in Excel is going to be a lot easier. Let's talk a little bit about the ribbon bar. If you used older versions of Excel or other Windows programs, this looks a little new because you're probably used to drop-down menus and multiple rows of toolbars. If you use the 2007 version, this looks pretty familiar, and the deal is you have about 8 tabs going across here. And these are like tabs of a dialog box, and you click any of these tabs, and this shows you all the different parts of the ribbon. So there are no drop-down menus here. In Excel 2010, the Home tab is the default tab, and that contains all around things that you would need at just about any time, like dealing with a clipboard, font formatting, alignment, dealing with formatting numbers, and so on. The Insert tab is what you use to insert things. If you want to insert a picture or clip art or text box or equations, that's what you do here. Page layout is, how does your page look? Are you dealing in portrait-oriented or landscape-oriented? Do you have page breaks, size of the page, and so on? Formulas deals with your calculations. Might look a little intimidating if you're not familiar with this, but don't worry, we'll come back to this. The Data tab, some of this deals with connecting to external data, maybe a website, maybe a database, and on the right side here deals with data analysis. The Review tab is helpful if you need to collaborate with others on your work, maybe passing comments back and forth. So if you need to work in a collaborative environment, you want to get familiar with the Review tab. The View tab, a lot of this is personal preference. How does your page look? Do you see the grid lines or do you not see the grid lines? How far in or out are you zoomed? Did you split the screen? It's all sorts of options. Let's go back to the Home tab here. You notice that the ribbon bar is broken up into sections or called groups. So we have the clipboard group, the font group, and so on. Now, some of these, like the font group, has this little launcher, and if you rest your mouse pointer on it, gives you a little bit of help. Not all groups have them. So for example, the styles group, cells, editing, they don't have. Let's click the little arrow here at the launcher and the font group, and you see that brings up the font tab of the Format Cells dialog box, and I'll just close this here. Click the launcher for the alignment group, and that brings up the alignment tab of the same dialog box. Let's close that. Click the launcher for the number group, and that brings up the number tab of the same dialog box. So a lot of these kind of lead to the same place. And by the way, if you're familiar with the Format Cells dialog box from older versions, this hasn't changed in many versions. Close out of here. By the way, another way to get to that Format Cells dialog box is Control 1, not F1, just the number 1. Hold down Control and press 1, and that will bring you into the Format Cells dialog box. We'll just cancel out. Now, also you notice that we have a graphic on the screen. We have this image here. If you click that image, you see you get another little tab, may have a Picture Tools section, and there's one tab underneath it. There will be other times when you have a section that has multiple tabs. Picture Tools has only one click format, and you see this is everything to do with formatting that image. If you deselect it, click off it, you see that section goes away. Now, there's another way that you could access the ribbon bar, and that is if you press the Alt key on your keyboard, you get these little letters showing up. These are mnemonics. So for example, if you press P, that brings up the page layout tab. And if you press O, not 0, but the letter O, that brings up orientation. And I'm just going to click over here to get rid of that now. Hit the Alt key one more time. If you've got these letters there, maybe hit the Alt key by accident, and you want to get rid of these, you could just hit the Escape key. Sometimes you need to hit it a couple of times, and that will get rid of those mnemonics. Now, if you don't like the ribbon bar, I have some bad news for you, that all of the Office 2010 applications are using the ribbon bar. But the good news is that once you learn how to deal with the ribbon bar in Excel, it works pretty much the same way in all of the other Microsoft Office applications. When it comes time to manage your files, saving, opening, and closing, Excel 2010, just like all of the other 2010 applications, has one place where you can do it all, and that's Backstage View. And click the File tab. That brings you in a Backstage View, and let's talk about what's going on here. Some things are typical: saving, opening, and closing. And I'll just go and open a file. And let's open up this file here called Backstage View. Doesn't really matter what's on there. And here's something that's pretty cool. Let's close Backstage View. Now, you could just click this little X here, or you can press Control F4. Well, when you go back to Backstage View and click this Recent section, you see it's up here as a recently opened file. You could just click it and it comes up. Well, that's probably not a big deal, but here's what's kind of neat. Let's go back here to Recent. Is that Excel will remember the last 50 files that you had open. And over here, it will remember recent places where you were. But wait, there's more. What if this Backstage View file is a file that you need to get to very often? Well, you see this little push pin? If you click that push pin, now you notice it's blue and it's pushed in. It means that Excel is going to retain it, and it's always going to be in that position. Now, if you hit the Escape key on your keyboard, that kind of brings you out of Backstage View and back to the Home tab, or really whatever tab you're in recently. Now, again, if we close it, go back here, and you see it's there, and we can open it as many times as we want. Let's go back here to Recent. When you have any of these push pins pushed in, they will always stay at the top. So the pushed in files will always be at the top of the list above any of these. Let's take a look at some of the other things here. If you click Info, here's all the information about this particular file, and you have various properties here, and you can assign permissions. We're going to come and deal with this in more detail in a later movie. Let's go to the New section. And then in the New section, this is how we can create new files. And we have templates, and we can create blank files, and we'll also look at this in some detail later. Printing, it's right here. And this is a new print dialog box in this version, and everything you'd need to know about printing, anything you'd need to do, is right here in this window. And you notice Print Preview is over here, so this is sort of a unified dialog box. And of course, you could always press Control P to get to print. If you go to Save and Send, this is all about collaboration. If you want to send your file to someone, if you want to save it up on a website, save it on a SharePoint portal, if you have access to it, you can change your file type to many different file types here. You see all sorts of different options available. And you could also create an Adobe Acrobat PDF directly from within Excel. And we're going to come and look at all of this in more detail later. If you need help, you can click Help and get into the Help system. And if you go down here to Options, this is how you can set all of the options for Excel. And you see on the left side, this is broken into different categories. I'm just going to cancel out here. Notice because we went into the print dialog box, we now have this dotted line here showing us a page break. So what's really nice about Backstage View is all of the Office 2010 programs have them. If you go into Word or PowerPoint or Access, you'll have the Backstage View and you'll know immediately how to use it. I think that's a really great addition to this version. One great thing about Excel 2010 is that the file format hasn't changed from the 2007 version. The 4-letter .xlsx file format of Excel 2010 is the same format used by Excel 2007 and also by Excel 2008 on the Mac. Now, this is different from the 3-letter .xls format of older versions of Excel, that is 97 to 2003. Even so, there is formatting that you can apply in Excel 2010 that won't be fully recognized in Excel 2007. Now, at some point, it's only a matter of time that you will need to share files with someone using an older version. So the info I give you in this movie will hopefully save you some headaches down the road. Now, if we take a look here, we've got these little icons here, and these are from conditional formatting. We also have Smart Art down there. We'll take a look at conditional formatting and Smart Art a little bit later. But these particular icons were introduced in 2010, so if you were to open up this file in Excel 2007, these icons wouldn't even be visible, but the Smart Art would be completely visible. If you tried to open this document up in Excel 2003, well, you might not be able to open it at all. And if you were able to open it, not only would these icons not be there, but this Smart Art would just be a regular old graphic. So let's see how we can save this down to the 2003 version. Well, we'll go to Backstage View, so go up here and click the File tab. And then down over here, choose Save and Send. Under File Type, choose Change File Type. Well, we want to change it to the 97 to 2003 workbook, all those versions in the same format. Choose that. Now over here, click Save As. And now we can save this as Excel 97 to 2003. I don't know about you, but I think that's just way too many steps to get to this version, so just cancel out. An easier way is on your keyboard, just press the F12 key. And the F12 key immediately brings up the Save As dialog box, and that will work in all of the Office programs, just about any version you can think of. So now all we have to do is click the Save As type, and now choose Excel 97 to 2003. Well, let's call this, instead of current format, let's change the file name. We'll call this current format 2003, just so we know what that is, and click Save. Now this pop-up comes up. I'm just going to stretch this out here a little bit. This tells us that the conditional formatting won't survive the TREP, and you can see this significant loss of functionality. And this tells us that some of these things simply will be removed. Some of the things will not be editable. Some cells, you can read this. And down here, we have minor loss of fidelity. And you might wonder, all right, well, where are all these things? If you click Find, it will select. When we just hit F12 again, go back. And we'll call this again, current format, 2003, and save. So this pop-up comes up. So any of these you could click Find, and it will select exactly what it is that is going to cause a problem. So someone who opens this in Excel 2003, they won't see the conditional formatting. It tells us the Smart Art won't be editable, that it'll be converted to regular shapes, all these things we went over. Now, let's do this. Let's throw caution to the wind and say, that's fine, we'll deal with it. So click Continue. Now that goes away, and you see this tells us that it's current format 2003.xlsx. And the worksheet looks fine. We can see the icons. We can click the Smart Art. We have this little pop-up. As I said, we'll talk about Smart Art. So you might wonder, well, what's the difference? And the reason is that we still have it open. Well, let's close it. You can either press Control F4 or click your Close button. Let's go back to Backstage View, back to Recent. And here is the file we just saved, current format 2003, three-letter extension XLS. Click it. And now you see on top, it shows us we're in compatibility mode. And now you can see those icons are gone. And the Smart Art, if you click this, you have regular shape editing. It's really not fully editable. Now let's open another file. I'm just going to press Control O to bring up my file open. And we have this older format workbook, and open that up. And you see this, we even have an older header on top. And this also shows us compatibility mode. So this is an older format. Now, what if we want to save this up to the newer version? Well, the same thing. We can go to File, and we can choose Save As or press F12. And because this is 2003, we can click this and now save this as a regular Excel workbook with the 4-letter extension. And now let's call this maybe Upgraded Format Workbook. Click Save. It still says it's compatibility mode. So if we close it, go back to Recent, and reopen it, now it's no longer compatibility mode. This is now fully editable, and we can do anything with this as though we created it in Excel 2010. So this may seem a little confusing at first, but there are so many installations of older versions of Excel still in use. You really want to be aware of what you can and cannot do, and how you can get from one version to another in Excel. You're going to be a lot happier. Now what we'll do is create a brand new worksheet from scratch. And this is a very typical thing that you open Excel. You have a blank sheet rather than something that somebody's given to you, and you go. So let's click cell A1 if you need to, where column A meets row 1, and let's just start typing. I'll say Two Trees is the name of our company. Olive Oil Company. Now, when you're done typing, you know you're done typing, but Excel doesn't know you're done typing. And you see you have your cursor flashing there. Well, in order to tell Excel that you're done and you want to make this permanent, you have to press the Enter key. If you start typing, let's say you go down here and type sales. If you don't press Enter, nothing happens. And in fact, if you hit the Escape key, then it goes away. Now that's not an undo because you haven't done anything yet. So let's type in, again, we'll say sales of bath soap. And again, you know you're done typing, you have to tell Excel. So we press Enter. And notice also that when you press Enter, you're not just entering what you're doing, you're also going down one row below. We'll talk about that also in a little bit. So let's click back on this, and it looks like we have some words in A2 and that you have other words in the other cells, but that's not what's really happening. When you have A2 selected, look up here in the formula editing bar, you see all of the text. And if you go to cell B2 or C2, D2, you notice that the formula editing bar is empty. So what's happening is the text is really contained in A2 and just kind of borrowing the space next to it. Well, what happens if you go here into B2, which is the formula editing bar, tells you is empty and available to type. Let's just type in some stuff and Enter. Now you notice that the text isn't continuing because there's text in the way. Cell B2 is filled. If you take that and delete, now your text can continue. Let's put some other things in here. Let's go here to A5 and let's type in region. Want to say what region of the companies we're looking at? Let's put in, say, North, South, Central, and West. Okay, and let's put in the months. So let's go over here and we'll type January. And I'm just going to hit the Tab key to get to the next cell. Or I could hit the right arrow key to get to the next cell. And there is an easier way to type in the months that we'll look at in a little while. But right now, we just want to do this. Now, here's something that's kind of important. When I'm done typing, and I see a lot of new Excel users will do this, they'll type in the whole sheet, and when they get to the very last cell they're typing in, they'll just kind of sit there. Well, you can't do that. You have to press Enter. But here's what's also important is instead of pressing Enter and going down one row, what if I wanted to enter and stay put on cell G5? Well, instead of pressing the Enter key by itself, hold down the Control key and press Enter. And that way you can enter G5 and stay put on G5. Well, let's look at a few editing techniques here. You can use the 4 cursor keys on your keyboard to navigate up, down, right, and left. Let's go out here. If you hit the Home key, you zip all the way to column A, but staying in the same row. If you press Control right arrow, you stay in the same row and go all the way to the last column. You could do this going up or down also. If you press Control Home, you get to the first cell, cell A1. If you press Control End, not Control N, like new file, but END, that brings you to the end of the worksheet. Now, let's look at a few editing techniques here. Let's say instead of June, I wanted this to be a total column. Well, you can click it and just delete, and that gets rid of it. And I'm going to undo, and you have your undo button up here, where you could press Control Z to undo. Control Z works in every program, whether it's Microsoft or not. And if you have a hard time remembering that, you might want to think that Z stands for zap, the last thing I did. Well, if I want to put the word total here, I could just type the word total. I don't have to delete anything. I'll just press Control Enter to stay put on that cell. Now, what if I wanted to edit what's in one of the cells? Now, a few things I could do is maybe if I wanted this to say regions instead of region, I could just double click and that puts my cursor in there and I can type. I'm just going to escape out of there. Or when your cell is selected, you could click up here and the formula editing bar and you can type. Again, I'm just going to escape out of there. Or you could press the F2 key on your keyboard and that will also let you edit. So there's 3 ways that you could edit. Well, here's a nice little technique. If you want to select one word in a cell that has a bunch of things. So for example, sales of bath soap, first half here, we have a bunch of words in here. What if I wanted to select the word sales only and not the rest of the words and that cell is not active? That's 2 double clicks. The first double click puts your cursor in the cell. The second double click selects the word. So I'm going to put my mouse pointer on the word sales. First double click inserts the cursor. Second double click selects the word. And now if I want to type something like volume or whatnot. So that's a handy thing to do. Again, I'm just going to press escape to get out of there. So now that you know some handy editing techniques, You really want to keep them in mind because it's going to make your life in Excel a heck of a lot easier. And remember some of those shortcuts too. I think you're going to like those. I want to show you some copying and pasting techniques. First thing we do before even copying and pasting is I want to show you some moving techniques. Let's just select this area here. Now, most of the time when you're using Excel, your mouse pointer is this big old plus sign, but put the mouse pointer anywhere on the edge of this selected area, and you see your mouse pointer becomes a four-headed arrow. When you get that four-headed arrow, you could just drag anywhere on the worksheet you want, and that whole area goes together. Now, I want to undo, so I could hit this undo button over here. You could also press Control Z, and Control Z will undo in every application under the sun, whether it's Microsoft or not. To remember it, I always think that Z stands for zap, the last thing that I did. Well, I want to copy this area, so when I get that four-headed arrow mouse pointer, let's hold down the Control key on the keyboard. When you hold down the Control key, see that four-headed arrow turns to a regular arrow with a little plus sign next to it. When you get that little plus sign, keep holding down the Control key and drag down a little bit. And let go of the mouse first before letting go of the keyboard, and now you've copied it. And we could do that again for practice. Select an area here, get a four-headed mouse pointer, hold down the Control key and drag to the right. And always remember to let go of the mouse first and let go of the key second. So that's a nice handy way to be able to copy some data. I'm just going to delete that. Here's another handy tip. Let's say column A were a little bit wider. And if you put your mouse pointer up here on the border between column A and column B in the header, you see the mouse pointer is that two-headed arrow. Now it has to be up there in the header. It can't be in the worksheet. And when you get that two-headed arrow, just drag to the right a little bit, just so column A is a little wider. Well, here's why we're doing that. Let's select this and just copy to the clipboard. I'll press Control C and let's come over here. Now, if you simply do a regular old paste, just press Control V. It pastes in, but you notice that the first column here, column J, is narrow. It's the same width as all these others. It's not wide like it is in the original. And again, just Control Z or hit the undo key, just click back there. Up here in the Home tab, you have your Paste button, and if you click it, there's a whole bunch of options here. The first one is just the regular paste, just like we did before. You notice that when I move my mouse away, the thing disappears. This is just a preview. We actually haven't done it yet, and this is new to this version, by the way. Now, if I go down here, now you see that column J is as wide as column A, so the destination columns are the same width, and you can see that's a little pop-up help there. Here's another option that's really great. If you choose this one here, that's transpose. And now you see what had been the rows are now the columns, what had been the columns are now the rows, just by a simple click. Now let's take a look down here. This is paste link, and you might be wondering what the heck are all those zeros doing? Well, this is taking the values from the cells in the original and linking to those cells where you're pasting. Now an empty cell has a value of 0. That's why you're getting all those zeros. This one here will paste as a picture. You might wonder, oh, what's that all about? Well, click that. And now you see this is a picture and you have your selection handles. Put your mouse pointer on one of these dots and now you can shrink it, you can enlarge it, and you have this little green dot on the top. Put your mouse pointer there and you can rotate it. That's interesting, but why would I want to do that? Well, maybe if you're creating a presentation in PowerPoint or in Word and you want to overlay some of your numbers there, that might be something useful. I'm just going to delete that. Now, you see the marching ants are around this original area. That means that these cells are still in the clipboard, so you can still paste. In fact, let's maybe go to sheet 2, and we can paste, or maybe go to sheet 3, and we can paste. And let's go back to sheet 1, and if you hit the escape key, now it clears out the clipboard, and the marching ants are gone. Notice the paste button is grayed out. If you press Control V, nothing happens because we've cleared out the clipboard. So those are some really great handy features of using the clipboard, and hopefully that'll save you a little bit of time later on. Rather than typing a lot of repetitive data, why not let Excel do it for you? If you take a look here at this sheet, we have months, and we did this in a previous movie. Well, let's just select all those cells and delete. Let's go back to this first one here on B5 and type the word January. And instead of pressing Enter, which would move us down to the next row, let's press Control Enter so we stay there. Now, if you take a close look at the cell, you notice in the lower right corner of the cell is a little square dot. Now, your mouse pointer is usually this big plus sign, but if you put the mouse pointer on that square dot, the mouse pointer turns to a crosshair. That's what's called the autofill mouse pointer or the autofill handle. When you get that, it has to be that. It can't be another mouse pointer. Drag to the right, and look what happens. It fills in the months for you. Well, that's pretty cool. And there's a few other things we could do. Let's go down here to sheet 2. And this sheet 2 is expecting to see weekly average. So in that same cell, B5, type Monday. And again, press Control Enter. Put your mouse over that dot so you get the crosshair, and then drag out here until you get to Friday. Well, that's pretty cool, but there's a few other things we can do. Let's go to sheet 3 and just show you a few things. Let's say we wanted January, but we wanted to abbreviate it, and you could just type this here in the first cell. So just type January, again, press Control Enter, and this autofill works going down a column, not just across a row. When you get that crosshair, you can drag down and see what happens is it repeats. Once it gets down to the end of the series just starts again. And the same for the days. Now you can type in the day, type in Monday, and autofill down to the bottom, and it repeats. I'll just make column B a little wider. If you abbreviate it, press Control Enter. It will repeat abbreviated. Wow, that's pretty handy. What if you do for numbers? Numbers are a little different. Let's go up to the top here and maybe just type the number 1, Control Enter. And when you autofill it, notice it just gives you a whole lot of ones, and the reason is that there is no built-in series. Let's go over here and type in a 1, Control Enter. This time, if you hold the Control key down, when you get that autofill handle. Now when you drag down, always let go of the mouse first. Now it will increment. Well, what if you want to create your own series? Maybe let's go over here to column H. Maybe you type in 10, press Enter, and maybe type in 20, remember to press Enter. Now select both of these cells together. When you have multiple cells selected, they share a common autofill handle. Now put your mouse pointer on it, get the crosshair. Now when you drag down, you notice that it keeps that series. So that's all pretty cool. Well, this is all fine because months and days are built-in series, but wouldn't it be nice if you could create your own sort of pre-made series? It could be a series of your clients or vendors or people you work with. Could be anything. Well, let's say we wanted a list of regions where our company operates. We can create a custom list. So here's what we do. Go up to the File menu, so we're in Backstage View. Go down here to Options. And then in the left side here, go to Advanced. And let's scroll down. Down towards the bottom, where you find this button, Edit Custom Lists. Click that, and here it shows you the days and the months. That's great. Now over here it says List Entries. Click in this empty box, and maybe let's type a few things. Let's say we operate in New England, and maybe Mid-Atlantic, Southeast, Midwest, Southwest, and maybe also in the Pacific. Now click Add, and you see that adds the list here. Well, that's great. Click OK. Click OK again. Anywhere you want, you can type in New England. I'll press Control Enter, and they'll make that column a little wider. Now when we autofill, you notice it gives you that list. What's also really great is you don't have to start at the beginning of the list. Maybe if you started with, let's say, Pacific, it would still give you that list. Or maybe if you started on Thursday and autofill it, and this will work if you fill across as well as down, it'll give you that list. So this is a really great feature. Let Excel do a lot of the typing for you. In Excel, as with all other Windows programs, you have to know how to select your data if you want to modify it. So let's take a look at a few techniques. Well, some are pretty straightforward. Put your mouse pointer here at the beginning, and you can just drag. And as long as you don't let go of the mouse button, you can reduce or enlarge the selection area. Okay, that's great, but what if you wanted to select some things that are not quite so straightforward? Well, let's do this. Click on the first cell here, A5. Now, if you scroll down, you can see there's the end of the selection area. Well, it can be kind of hard to try to drag to select that because Excel starts doing that, and it can scroll much faster than you can select. I'm just going to press Control Home. So here's an easier way to do that. Click the first cell, scroll down. I'm just going to use the rolly wheel on the mouse. Put your mouse pointer on the last cell there, and before you click, hold the Shift key down. So if you Shift click, now you can select that entire area. And you could go in reverse too. Just click to deselect, click the last cell, go up here and Shift click the first one. Now, let's say if you know where you want to select to. So, for example, this cell here we know is cell G28. let's click over here and now click up on that name box. Now, if you simply type G28 and press enter, your cursor goes to G28. Well, that's great, but if you click there and click in the name box, type G28 and press Shift Enter, now you can select that entire area. So if you want to select large areas of cells, I think that's a pretty good way to do it. Well, you could also select random areas. So for example, let's select this row, hold the Control key down, and with the Control key down, you can select random areas, even individual cells, as long as you're holding the Control key down, and then click anywhere and you can deselect. Now, you could do this with entire columns and entire rows. So, for example, you can click the header for column B, and if you hold the Control key down, you can click headers for other columns and select other columns. Why would you want to do this? Well, maybe you want to make them bold, so you hit the bold button, or maybe you want to make them italic or some other formatting. So that's what that's for. Now, that's the Control key. If you click the header for column B and shift click the header for column G, now you select all of them. You could also drag to select. Make sure that it's that down arrow. Then you can drag to select, and rows work the same way. You can click a row, hold your shift key, and then shift click to select more, shift click to select fewer. If you use the Control key, you can select one and any random other rows that you want. And again, you can click somewhere to deselect. Now, if you wanted to select an entire column or an entire row, of course, you can click just the header of one or the header for the other. And there's a little shortcut for that. If you press Control Spacebar, you can select an entire column. If you press Shift Spacebar, that will select an entire row. Now, what if you wanted to select this whole data area? Now, this data area, notice it begins at row 5, ends at row 28, ends at column G. This is what's called a current region in Excel terminology. Click anywhere in this current region, and to select all the cells in this region, press Control A, and that selects all the cells in that current region. But what happens once your current region is selected and you press Control A again? That selects the entire sheet. So if you want to select all 16.7 million cells in the worksheet, and the current cell is a cell there that's surrounded by other cells, just press Control A twice. Well, what if you have a cell out here that's selected that's surrounded by empty cells, and you only have to press Control A once? Now, there's another technique. Over here in the upper left corner where the columns and rows meet is this little gray box. Click that, and that always selects all of the cells in the worksheet, not just a current area. And again, why would you want to do that? Well, maybe you want to change the font. Now I'll click the font selection here, and I'll choose something else. Now I've changed the font of all of the cells, including cells that I haven't typed in yet. So as long as you know how to select and how to move around in the worksheet, you're going to find that you're doing Excel much faster. Very often, you'll find the need to insert cells into an existing worksheet. So let me show you how you can do that with rows and columns and even cells right in the middle of a row and column. Well, for example, let's say we wanted a blank column between June and total. Well, let's go up here to the header for column H, and notice the mouse pointer is this down arrow. And just click with the right mouse button, and from the pop-up, choose Insert. And it inserts a brand new column right before the column that you collect, and that's just kind of a Windows standard. Is new items generally go before the current item, whatever that item is, could be row, column, and so forth. And I'm just going to press Control Z to undo that. Well, what if I select more than one column? Let's go over here and let's select column B and C. And I have a few techniques to do that. Once you have both column B and C selected, again, make sure it's this down pointing arrow on the header. Right click, choose Insert, and now it inserts two columns. So you now have a new column B and a new column C. Again, I'll just press Control Z to undo that. Rows work the same way. Let's say we want a row above row 5. Put your mouse pointer here on the header for row 5, so it's that right pointing arrow. Click the right mouse button and choose Insert, and it inserts a new row. Notice also that it picked up the formatting of the row above it, because that's where you inserted the row. Now, of course, you could always get rid of that color, but we'll talk about that in another movie. Again, I'll just press Control Z to undo. What if we select a few rows? Maybe this time I'll select 3 rows here. See, I'm just putting my mouse pointer on this first row, so it's that right pointing arrow, and I'm just clicking and dragging down. And then when I right click and choose insert, you see it inserts 3 rows. Because I have 3 rows selected, again, let's just undo. Well, let's say you wanted to insert cells in the middle of a worksheet. Let's select from this January down to the total, right click in the highlighted area and choose insert. Now, because you're inserting cells in the middle of the worksheet, Excel has to figure, all right, if we're going to do that, we got to push this stuff aside, and which way are we going to push it, up, down, left, or right? Well, Excel is pretty good at guessing, and here if we choose Shift Cells, right, and we click OK, now you see everything is pushed out, and look what's happened here. This area has been pushed out to column I, so it's not quite a new column that's being inserted. It's new cells being put in the middle. Again, I'll just Control Z to undo. And the same thing if you go across a row. If we select across a row here, right click and insert, and it says, okay, again, which way do you want to go? It because we selected across a row. Excel correctly guesses that we want to shift the cells down, click OK, and that's picked up the formatting, but you see it's shifted everything down, and now we have this empty row. And you can just, again, Control Z to undo. So most of the time, you want to insert an entire new column or an entire new row, not cells in the middle of the worksheet. But now you see the technique is the same, so you could do it either way. Let's talk a little bit about calculations. Excel does calculations using formulas and using functions. Yes, I know the terms sound similar, so let's make this a little bit more clear. Formulas and functions are the same in that they always start with an equal sign. There's never any exception. When you're calculating on pencil and paper, well, the equal sign comes in the middle, doesn't it? Well, that's not the way it is with Excel. With Excel, you always start it at the beginning. So let's talk a little bit about formulas. Formulas are basic arithmetic: addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and exponents. And if you're not familiar, an exponent is simply raising something to a power, like if you're taking a number and squaring it or cubing it. Well, let's take a look at what's happening in Excel. In this workbook, we have very simple formula, and I think it'll make sense to you if we do this kind of the wrong way first and then the right way. In the first worksheet here, the formulas worksheet, we got a couple of numbers, right? There's one number, there's another number, and 2 ways of calculating it. This way I have it hard-coded, and this way I have it using a formula. Now, the formula here, I'm simply saying equals 2 plus 2. But we don't really want to do that. We really want to say not what's 2 plus 2, but what is the total of this cell, D4, where column D meets row 4, plus the content of this cell, D5. So the wrong way is to say equals 2 plus 2. The right way is to say equals the contents of D4 plus the content of D5. You might wonder, well, what's the big difference? They are both fine. They both have the correct number. But what if we do this? Let's take that number and let's just change that. And I'll just change that to a 3 and enter it. Well, now this is wrong because it's still 2 plus 2. So this formula has absolutely nothing to do with what's happening over there because it's 2 plus 2. It's not the content of D4 and D5. This one has a correct number because this formula is D4 plus D5. Let's talk about functions here. There are over 300 functions, and don't worry, we're not going to go through every single one, but you should know that there are functions for so many different tasks: finance, statistics, engineering, physics, and so on. So functions are like pre-made named formulas. Everyone has its own specific task, and they all use at least one set of parentheses. Let's take a look at the syntax. The general syntax of a function is you have the equal sign, we know that. Then you have the name of the function, and then you have at least one set of parentheses. Now, in the parentheses, some functions will have a lot inside the parentheses. There are some functions that have nothing inside the parentheses, but you have to have at least one. Well, here's some sample functions. An average function, if you want to take the average of some numbers, you might want to take the square root of some numbers, or you might want to figure out what's the payment if you are going to borrow some money and you have an interest rate and payment periods and all that jazz. So you can find out how much you're going to have to pay every month. We're going to use that also later in the course. So let's take a look at an example of using a function. In this workbook here, go down and click the functions worksheet. Now you see we have a column of numbers and we want to get the average. Now the wrong way to do it is to do it manually, and we could add up all of these numbers here in column D and then divide by how many numbers there are. Well, that's really not a great way of doing it. because first thing we have to figure out is how many numbers there are. You can click on the first one, see all it's row 2. Click on the last one, see that's row 15. You can figure out, oh, there's 14 numbers, and that's not a very good way of doing it. You could select all of the numbers, and then down here on the status bar, this will show you that you have 14 selected, still too prone for error. But thing is, you're looking at it, you say, well, wait a minute, doing it the manual way. And I had this using the average function. They're both correct. So what's the problem? Well, what happens if you change something? Let's take this number. Maybe if I just change a number, the numbers are still correct, and I'll take this number here, and I'll change it, and the numbers are still the same, but what happens if we delete a few? Now all of a sudden there aren't 14 numbers, there's 12 numbers. Well, this one is still dividing by 14, so that's a wrong number. This one is using the average function, and this is saying, hey, just take the average of this bunch of numbers. So that's why this is giving you the correct answer. So now that we see what formulas and functions are all about, let's go and do something useful with them. What we have in this worksheet is the beginning, or maybe close to the ending, of a simple basic expense report, and I want to show you a few editing techniques before we go and use this. First thing you could see is column A is not quite wide enough. Now you may know already that if you put your mouse pointer up here in the header and the border between column A and column B, when you get that two-headed mouse pointer, you can just sort of click and drag to the right, but how far are you supposed to go? Maybe you went too far, maybe not far enough. I'm just going to press Ctrl-Z to undo. All tip here is when you get that two-headed arrow there between two columns, if you double-click, the column auto-fits. So it's now as wide as the widest item in the column. That's pretty cool. Now let's fill in the months. You may know already to autofill, so if you click on January, put the mouse pointer on that little autofill dot in the low right corner. Make sure the mouse pointer is a crosshair, has to be the crosshair, and if you drag that out, you can fill in the months. And I'll just go over here and type the word total. And let's take a look at the numbers. If you want to fill in these numbers fairly quickly, what you do is this. Let's select the whole range. So that's all 3 months. That's all the cities. Now, in this selected area, you notice that the cell in the upper left corner is a little different. If you hit the Enter key, you notice that the active cell is just in that selected area. So there's always one active cell, no matter what is selected. Well, here's what we do. Let's go down here to the number for Dallas in January, and let's just type in 7532, press Enter, and the number here is 2589 for Boston. Now, that's the end of column B in that selected area. When you press Enter, it just cycles back to the top of the next column. So I'll put in 3421 for San Francisco, and I'll simply hit the Enter key, and now when I get down to Boston for February, I'll put in, say, 2080. And when I enter, I go up to the top of the next column. So if you select an area like that, you can fill in numbers fairly quickly. And if you're using a full-size keyboard that has a numeric keypad on the right side, then you can type those numbers in using this selection technique and get things done very quickly. It's a lot faster than using the numbers across the top of the keyboard. Okay, that's great, but before we actually start adding some numbers here, we need to talk a little bit about the order of operations. So here's a little math test for you. What is the right answer to 2 plus 3 times 4? Sounds simple, doesn't it? Well, is the correct answer 20 or is the correct answer 14? Well, here's how you can figure out. The order of operations priority goes to parenthesis. Second priority is exponents, right? That's if you're raising a number to a power, like squaring a number or cubing a number. Multiplication and division come next. Doesn't matter what you do first, multiplication or division. And then addition and subtraction. Again, doesn't matter what you do first, addition or subtraction. So the answer to 2 plus 3 times 4 is you multiply 3 times 4 first, and then add 2, so the correct answer is 14. The easiest way to remember this, you may remember this from school, is please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. Excel does it the same way that you would do it on pencil and paper. If you completed your expense report worksheet from the movie on entering data, then you should have a worksheet that looks something like this. I'm going to show you how to add numbers. Now, adding numbers is probably the most common calculation that you could do in Excel, and it's so common that there are a whole bunch of different ways to do it, probably about a half dozen different ways. So let's start off simple. I'm going to show you the basic manual way. I kind of think of it as the cherry pick method. So we want to start off by adding across row 6, we want to add the numbers here for San Francisco. So click on cell E6. And in E6, we want to say, add this number and that number and that number. Well, we know that every formula, every function starts off with an equal sign. So type in an equal sign. As soon as you do, you're in editing mode. And you can see the toolbar is mostly grayed out because we're editing. So we want to click that first number here, click that 6100, and as soon as you do, you see the marching ants are around the 6100. You see equals B6 is in the cell, and up here in the formula bar, you can see equals B6, so this is ready to roll. So type a plus, click the next number, type the plus. You can see it's color-coded. The first cell is blue, the second cell is green. Click the next one, you get the marching ants, and that's purple. So now our formula reads equals B6 plus C6 plus D6, those 3 cells. And that's it. Just press enter, and it enters the number and goes down to the next cell. Now, what you don't want to do is you don't want to type a plus at the end. And I see a lot of people new to Excel will do that. And if that happens, you get an error, there's a good chance Excel is going to fix it for you. Let's just try that one more time. So over here, we want to add across the row for Los Angeles. So we'll say equals, click the first number, type a plus. Click the second number, type a plus. Click the third number, no more plus, we're done. Also, if you're using a full-size keyboard and you have the keypad on the right side, you're probably best off using the plus on the right side than trying to use the plus that's next to the backspace key. Because if you're using the plus next to the backspace key, you have to remember to hold the shift key down, and it's just not as efficient. Now, we're done with adding these numbers for LA. So instead of pressing the enter key, just press Control Enter, right? Hold the Control key down, press Enter. So we're right there. And we can autofill this. Put the mouse pointer on that autofill handle down in the lower right corner. When you get that crosshair, you can click and drag down to the bottom, and that fills in all the numbers. But wait, there's more. You could do this even easier than that. I'm just going to press Control Z to undo. When you put your mouse pointer on that autofill handle, instead of gingerly clicking and dragging, when you get that crosshair, just double click. And when you double click, it automatically fills down to the bottom of the row. Let's take a look what's going on. Click on that first number, the 23,000 and change. You could see this is B7, C7 to D7. Click the next one, B8, and the next one. You see what Excel is doing is it's not literally copying the formula. It's adjusting it. It's adjusting based on the row. Excel could do it because the way we're writing these cell references, these are what are called relative cell references. Relative meaning that Excel can adjust them if necessary. And you might wonder, well, if this is a relative cell reference, might there be something called an absolute cell reference? And there absolutely is, and we'll look at that in a little bit. Here's something else that'll make it easier for you to see what's going on. Rather than looking at each individual result and then having to look up here in the formula bar to see the formulas that created it, wouldn't it be really nice if we could see all the formulas all at the same time? Well, if you look at the upper left corner of your keyboard, probably to the left of the number 1 and above the tab key, there's a tilde. If you press Control tilde, you see that now Excel shows you all of the formulas all at the same time. So it's now very easy to eyeball how those formulas were adjusted. And to get back to normal, if you press Control tilde again, Excel shows you all those numbers. Well, let's cherry pick going down the column for January. So click here in cell B14, type equals, first number for January, plus, second number, plus, and so on. And all it's about to do is click each cell and type a plus. And when you get to the last one, remember there's no more plus, because if you do, Excel says, hey, plus what? And then just Control Enter, and there you go, you have your number. Now here's our autofill handle. And you could just click and drag to the right. Double clicking the autofill handle won't work going across the row, only down a column. And now you have those numbers filled in. Now, that's kind of a slow manual way, so I'm going to show you some faster and easier ways of doing this. If you completed the exercise in the movie about adding numbers manually, you have a worksheet that looks pretty much like this. Well, cherry picking numbers is okay when you have a small worksheet like this, but if you have a lot of numbers, if you have lots of rows and lots of columns, adding those numbers manually is going to get pretty old pretty quickly. So let me show you some easier and faster ways of adding numbers. Let's select all the numbers down here in the totals column and just press delete on your keyboard, and let's select these cells here across the totals row and again press delete on your keyboard, and let's do this a different way. Let's click up here in cell E6 and we're going to add the numbers, and here we're going to see a function. And we're going to use the sum function, and as it sounds, the sum function adds numbers. It's probably the number one most commonly used function in Excel. So type in an equal sign, and now you have to type the name of the function, which is sum. And when you do that, you see you get a little pop-up help. Let's just ignore that for now. Open up your parenthesis, and you see it's giving you some help. Here's what we do. We simply drag across these three numbers. So we're telling Excel, give us the sum of B6 colon D6. That is B6 through and including D6. Be very careful that you don't drag onto E6, because if you do, you're going to get an error. It's basically saying what's the total of B6 through E6, including E6, doesn't really make a lot of sense. So just press enter. And there you have the sum. If you click there, you can see in the formula bar. There you go. Let's try that one more time just for practice. So we'll add across the row for Los Angeles. So we'll say equals sum, open up the parenthesis, drag across these three numbers. Make sure it's only those three numbers. See where those marching ants are going, just around those three numbers. And this time, let's press Control Enter. So we enter and stay on the same cell. Put your mouse pointer on the autofill handle. So your mouse pointer becomes a crosshair, and double click. And it fills it all in. Let's take a look, make sure this is right. If you press Control tilde, right, the tilde key is to the left of the number 1 and above your tab key. So you could see here, Excel rewrote these functions. So it's always equals sum of column B through column D, but Excel rewrote which row it is, which is really great. So just press Control tilde so we get back. And let's do the sum function for January. Click on cell D14 and let's type equals sum. Open up the parenthesis and drag down these numbers in the January column. And again, press Control Enter. So we have the number. Put your mouse pointer on the dot so we get that crosshair. And when you get that crosshair, just drag across to column E to the totals column. And there you go. Well, that's great. That's a lot easier and a lot faster than adding them manually. But wait, there's an even easier way of putting in the sum function. Once again, let's select all those numbers in column E and delete. Select these numbers across the total row and delete. And let's go back where we started in cell E6. Well, because the sum function is so common, it's used so often, Excel gives us an easier way of using it rather than typing it in. So let's make sure we're on cell E6. Also, we want to be on the Home tab. And over here on the right side, you see we have the AutoSum tool. Now just click the AutoSum tool and look at that. Excel puts in the formula for us, correctly selects those cells, and just press enter. Press the AutoSum tool again, and again Excel fills those numbers in correctly. Press enter. Well, the AutoSum tool is great, but it's not perfect. Look what happens here. Right now, when we're in cell E8, we have 3 numbers to the left. We have 2 numbers above. When you click the AutoSum tool, look at what it's doing. Excel can't read our minds. It says, hey, you probably add numbers down more often than you add numbers across, so let's take those numbers. Well, that's obviously the wrong answer. Well, you don't have to panic. All you have to do is leave the formula open, leave the marching ants there, and just manually drag across the correct numbers. And Excel rewrites the formula as is open for editing, which is great, and just press enter. And if you do it down here again, and click the AutoSum tool, again, Excel makes that mistake of trying to add the incorrect numbers, but not a big deal. You can drag across the correct numbers and fix it. Now, you don't have to worry about that too much, because if you remember to autofill and you take the autofill handle on the number and drag or double click, then Excel does put in the correct numbers, so you don't have to worry about that. Well, let's use the sum function going down the column. So click in cell B14 and it'll type equals sum. Open up the parenthesis, drag down the numbers in January, and you can see where the marching ants are. And I'm just going to press Control Enter so we have that number. So let's go to February, and this time let's click the AutoSum tool. And great. But a little bit of difference though is when you click the AutoSum tool, you notice that Excel picks up that blank cell where it didn't pick up the blank cell over here if you typed it manually. Well, the number is going to be correct because an empty cell has a value of 0, but Excel tends not to like when it thinks your formulas are inconsistent, like if you're adding more cells in one place than in another, so you might want to manually drag that. But the AutoSum tool can get a little confused here. If you click in cell D14 and click AutoSum, look what it's doing. Again, it's doing incorrectly and the opposite of what it did before. So you may have to manually drag those correct numbers to put it in. But honestly, you really don't have to worry about this too much. Let's just select those two numbers and delete. If you take the first number that you did in January and get the AutoSum handle and drag to the right, then it will give you the correct numbers. So you really want to be careful when you're using the AutoSum just to make sure that it's giving you the right answer. If you completed the exercise and the movie about using the AutoSum function and the AutoSum tool, you'll have a worksheet that looks pretty much like this. Well, adding numbers manually using the cherry pick method is okay. Using the AutoSum tool and autofill are even better. But when you have a worksheet like this that's compact, you don't have any blank columns, you don't have any blank rows, you could add up the numbers very, very quickly. You don't have to write even a single formula. So let's select all the numbers going down that column and press delete. Let's select the numbers going across the total row and press delete. So again, you have just your data and no totals. Here's what you want to do. Let's select cells starting from the very first number. Select down and across. So you have not only all of your input data selected, but your total column is the last column selected, and your total row is the last row selected. And all you have to do is click the AutoSum tool and you are done. You don't have to autofill, you don't have to check answers. It is done. Pretty cool, huh? Let me show you one other slightly different way of doing that. I'm just gonna press Ctrl-Z to undo. When you have that area selected, you can press Alt equals, hold down the Alt key and press equals. That's the shortcut for the AutoSum tool. And if you take a look here, I'm just gonna press Ctrl tilde. And now you can see that Excel has written the formulas correctly going down that column, and it's written the formulas correctly going across this row, and I'll press Ctrl tilde to come back. So when you have a compact worksheet like this, use that feature, and you could get your stuff done in no time at all. If you completed the exercise on adding a whole worksheet at once or one of the AutoSum movies, you should have a worksheet that looks something like this. So we have our totals column, we added across all the rows, we have our totals down here, we added down all the columns. But there's a few other things that we might want to know about these numbers, so let's click down here in cell A15 and type the word average. We want to know what the average is of these numbers and just press tab. So we'll use the average function. We'll type equals average. Now, by the time I type the first four letters of the word average, you see Excel is suggesting that I probably want the average function, so I'll just press the tab key and Excel will fill in the rest. So we want the average of what? Well, we want the average of these numbers in January, so just drag over those numbers. Be sure you don't drag anywhere below row 12. We just want San Francisco through Boston. And that's it. Just press Control Enter, and it gives us that average. Let's try one more time. Click over here in cell C15, type equals average, just type the first four letters and you can press tab and it fills in the rest of average, and just select those numbers in February. Make sure not to select any more or any less, and just press this time Control Enter so we stay in that cell. And now when you put your mouse pointer on that heavy dot in the lower right corner and you get the crosshair, you could just drag across to autofill. And now we see what the average is of each of those columns. Now there's decimals in there, which you might want, you might not want. That's a formatting issue, and we'll look at that in a little bit. But let's go down here under average, click in cell A16. Maybe we want to find what's the highest number in the series. So type the word highest. And again, press tab. The function that tells us what's the highest number in the series is equals max. And open up the parenthesis. And again, select those same numbers down the January column. So this is telling us, well, find the maximum value in B6 through B12. And just press Control Enter to stay in one spot. Put your mouse pointer on that dot in the lower right corner of the cell so you get the crosshair, and drag the autofill handle across to the right. And now you can see what's the highest number in each of those columns. Well, if we find out what's the highest number, we might want to know what's the lowest number. So let's go over here into A17 and type the word lowest. and again press tab. Well, if the equals max function finds the highest number in the series, what do you suppose is the name of the function that finds us the lowest number in the series? Yes, you're right, it's the min function, so we type equals min, open up the parenthesis, and again drag down those same numbers, recognize a pattern here, and press Control Enter, so we stay in the same spot. Put your mouse pointer on that heavy dot so you get the crosshair, and drag the autofill handle across, and now we can see what's the lowest number in the series. One other thing we might want to know is not so much the value, but how many numbers do we have, how many cells are filled in. So click over here, and let's simply type in the word quantity, and press tab. The function that tells us how many cells are filled in is count. So we say equals count. And you see it's already suggesting that to us, and open up the parenthesis. And guess what? We drag those same numbers from San Fran down to Boston. Press Control Enter, so we say in the same spot. And this, of course, is going to be 7 all the way across because we have 7 in each one. And you might wonder, hold gee, that's really big news. But if you just click one, let's say we didn't go to Chicago in February, press delete, and over here we have only 6 numbers. And I'm going to undo, I kind of like Chicago. So we now have all those 7. Now here's what's really pretty neat. Let's just maybe delete those numbers there and the average row and go here to January. Remember the auto sum tool? If you click that down arrow, look what you have. In addition to auto sum, you have sort of like an auto average sort of count, not quite as automatic as sum, but if you choose average, you see it puts in the function, but of course you still have to manually drag across those numbers and Control Enter and drag the autofill. We're the same thing for the lowest. Let's just delete those. Go back over here to cell B17, and now if you click this down arrow here and you choose min, all it does is it puts that in, but it's selecting the wrong cells. So you still have to select that. Remember, Excel can't quite read your mind. Maybe in the next version, and Control Enter and get your autofill handle and drag across. So those are some of the most common functions in Excel, and there's over 300 functions, but just because those are so common, I think you'll find these pretty handy. We've added numbers across, we've added numbers down, we did some more statistical information down there in the lower rows, but there's something else here that we really want to do. And let's take a look here. We have a grand total for all of the trips that we took in the first quarter. And we also have the total of each individual trip. Kind of think of a pie chart. If you were going to do a pie chart and you want to know how much did each of these cities contribute to the grand total, you'd come out with a percent. So that's what we want to figure out here in column F, is what percentage did each city contribute to our total expense for all of our travel. So let's go here into F5 and just type percent, or maybe percent of total. And if you want, you can take column F and stretch it out. When you get that 2-headed arrow, you could double click and stretch that out. Well, this is simple division, but things could go a little haywire, and I'm going to do this 2 ways. First, we're going to do it the wrong way. We'll see there's a problem. Once we identify the problem, we'll delete it and we'll go back and do it the right way. So let's start here in cell F6, and we're going to say equals. And we want to take the total for the first city, for San Francisco, divide. So you type a / and divide by what? Well, divide by the grand total. So we have E6 divided by E14. The total of San Francisco divided by the grand total for all the travel, and just press enter, and we could see that San Francisco contributed to about 15% of all our travel. First thing we want to do though is let's fix it. Rather than making it 0.1 for some horrible number, let's make it look like percentages. So we could simply select all of these cells here from San Francisco down to the total, and to make it look like percentages, we want to be on the Home tab, and over here in the numbers section, click this percent, and that will make it percent style, so we can see it's 15%. Now maybe you want some decimals in there, so over here you have these 2 little buttons here, and if you click this one, this will increase the decimals that it displays, and if you click this button here next to it, it'll decrease the decimals that display. Keep in mind, this is not actually rounding the numbers off, this is just formatting. Excel is still calculating based on that whole long number. Okay, that's great. So we see it's about 14.9%. Now, here's where things can go a little haywire. You figure, okay, great. I don't have to do this for every single row. I can just take my autofill and I'll drag down here to the total, hoping that I'll get 100%. Look at this. What we have is 100% garbage. Why is that? Well, let's click the first number we did. Okay, E6 divided by E14. Total of San Fran divided by the grand total. That's great. What's happening here? Here, this is E7, the Los Angeles total. That's great. Divided by the average. Oh, that's kind of meaningless. And over here, we have the Philadelphia total, E8, divided by E16. Again, meaningless. Now, by the time we get down here, we've got these divide by zero errors. So what's happening is, when we took that autofill and we dragged down, remember these were relative references, and Excel rewrote the formula for us the way it was designed to do. Changing the numerator, changing the denominator, and maybe let's press Control tilde and we can see this a little more clearly. So it changes E6 to E7 to E8 to E9, that's great. But the denominator, it's changing E14 to E15, E16. Well, it does make a lot of sense. What we want to do is we want to find some way that when we autofill down the column, the numerator changes from E6 to 7, 8, 9, but the denominator stays fixed on 14. I'll just press Control tilde so we get back. Well, let's just delete all this stuff. Select those cells and delete. Let's go back here to F6. Now that we see what the problem is, let's go and do it the right way. It's going to be just a slight difference. So we type equals, again, the San Fran total, to use the / divided by the grand total there, but don't enter it yet. Press the F4 key on your keyboard, and when you press F4, you notice that it changes the denominator because that's where the cursor is, from E14 to $E $14. This is an absolute reference. How's it an absolute reference? Well, $E means stay fixed on column E. $14 means stay fixed on row 14, which is just another way of saying stay fixed on cell E14. Well, press the F4 key again. And notice this changes a little bit to E $14. So it's plain E, meaning that Excel can veer off column E if necessary, but still fixed on row 14. Press F4 again, and it's kind of the reverse. Now we have $E14. $E meaning we're fixed on column E. 14 meaning, well, it could veer off. Press F4 again, and it cycles back to the beginning. This is a purely relative reference. One last time, press the F4 key. Normally, you don't have to go through all this. I just wanted you to see what the options are. So we have E6 divided by $E $14. Now press Control Enter, and now get your autofill handle and fill down to row 14. Now we have some numbers that make sense. And this here, of course, we're dividing 0 by the number, so we could just delete that. Well, press Control tilde, and let's take a look at what we have here. So our numerator changes E6 to E7 to E8. That's what it did before. That's the way we want it. And now because we have $E $14, those dollar signs make the column E and the row 14 fixed. And when we get down to the last one, of course, the number divided by itself is 100%. So that is what an absolute reference is. If you've never seen this before, I know it might be a little confusing, but absolute references are absolutely necessary because Excel uses them in many different places, and we'll see them later in this course. If you completed the movie on absolute references, you should have a worksheet expense report that looks kind of like this. And what we want to do here is put in some dates and some time so that if you open this up later, you can see the date. So let's go down here to cell A20. Now there's sort of two basic ways of putting in the date. One way is you could put it in so that it's permanent. It doesn't change, kind of like typing it in. The second way is putting it in as a function so that it will change depending upon when you open it. And I really shouldn't say a function. There's two functions that will let you put in the date. So let's take a look at the first way just manually. All you have to do is press Control, semicolon. Semicolons to the right of the letter L on your keyboard. And you see it simply puts in the date, and I'll just press Enter. Now, that's just a time-saving step, so you don't have to type it in manually. Which means that if you open it up tomorrow, next week, next month, it's still going to have the date that you just put in there. Well, what if you want this so that when you open it up, whatever day you open it up, it reads the current day? Well, to do that, we use the function called equals today, and it has an open and close parenthesis with nothing in it. The today function just doesn't have anything in the parenthesis, but it's a function, so it does have to have a parenthesis, and I'll enter it. The today function reads the date that's in your clock, and I want you to see that this actually will change. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't feel like sitting around looking at this video for the next week or so. So we're going to fake it out. We're going to go and change the date manually. So I'm just going to go over here to the computer clock. And I'm going to click here, change date and time. I'm just going to put this up to the end of the week, TGIF. I click OK, so now we can see it shows Friday. Now we come back to Excel and you see it hasn't changed. The reason is that Excel will change the date only when the worksheet recalculates. Now the worksheet will recalculate if you type something in, if you change something. So I'm just going to go over here to this number. I'm just going to type the same number again. I type that in, I press enter. And now the whole worksheet recalculates and you can see the date has changed. If you don't want to do that, you can use a shortcut to force a worksheet to recalculate just by pressing the F9 key. Well, let's leave it at that date. And another function that you can use, let's go over here to A22 and let's type equals now. And again, this is an open and close parenthesis without anything in it. Press enter. And now you see this gives us the date and the time. Now, don't worry if you don't like that formatting. We're going to take care of formatting at some point later. But Excel is still reading off the clock. And let's go and change this back. I'm going to go over here to change date and time. I'm going to change this back to Monday. Click OK. I'm going to go back here and I'll just type that number in again. And when I enter in Excel, you can see it changes those numbers back. And again, I could also have pressed the F9 key. So you have a few different ways of putting in the date and the time. We'll come back to this in a later movie. Sometimes you want the value that's displayed in a cell to depend on a condition that's happening somewhere else. This is where you use a conditional statement, and it's a statement that you can test. And the way it works is that you output one result if that statement is true, and you output a different result if that statement is false. And to do this, you use the if function, and the if function gets 3 arguments. The first argument is a statement that you test. For example, you might say the content of cell C6 is greater than 500. Well, when you make that statement or when you have that condition, well, there's 2 possibilities. Either it's true or it's false. So the if function will output one value if that statement is true, and it'll output another value if that statement is false. So the general syntax of the if function is say equals if, and then you make the statement. And then you have the value if true, and then you have the value if false. And you notice that these 3 arguments are separated with commas. And that's really all there is to it. So let's take a look. What we have here in this sheet is people selling stuff. And we have here salespeople. We have here what they're selling and the commission rate. What we're going to do is we're going to say if the person sold at least $500, they're going to get a commission rate of 10%. If they sold less than $500, they will get a commission rate of 5%. And over here, you see we have a little table. Now, once we stuff that commission rate in column C, we go to column D, and the formula is already done for you. We're simply going to multiply the sale amount times the rate, and then we have the dollar amount of the commission. So this will be a little more clear once we start doing it. So let's go into cell C6, and we'll say equals if. Open up the parenthesis, and now we put in the first argument. The argument is the content of B6 is greater than or equal to 500. So that's it. Did the person sell at least 500 or not? And that's true or false. So we put in a comma. That's the end of the first argument. So the second argument is what do we want the value of C6 to be? If that condition is true, well, if that condition is true, means they sold at least $500, they get the higher commission rate. So we click that 10%. Now we're going to autofill this down. So we want to make sure this is an absolute reference. So press the F4 key. That inserts the dollar signs, makes an absolute reference. So that's what we output if true. Put in a comma. Now we put in the third and last argument. If that condition is false, it means they did not sell at least $500. They sold under $500. So they get the lower commission rate of 5%. So just click over here in cell J3, that's lower commission rate. Again, press the F4 key on your keyboard to make that an absolute reference. And if you're not familiar with absolute references, you might want to go back and watch the movie where we talk about it. And that's it. End the parenthesis, hold Control and press Enter. And there we can see it's 10%. Now put your mouse pointer on that little dot in the lower right corner. When the mouse pointer becomes that crosshair, double click. And we fill down to the bottom and look at that. And you can eyeball it. So here's someone who sold about $600 and they got 10%. Here's someone who sold under $500. They got 5%. And now we can see, yes, indeed, 10%. $509 is $50 and 90 odd cents. So that works. Now that's great, but wait, there's more, because a conditional statement, you can use the if function to output text as well as a number. So let's do that here. Let's go into cell E6 and type equals if, open up the parenthesis, and the condition is going to be the same. And so we're going to say is that amount there, the cell amount, is that greater than or equal to 500, comma. Now, if it's true, we want to output a comment. So open up your double quotation marks and we'll type in great job, exclamation mark. That's the end of the comment. So close a quotation mark. That's now the end of that argument. Type in a comma. Now remember, this is not English, this is Excel. So the comma has to go outside the quotation mark, not inside the quotation mark. So if that condition is false, put in another double quotation mark and we'll say, better luck next time, and close the quote, close a parenthesis, press Control Enter, and again put your mouse pointer on that autofill handle. When the mouse pointer becomes a crosshair, double click, and now we have the appropriate comment for each one. So the if function conditional statements are great, so you can always have the value of a cell depend on something else that's happening in the worksheet or even in another worksheet. I want to show you a couple of functions you can use that will let you add numbers or average numbers based on a condition. And to do that, we use the sum if and the average if functions. First, let's take a look at what's happening on the worksheet. We see we have all these people and it's sorted by last name. People are in different departments, they're in different states. We have what hours they put in, and we have the rate that they get paid per hour. So we're going to use the sum if and average if functions. So the syntax of the sum if function, we say first find where the states are, and that's going to be down column C, and that's going to be the whole collection of those cells. Once we determine where the states are, we pick out which state we want. So what we're going to do is we're going to find out of everybody who works in New Jersey, those people, pick out their hours and add them. Once we find out who they are and what state they're in, and we can find out what their hours are, we want to cherry pick those hours and add them up. Now, we also want to do an average, and we're going to find out, let's say for Vermont and for California, what is the average rate? So again, we'll pick out all the states, we'll pick out Vermont, we'll pick out California, and then we will take, for those particular people, we cherry pick their rate to average. So let's scroll to the bottom. We'll start with New Jersey. So we're going to say equals sum if, open up the parenthesis, right? Every function has a set of parentheses. So first thing we have to do is find the range of states. Let's scroll to the top and we'll choose the first state, and you could just drag down to the last one over here. So we can see the range is C5 to C36. That's where all the states are. Well, that's the first argument, so type a comma. Now that we know where the states are, we want to cherry pick New Jersey. So open up your double quotes, type NJ. Uppercase, lowercase doesn't matter. Close the double quote. That's the second argument, so we type in a comma. Now the third argument is, what do we want to add? What is that range to add? So let's go up here and we're going to add the hour. So we can scroll from the first one down to the last one, and that's it. Up, press Control Enter, and now we can see the total hours for the people in New Jersey are 481.4. Let's do one more for practice. We'll do it for Pennsylvania. So let's go here into D39, type equals sum if, open up the parenthesis, and the same thing, we want the same range of states this time. Instead of dragging, maybe this will be a little easier. Click the first one here, scroll down, I'm just using the rolly wheel on the mouse, and shift click the last one, that is, hold the shift key down and click the last one. You might find that a little easier. So it's the same range, type in a comma, and we want Pennsylvania. So open up the double quotes, type in PA, close the double quotes. That's the second argument, so you type a comma. Well, again, what do we want to sum? We want to sum the hours. So we'll do it like we did last time. Click the first hour, scroll down, I'll use the rolly wheel, hold the shift key down, and click the last one. And again, we can see there's that range that we want to add, and enter or Control Enter. And now we can see the total hours for Pennsylvania we've cherry picked out is 221.5 hours. Okay, so now let's find the average rate, and we want the average rate. We'll start with Vermont. So click here in E41 and we'll say equals average if, open up the parenthesis, and same thing, same range of states. Click the first state, scroll down, shift, click the last state, type in a comma. Now we want to pick out which state do we want, so open the double quotes. Type in VT for Vermont. Close the double quotes, that's the second condition, so type a comma. What do we want to average? Well, we want to average the rate, so click the first rate, scroll down and shift click the last rate, and then press enter or control enter. And now we can see the average rate for Vermont is $25.17. So that's how the SUMIF and the average_if functions are very powerful tools to let you get the sum that you want and the average that you want by cherry picking values. I think it's pretty cool. When you have a lot of cell ranges to deal with, you might find it easier to give them friendly names. For example, you might find it easier to deal with something called the sum of January than deal with the sum of B6 colon B9. But range names have a little quirk, and we're going to look at that also. Well, over here we have the regions that we're selling to, and we have a month January through June. Let's select just the numbers here in the January column and go up to the name box, and you see the name box right now shows B6 because B6 is the first cell we selected. So click in the name box and type January and press enter. And just click anywhere in the worksheet to deselect. Now when we go back up to the name box, click that Jan arrow, there's January, select it, and January becomes selected. Okay, that's great. Let's do for February, select at February, click up in the name box, type February, press enter. And again, you could deselect, click up here, and now there's January and February. Well, there is an easier way to do this. Let's select from the header of March down through the last number, this whole area. Now up here on the ribbon bar, go over to the Formulas tab, and over here you see we have this group called Defined Names, and click over here, Create from Selection. And let's move this out of the way. The dialog box says, okay, we'll create names. Where do you want to find the names to apply? Top row is selected by default because it found these names in the top row. Click OK. And again, just deselect. Now when we go up here, we can see, oh, all right, there's April and here's June. You notice it's in alphabetical order, not in location order. Okay, so now that gives us the range names. Well, how can we use this? Let's go over here into January where we want to calculate the total for January. We'll use the sum function and we'll try this manually. We'll say equals sum. Open up the parenthesis. Now instead of dragging down, we want to put in January. Now, if you know that the range name is called January, you can simply start typing it in, and you may notice that it appears in this little box. Now you could continue typing in January, or you could press the tab key to fill it in and just press enter, or I'll press control enter to enter it in, and there's the sum. Well, that's great. I'll just press the tab key. Let's do this sort of different way. Again, we'll type in the sum function. Now, maybe you don't remember what all the range names are, and this can very easily happen if you have a lot of range names. Well, we're still in the Formula tab over here. And in this Define Names section, click where it says Use in Formula. And now you can see all the range names, and you can choose February. And again, just press Control Enter. And now you have February. Let me show you a third way to do this. I'll just hit the right arrow key. And for March, let's type equals sum. Open up the parenthesis. Press the F3 key on your keyboard, and this brings up the Paste Name box. And now just double-click March. And it puts it in. Again, press Control Enter. Well, here's the quirk that range names have, is they are always absolute references. Put your mouse pointer on the autofill dot in the lower right corner of that cell. When your mouse pointer becomes a crosshair, just drag out to the end, and look at what happens. It makes the sum of each of these the sum of March. Well, it doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense to have the total of April, May, and June the sum of March. So we have to select this and delete this. If you're going to use range names, you really do have to type in the sum function manually for each one. So whether you find that easier or if you don't find that easier, I leave up to you. But there are times in Excel, especially when you're dealing with large amounts of data, that you really do want to use range names. Excel has two basic types of formatting, or that's the way I look at it. You have formatting numbers, and then you have formatting for colors, look, feel, and fonts. Well, formatting numbers is a little more straightforward, and there's less to do, so we're going to do that in this movie. Now, when you look at this worksheet, you see we have first quarter of the year, and some calculations here in column E and F. And we have the cities we're going to, and then we have some other calculations down here in the bottom. And we also have some dates. Well, let's make these look like numbers because right now we can't tell, are these dollars, are they euros, are they bananas, what are they? You see, we do have some formatting here in column F as percentages. So let's select the numbers across this first row. And we also simultaneously want to select the numbers across the total row. So hold down the Control key on your keyboard and just select across. So that's how you can select non-contiguous cells in a worksheet. Now that you have them selected, you want to make sure you're on the Home tab. And over here in the numbers section, just click the dollar sign. And this applies the dollar format. Well, dollar format is great, but it gives us decimals. And there are no pennies in here, so we want to remove them. Let's go over here and you see I have these two little symbols here. Click this one. This one will decrease the number of decimals. So right now we have dollar signs, we have comma for thousand separators, and we don't have decimals, so it's kind of a custom format. So now that we have the dollars assigned to the first row and the total row, what we want to do is the remaining numbers, we want to give them commas for 1,000 separators, but we don't want to give them dollar signs and we don't want to give them decimals. So let's select these numbers here. Hold down the Control key and drag to select those numbers over there. And also in this number area, see you have a comma and click that. That gives you the comma style and you can see it gives you 1,000 separators. And it gives you decimals. So let's go over here and let's decrease the decimal. And you could deselect. So now you have something that's pretty typical that a worksheet will have. Now, if you did not have this row formatted as percentages, you can simply select that and click the percentage formatting. And if you decide maybe you want some more decimals, you could click this to increase the number of decimals. And maybe if that's too many, you can again click this to decrease it. Down over here, we have some dates, and dates are actually numbers, and Excel assigns a serial number to every date, and it does that so that you can actually perform calculations on them. Well, before we format these, we want to sort of treat them like text. We want them left aligned. So select these 3 dates, and then up here in the alignment section, click on the left align button. So this first date, that's simply the date that this worksheet was created. Well, we don't want that to change because it was created on March 31st. That never changes. But today's date might change and the date printed might change. These two are functions and you click this one here and you can see that's the today function that simply reads the current date. And over here where it says printed on, click that. That's the now function that gives you can see the date and the time. So let's say we want to apply maybe a more friendly format. So let's click here on Created On, and in the number group here, click on this little launcher button here, and that will bring up the Format Cells dialog box. And by the way, Control-1 is the shortcut for that. So in the numbers section, we want to make sure it's a date, and you see you have all these sample dates. So let's scroll down here, and let's choose this one. And when you choose it, you see it shows you a sample of what that will actually look like. Click OK. And there you go, it says March 31st, 2010. And maybe let's apply the format to this. Maybe I'll click the Format Painter and then click this. Well, that's great. But this one, we need a little bit more space because we want to give it the month and the day and the year, but we also need the time. Well, we're going to need a little bit more space to display all that. So let's select these 3 cells. And over here in the alignment section, click Merge and Center. That merges those 3 cells into one big cell, but it also centers them. So let's click this button here to left align them again. So let's go format that. This time maybe I'll press Control-1. Now in the numbers section, this shows us that it's a custom format. And over here it shows us the type, and let's just select everything in there, just delete. And now you can see Excel assigns a long serial number to that particular date. My advice is for now, just ignore it. We want to put in the month, so type M. Now when you type the first M, it shows you 4 because April is the 4th month. When you type second M, it gives you a leading 0. Type a third M, and it abbreviates the month. Type a fourth M, and it spells it out. Now type a space, we want the day. If you type a single day, now this is a 2-digit. If this were, let's say, the 5th, a D would give you 5. If you type a second D, it would tell you 05. So we have the month, we have the day, type a comma. My advice is always use a 4-digit year. I'll type then 4 Ys and space. Now, I want this to say something like April 27th, 2010 at whatever time it is, 5 o'clock or so on. So I'm going to type in literally the word at. That's not a code. That's literally going to be displayed as at, type a space. Now we want to type in the time of day. So I'll type in 2 H's for hours, colon, 2 M's for minutes, colon, 2 S's for seconds. Click OK. And now it tells us April 27, 2010 at 16:09:04. Well, that's great, but maybe you want 12-hour time instead of 24-hour time. Let's go back in there, and this time I'll click on this little number launcher here. So we're back in the custom category, and you can see there it is. I put a little slash there for the at. Don't worry about that. Click at the end, type a space, and then type in AM/PM. And you notice this converts it to 12-hour time. Click OK. And now we can see that is April 27, 2010 at 4:09:04 p.m. Now this will update whenever the worksheet recalculates. Now the worksheet will recalculate when you type something in a cell and enter it. If a number changes, you can also force the recalculation. And let's go over here to this number for Boston. I'll just say right now it's 2589. I'm just going to type in 2589 again now before I press enter. See, this shows 4:09:04 when I press enter. This updates the minutes and the seconds. So if you want to force the worksheet to recalculate without actually doing anything, you can simply press the F9 key, and that will force the worksheet to recalculate like that. So this is some basic number formatting. And remember, at any time, you could go into this launcher and go into the Format Cells dialog box, and you have all of these different categories that you can use for numbers. I'm going to cancel that out. So my advice is go into that dialog box and see what's available. I think you'll find some helpful formatting there. This worksheet has numbers formatted the way we want. We have dollars, we have percents, we have dates formatted. We're going to apply fonts, background colors, and borders. But before we do, let's take a look at something. Let's go into the lower right corner of the Excel screen. And you see we have these 3 view buttons. The one that's turned on by default is normal view. But click the middle one here. And this goes to page layout view. And we can see the actual sheet of paper. I'm going to scroll down, scroll back up. The actual sheet of paper as it will look when printed. Maybe you want to zoom out a little bit. You could click this minus button here. Or if you want, you can hold the control key down and roll the wheel on the mouse. If you like formatting in page layout view, or if you like formatting in normal view, it works the same either way. So let's begin formatting the document. We have the title, travel expenses. Let's make this look like a title. Let's select across the first row until we get to column F because we have 6 columns in use. And let's give it a background to start. And up here, we're in the Home tab, and in the Fonts section, click the Background Color button. And you see there's a little down arrow there. Click that down arrow, and we have colors to choose from. And let's just pick a color from here. And notice as I roll the mouse pointer over, it's changing colors so that I can see dynamically what color it is before I pick it. And I'll choose this dark green over here. Black text on a dark green background is kind of hard to see. So over here we have a font color button. Click that down arrow. And also you notice as I roll the mouse pointer over these colors, the title is changing. I still want to make it stand out a little bit, so I'm going to make it bold. And you can see over here in the font group, we have bold, italic, underline. And I'll click bold, and also keyboard shortcuts for those, Control B, Control I, Control U. And their toggle, I can click the B to turn it off, B to turn it on. Control B turns it on and off as well. Let's look at the months. So let's drag across the months and our total columns. And let's go back up here to the fill color. This time, instead of choosing a color that's out of here, go down here where it says more colors. And now you have this color hexagon. And I'll choose this green over here. And down in the lower right, it shows what's the current color, which is white. Of course, there's nothing applied yet. And then shows what the new color is going to be. And click OK. And now we have the color. Now let's apply a font color. Go up here to the font color button. And I think I'll choose white as well. And maybe also I'll make it bold. I'll press Control B this time to make them bold. Now down over here, we have totals. So let's select our totals. Let's go back to the color chooser. And maybe for this, I'll choose a shade of gray. Now for the column headers, we want to put some borders in there. We also want to put a border on the top. So let's choose the top. Now we have it formatted, but we want this travel expenses to be centered. We want to turn this, instead of 6 individual cells, we want one big cell. So once you have these 6 cells selected, go up here into the alignment section and click merge and center. So it's now one big cell. And now for borders in the font area, see we have border chooser and click this down arrow, and we have a bunch of options. Let's choose a thick box. border and might be a little hard to see, so you can click off it and now you can see it has a thick black border. Well, maybe you don't want it to be black, maybe you want a different color. Click it, go back to the down arrow on the borders button, and then down at the very bottom, choose more borders. Now we have a dialog box that we can format with. This dialog box can be a little confusing, and what we do here first, let's choose none. So we turn it off, choose a color. Maybe I'll choose dark blue. I'll choose a thick border. And then over here I click outline, and now you could see it gives a thick outline. If you ever wanted to turn off part of this, you could click to turn part of the border off, click to turn that part of the border on, click OK. And again, you might need to deselect it. Now you can see it has a thick dark blue border around it. Let's select the column headers. Go back to borders and choose all borders, click to deselect. This puts borders around all cells instead of one big cell because they're not merged. Okay, so now we have the beginning of a formatted worksheet, but you might want to change the column widths, you might want to change the row heights, and there's other formatting that you can apply as well, but this is a good first step to formatting. This worksheet is partially formatted. You can see we have our header formatted, we have our column headers formatted, and we have our total in addition to the numbers, but there's some additional formatting that we need to do. We want to talk about column widths and row height, maybe text alignment. Let's start at the top. Now, row 1, our report header, should be maybe a little taller. When your mouse becomes two-headed arrow here, has to be on the border between the row 1 and row 2 header. And click and drag down to make the header a little taller. Click the header so it's selected, and it looks great, but it's down on the bottom. We want this to be vertically centered. So make sure you're on the Home tab, and in the Alignment section, these 3 buttons deal with vertical alignment. Click the middle one, and now it's aligned to the middle. Now we have some room. We could make it a little bigger. Choose a bigger font if you want. Maybe choose a different font altogether if you like, and keep in mind the fonts on this computer may be different from the fonts that are on your computer. Okay, now that looks a lot more like a report header. Let's deal with the column headers for the months and the total. Drag across these cells, and again, on the Home tab in the Alignment section, you click this button over here and that will align them to the center. Well, this column F is a little too narrow, so if you put your mouse pointer here on the border between the column F and the column G header, when your mouse pointer becomes that two-headed arrow, you could drag to make it wider, but you might have to guess how wide that's supposed to be. I'll just press Ctrl Z to undo. When you get that two-headed arrow mouse pointer, double-click the mouse, and now that will automatically adjust that column so it's as wide as the widest item in that column, which happens to be the percent of total header. Now, the columns here, B, C, D, and E, are all a little different. Maybe you want to make them the same. Put your mouse pointer here on the header for a column B, and just drag across to column E. We want to leave column E alone. When you put your mouse pointer here on the border between any 2 column headers, you could drag one way or the other. Now these columns are all the same width, but we want to make sure that we don't have any data cut off. When you scroll down here, you can see this date is cut off. That's what those pound signs mean. It's not an error, just means there's not enough room to display that data. Well, we can select a few cells here, and then in the Alignment section, click Merge and Center, and then click that left align button so we don't have to worry about that too much. And let's just scroll up. Let me just show you another way that you can choose column width. Let's select these column headers, drag across. One way is right click, and you can choose column width and type in a number. Cancel out, or again in the Home tab, go over here to the Cells section, click Format, and here we can choose row height, or we can choose column width, and it's the same dialog box, so whichever way you want to get it is fine. Well, let's take a look at the names of the cities here, and I'll scroll down a little bit. Let's say that we didn't just go to San Francisco, we went to San Francisco and Silicon Valley, and we went to Los Angeles and Orange County, and we want to specify that in those cells. We want to add the text here. Put your mouse pointer here after San Francisco and double-click to insert the cursor. Now, what happens if we simply type, we say San Francisco and Silicon Valley and press enter? Well, it's cut off because there's no room for that. So again, I'll just press Ctrl Z to undo. Again, click over here after San Francisco, and we want to press Alt Enter. That is, hold down the Alt key and press Enter. That's how you can force a line break and a cell. And now we can type and Silicon Valley. Press Enter. And that also applies a text wrap. So this column A is still a little too narrow, so let's make that column just a little bit wider so it fits. Great, it fits horizontally, but we have a little bit of extra space on the top. So put your mouse pointer here on the border between the row 6 and row 7 header. When your mouse pointer becomes a two-headed arrow, double click. And now Excel automatically adjusts that row height. Let's try this again for LA. Double click after Los Angeles, space, and that will press Alt Enter, and we'll type Orange County, press Enter. And there we go. So now we've forced a text wrap in that cell. Now I just want to show you one other place where you can put in text wrapping, and you have a few other alignment options, but let's select both of these cells. If you go up here, back in the Home tab in the Alignment section, click this little button here. And this brings you into the Alignment tab of the Format Cells dialog box. And now you can see Wrap Text is turned on, and we can see what the horizontal and vertical alignment is. And we can see that the cells are not merged. And over here we can see that the text is going straight across and not at an angle. So you might like to use the dialog box instead of the ribbon. It really depends on which way you like it, and I'll just cancel out. Now we have a worksheet that has a much better look to it. Conditional formatting lets you format numbers and dates according to their value. People typically use it to highlight numbers that are especially high or especially low, but you can also highlight numbers that fall into a certain range and even find duplicate values. Before we do that, we want to select all of these numbers. So, a couple of ways you could do it. Click the first number and press Control-Shift-End, and that will select to the end. If you don't like doing that, you can click the first number, scroll down if you need to, and hold the Shift key down and Shift-click the last number so it's selected. Well, if you need to select these numbers over and over again, you don't want to go through this, so let's give it a range name. Put your mouse pointer up here in the name box and click, and let's call it Data. Simple enough name, press Enter. And now if you click somewhere to deselect, you could always go up here, click the down arrow, choose Data, and immediately select those numbers again. I'll just scroll to the top. Now, if you're on the Home tab, go over here to the Style section, and this is where you can find conditional formatting, and click that. And there are three kind of automatic ways of doing it: data bars, color scales, and icon sets. Well, if you choose data bars, you have a couple choices of gradient fills and solid fills. And when you choose these, notice I'm not even clicking the mouse. You could just roll over these, and you see what this does. This automatically compares the numbers with each other. So this one, for example, you can see low numbers have short bars, the highest numbers have the longest bars. Maybe you want yellow instead of blue. This is really personal preference. Or would you like, so these are solid fills instead of gradients. Go over here to color scales. This will give you, instead of one color of varying lengths, these will give you different colors. I kind of like this one over here, blue, white, and red. Not just because it's patriotic, but because this clearly shows you that the highest numbers are the darkest blue and that the smallest numbers are white. And if you want the reverse color scheme, you have red, white, and blue. These are some very automatic built-in ways of comparing numbers with each other. Let's also go to icon sets. And here you have all these icons. Honestly, I would not use some of these, but I want to show you. Here you have some directional arrows. So in this one, for example, a down red arrow is for the lowest numbers, and up green arrows for the highest numbers. Maybe instead of a scale of 3 arrows, you want 4 arrows or 5 arrows. So for this one, for example, an upward green arrow is the highest number, lowest numbers are down red arrow, and then you have 3 yellow arrows in the middle. Maybe you want bars kind of like on your cell phone. So here's a scale of 1 to 4, or here's a scale of 0 to 4. And again, you can look at the numbers and you can see a scale of 0 is the lowest number, and all 4 bars are the highest number. Now, let's say we click one. Now I'll choose this, click off it so you can see it. Let's go and reselect the data area, scroll to the top if you need to. Let's go back to conditional formatting and let's apply data bars. And you see what can happen here is Excel will let you apply one conditional format on top of another. Now, sometimes that's good, but other times you might end up with something hideous like this. So here's what you can do is click the conditional formatting button and down over here choose clear rules. Now you could clear rules from selected cells. What I'm going to choose here is clear rules from entire sheet. So that wipes out all the conditional formatting. And let's go back and choose the data area, scroll up, go back to conditional formatting, So now you can choose one of those data bars and those icons won't be in the way, or vice versa. So if you want just a very quick way of applying formatting to compare your numbers, I think that's your best bet. In the next movie, I'm going to show you some conditional formatting where we can take over some more control over the formatting and apply exactly the type of formatting that we want rather than taking the automatic features. In the last movie, we applied pre-made automatic conditional formatting rules. All we had to do was click and Excel evaluated the numbers against each other automatically. In this movie, we'll take a little bit more control over the conditional formatting. Let's take a look at a few things. First, click on the stand arrow here in the name box and choose the data area. And over here, let's go up to conditional formatting. And let's look at some cell rules. And let's choose greater than. And let's say we want to find all numbers that are greater than 800. And we'll choose yellow fill with dark text. Okay it, and deselect if you want, so you can see that rule. Okay, press Ctrl-Z to undo. And let's go back to conditional formatting. Let's say we want to find low numbers. So we'll highlight cell rules, and this time choose less than. And let's find numbers that are less than 100. And we'll choose the default formatting, click OK. And now we could see all of those numbers highlighted that are less than 100. Again, press Ctrl-Z to undo. And what if you want to find numbers maybe that fall in a particular range rather than very high or very low? What if we want to find numbers that are between 300 and 400? I'll go back to conditional formatting, back to highlight cell rules and choose between. Let's make that 300. Just press the tab key. 400, click OK. And now we can see all those numbers that fall into that particular range. Once again, press Ctrl-Z to undo. What if we wanted to find duplicate values? Go up to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, and at the bottom, choose duplicate values, and choose a format, maybe just light red fill, click OK. And now we could see all of the duplicate values. So for example, we have 486 over here, and we have 486 over there, and we have negative 59 here, and we have negative 59 over there. Well, what if we wanted to apply more than one rule at a time? Again, press Ctrl-Z to undo. Go up to conditional formatting. Let's say we want a sliding color scale, but we want to change it a little bit. Maybe because we want the sliding color scale to be a little more strong looking. So let's go over here to color scales and choose this one right over here. Deselect, and we can see the lowest numbers have a red fill and the highest numbers have the darker blue fill. Well, maybe we want those highest numbers to be an even darker blue fill. Well, again, let's select that data area here. Go back to conditional formatting, back to highlight cell roles greater than, and let's say all cells that are greater than 900. Click that down arrow. We want a custom format. And let's go over here to fill. And let's choose, say, a dark navy blue fill. Go to font, and we want a white font, so we'll have a reverse effect, and click OK. Click OK and deselect, and now we can see that the darker blue is a very dark blue with a reverse white, so we can have some more control over this. Well, let's say we wanted to create our own rules from scratch. Well, first thing we want to do is we want to wipe out all of the rules here, and easiest way to do that is go up here to conditional formatting, clear rules, and clear rules from entire sheet. So that wipes it out. So the sheet is like it was when we first opened it, and scroll up if you want. Again, click the down arrow on the name box and choose the data area. And go to conditional formatting, and down over here choose new rule. And most of these are like what we found under the automatic conditional formats, but here we have a little bit more control. So over here, let's choose format cells based on their values. And instead of a 2-color scale, let's do a 3-color scale. And you might do this if there are particular colors that you need. Maybe your company or your client has a certain color scheme and maybe want to use that particular scheme when you're formatting the cells. So for the 3-color scale, let's say the minimum value should be a pale blue. The midpoint should be maybe a medium blue. And the maximum value should be, let's say, a dark blue, and you can see a preview there. Click OK and deselect if you want. So now we can see that scale, but maybe we want those highest numbers, like these are kind of hard to read. We want that to be maybe a different color, maybe with a white text on a dark background. So again, let's select that area. Don't remove the formatting, leave the formatting, just select the area. Let's go back to conditional formatting and let's choose new rule. And let's go over here and select format only cells that contain. And over here where it says format only cells with, let's choose a value that is greater than or equal to, and let's make that value say 900. And let's apply a format. It's custom format over here. And let's choose fill. That's maybe a dark maroon and a font that is white in color, bolded. Click OK. You can see the preview there. Click OK and deselect. And now you can see that those highest numbers have a completely different format because we were able to do that in a custom manner. One more thing. Let's select that data area, go back to conditional formatting, and go down here to manage rules. And this way, you can see what all those rules are, what the order that they're applied in. You could edit them at any time, you could delete them, and you could always add a new rule right here if you want. So custom conditional formatting is a really great, powerful tool if you want to do some data analysis. We have our expense report that's formatted. We have fonts and color and numbers formatted, and it's okay, but we can make this look a lot nicer. And to do that, I want to talk about what kind of pictures and shapes we have available in Excel. Excel gives you 5 types of pictures and illustrations that you can use, and let's talk about those quickly. First type are pictures, and pictures are your own images. Maybe you take them with a digital camera. Maybe you purchase them as stock art. We have clip art, and clip art comes with Excel and comes with Microsoft Office. And you can search for images and videos and drawings. We have shapes, and shapes are what you draw yourself. Circles, arrows, starbursts, banners, all sorts of great shapes. Smart art are professionally created diagrams that you can insert yourself. So you can modify them in so many different ways and still keep them interactive on your sheet. Finally, we have screenshots. And with screenshots, you can capture a portion of your screen and insert it into Excel. Now, we aren't going to go through all of these 5 types in this movie. Some of them we'll look at in a later course. Let's start by inserting a picture. So click the Insert tab and choose Picture. And in the Chapter 4 folder, double-click the bottle. Gets inserted kind of big. Maybe just drag this off to the side. And you see we have these handles around the corners and around the sides. Put your mouse pointer on one of those handles so you get a 2-headed arrow and click and drag in towards the center. You might have to move it a little bit. Sometimes the images that you put in are a little bigger than what you want. Okay, that looks like a good size, and just deselect it for a second. You notice that we have a white border around the bottle, and that's just the way images are. Images are always rectangular. We can make that white background transparent. Select the bottle. And up here, the Picture Tools section, make sure you're in the Format tab. Click Color, and then down at the bottom, choose Set Transparent Color. Your mouse pointer becomes a little pencil, and click that pencil on the white background of the bottle. And now you can see the grid lines and the shading behind it. Well, we could do a couple of other interesting things with this. Go up to Color, and if you want, you could change the tonal color. You could completely change the color of the bottle. You would play around with this on your own. I'm just going to deselect that, but leave the bottle selected, and let's go to Artistic Effects. And there's all sorts of different cool-looking effects you could do. Who would ever think that you could do all this in a spreadsheet? I want to choose this one down here, so it kind of looks like a line drawing. Let's deselect that. Now let's insert some clip art. Maybe scroll up to the top. Go up to the Insert menu, choose Clip Art. And I searched for olive before, so that's why it's here, and you can click Go. And it'll find everything to do with olives. Doves, martinis. Let's scroll down here. And I like this line drawing of the olive oil bottle. Click that, and it just gets inserted onto the worksheet. And also put your mouse pointer on one of those corner handles and drag in. Make it small. I'm just going to put it right over here, just as a nice little accent. Okay, let's deal with the banner on top. Again, it's formatted, but it could be better. So put your mouse pointer on the header for row 1, click the arrow, and on the Home tab here, go into the right, choose Clear. And let's just choose Clear All. That'll wipe out everything there in row 1. And just click here to deselect. Let's draw a shape. So go to the Insert menu, choose shapes, and I'm going to choose a rectangle. You could choose another shape if you like. Now, when I draw this, so I could draw a rectangle that's any height, any width. If I hold the Shift key down, that constrains it to a square. If I hold the Alt key, that lets it snap to the grid lines. And always let go of the mouse first before letting go of the key. Well, that's okay, but it's not quite the color we want. So in the Drawing Tools section in the Format tab, click this down arrow here under Shape Styles. And let's choose this nice green olive-colored gradient. Leave it selected, and let's type some text. Now, this is travel expenses. I'm just going to turn on the caps lock key. And you don't have to do anything to put text except leave the box selected and type. You don't have to draw a text box on top of it. So let's type travel expenses. Well, that's okay, but it's not quite in the position we want. So right-click on the box. Down at the bottom, choose Format Shape. And from the Format Shape dolly box, so we have all these options here on the left, choose Text Box. And over here where it shows vertical alignment, click that drop down and choose Middle Centered. And click Close. So now it's centered and in the middle. Kind of puny though, so let's select it. Make sure you're selecting it with a text cursor. Go up here to the Home tab, and let's change the font. And keep in mind the fonts that you have on your computer might be different from the fonts that I have on this computer. Let me choose this one here. And I might want to make this a little bigger. So when you click this font size drop down, you can simply roll your mouse over whatever size you want. You see it can change interactively. I'm going to make it a little small on purpose for one reason. Leave it selected, or if it's not selected, you can put your mouse pointer in and select it again. To resize it interactively another way is hold down Control and Shift, and then hit the greater than sign on your keyboard, and that's a little to the right of the letter M. And if it's too big, press Control Shift less than sign. That's a nice handy feature. And maybe make it bold. I'll press Control D, or you can click the bold icon here and deselect. Now we could change this gradient even. This is really cool. Select the box. Go to the Format tab here under Drawing Tools. Now we already chose this gradient, but let's click over here on Shape Fill. Now we can choose a different fill, and this will give us a different fill entirely, but go down here under Gradient, and you see we have different variations of this gradient. But click down here on bottom where it says More Gradients, and now we have a lot of control. Now there are a lot of settings in here, and you see this gradient has 3 color stops: dark, medium, and light. Now if you click this dark, you can change the brightness, maybe make it a little darker, maybe make it a little lighter. You can change the transparency if you like. Click the middle stop, maybe change the brightness a little bit, and click this end stop, and you can do the same thing. You could even change what position these are in by dragging these. So if I drag this to the left, I make the overall look a little lighter. If I drag this one to the right, I make the overall look a little darker. So again, you can play with this on your own. Also, you have preset colors, and you have all sorts of different presets. None of these are really appropriate for our expense report here, but I just want you to know that they're there. And now let's click Close. And let's just deselect it, and we want to get a better look at it. So you might want to hit your zoom out button or hold down the Control key and roll the mouse wheel out so I can get a better look at it. Well, this is great, and I'll tell you, if you submit this expense report, it's so nicely formatted, I think you'll have a much better chance of getting reimbursed for all your travel. I want to show you a great feature in Excel called Smart Art. And Smart Art will let you insert professionally made diagrams to enhance the quality of your spreadsheets, and you can customize them any which way you like. I think they're really cool. Let's take a look. Let's go up here to the Insert tab, because Smart Art is something that you insert. And here in the illustration section of Smart Art, click that and you get this dialog box coming up. And on the left, it shows you all these different categories, and look what you have over here. Let's just maybe start off with the list category and click any of these, and you can see on the right, it gives you a thumbnail of how it looks. So we have lists, we have process charts of how one thing goes to another, cycle charts, hierarchies of how one item relates to another item. And these are great, and don't worry if the colors aren't to your liking, because I'm going to show you how you can customize all of these, and you might want to look through these on your own. I'm going to go here to List, and I'm going to choose this one here, Vertical Box List, and let's just double click that. And it puts it onto the page out. It's a little bigger than we want. So put your mouse pointer on any of the 4 corners, and when your mouse pointer turns to this 2-headed arrow, just shrink it here a little bit. And I'm just going to drag this over here to the right. And before we format it, let's put in some information. And you notice over here we have these salespeople who have sold products. And what I want to do is I want to take maybe the first 3 or 4, that is the top 3 or 4 sales reps, and put their names over here and specify where they sold their products. So click over here in the first text box and it blanks out, and let's type the name of the first person. Now, instead of clicking and typing and clicking and typing, there's a nice little text box where we can enter this information. Over here on the left, you see we have this 2-headed arrow. Click that, and that brings up the text box. And click on this third bullet here, just press the backspace key. When you do that, you remove the bullet, and you see this is dynamic. It removes that other text box. So let's type in the name of the second person and press enter. And we'll do the fourth person as well. And when you do that, it puts up the information. Well, what we want to do is we want to say, where did each of these people go to make their sales? How did they get to be such good sales reps? So click after the name of the first person, press enter, and Excel thinks, oh, we just want to put in another box, but we don't. So press the tab key on your keyboard, and when you do that, it indents and will put a sub-bullet under there. If you're familiar with PowerPoint, it's the same idea. So let's say this sales rep went to San Francisco. Click after the second person, and maybe that guy went to Los Angeles. And this person here went to New York. And this person here maybe went to Atlanta. And that's great. Now you can close the text box just clicking that X if you want to open it up again. In addition to this 2-headed arrow over here, and as we're in the Smart Art Tools category in the Design tab, we have this text pane box, and that will also let you open it and close it. That's great, but we need to format it to make it look more like our olive oil accompaniments. Just drag this into position here. Make sure that the whole box is selected, and again in the Smart Art Tools category in the Design tab, we have this Change Color button. Click the down arrow and mouse over some of these, and notice the diagram underneath is changing dynamically. I'm not clicking anything, I'm just rolling the mouse over. So this is a really great way of getting a preview, and I'm going to go here in the second one under Accent 3 and click that so we have nice green color, but we can format this a little further. Still in the same Design tab, to the right of Change Colors, we have these styles. Click this little down arrow right over here, and you can mouse over any of these to get a preview of how it's going to look. And let's choose this one. I think it has a nice 3-dimensional look to it. Let's deselect that. I want to show you a Smart Art that will let us put in some graphics. So go back to the Insert tab, and again, click Smart Art. I'm going to stay with List. But if you scroll down here a little bit, this one over here is Horizontal Picture List. Think kind of looks like little gas pumps. And double click that, and it puts it on your page again, much too big for us. So put your mouse pointer on any of the 4 corners. Shrink it, maybe a little bit more, and I'll drag this over here to the right. And what we want to say is these people who went on these trips and who sold all of these products, what were they selling? And we want to tell what are the 3 best products. First, let's fill in the text. So rather than clicking on these boxes, click this 2-headed arrow. And let's say the first thing they sold was a gift pack. And let's go down over here. Now, if you want to, you can stretch this box out. Let's click on that third bullet and just press the backspace key to delete it. And you notice, just like the other piece of Smart Art, it adjusts automatically. And they also sold the garlic product. Press enter so we get the third box back again. And they also sold the herbs product. And let's just close this text box. Let's do some formatting here. And again, make sure that it's the Smart Art itself is selected in the Smart Art Tools category in the Design tab. Let's go back to Change Colors. And just like before, you could mouse over, not clicking anything, just rolling the mouse over, looking at the colors. And again, I'm going to choose the second one here in the Accent 3 category. And again, go back to the Smart Art Styles. Click this down arrow. And by the way, any of these drop downs, you can also stretch them, make them taller or shorter, and roll over some of these. And just to be consistent, I'm going to use this style here. Now you might be wondering all this time, okay, that's great, but one of those 3 little boxes on top, that's what allows us to put in pictures. Click the first one here, and this allows you to insert the picture in the Chapter 5 folder of the exercise files. Double click the gift pack, and it just pops right in. Click the second box above garlic, and we have the garlic product. Double click that, and click the third box on top of herbs, and here we have our herbs product, and it pops right in. And you notice it sizes these appropriately. And click somewhere here to deselect so you can take a look. Now there's a couple other things we can do with this. Click back on the Smart Art border, and in the Smart Art Tools category, go to the Format tab, and you see we have these word art styles. And click this down arrow, and again, I'm just going to shrink this here to get a better look. As you roll your mouse over these, notice that the text is changing and we didn't have to change any of the text at all. Scroll down as some of these are not appropriate, maybe not even very legible, but this one here or this one here, I kind of like this one. Just click it. And now we have, again, more of a three-dimensional, maybe an embossed look, and I'll just deselect to get a better look. So this is not so much a spreadsheet anymore of just boring, dry numbers. This is a presentation. So if you need to present this to maybe a vice president of sales saying, hey, here's our sales reps, and here's the products that they sold, I think this will make a very nice impression. Let's say you have a worksheet like this that contains rows, columns of numbers, maybe some drawings and a chart, and you want a quick way to format everything all at once so that it looks consistent and unified. Maybe looking like other documents that you have created in Word or PowerPoint, for example. Using a theme, you can apply consistent and professionally designed formatting to all the parts of your worksheet. Now, keep something in mind though. What themes cannot do is they can't read your mind. So you have to give this worksheet a bit of a head start by indicating where you want the formatting applied, and here's how we'll do it. Click anywhere inside this number area, and we're going to format this as a table. Don't worry too much about that. Over here in the Home tab, we want to go here under Styles, click Format as Table. Choose anything here, it doesn't really matter because we're going to change it in a bit. And what this is simply doing, saying, okay, this is where we're going to have a table, and a table has special meaning in Excel. And this guesses correctly where we have the data. You can see the marching ants. The table has headers checked because that's row 5, and that's great. Click OK. And we have these little drop downs, and don't even worry too much about what those are. What we'll do here is we're in the Table Tools section in the Design tab. Click over here where it says Convert to Range. Choose Yes. And now we have a regular worksheet again, and you could just deselect. Now let's apply some themes. Go over here to the Page Layout tab, and in the left side here in the Themes section, click Themes, and we have all of these different named themes. Roll over them, and you can see that your worksheet is changing. The Smart Art in the lower left is changing. The chart in the lower right is changing. I'm going to go over here to this Austin because that has kind of a green, olivey sort of theme to it, but not quite. We want to change it a little bit. So go up here, still in the Themes section, choose Colors. And if you roll your mouse over any of these, notice also that the numbers in the Smart Art and chart are changing. Well, let's say I don't want any one of these out of the box. I want to have my own custom color. So down over here, choose Create New Theme Colors. Let's move this out of the way. And here we have a sample of how it's going to look. And we can change any of these. So maybe I want some of these greens to be a little darker, maybe a little bit more olivey in color. And instead of naming it Custom One, let's select it and let's call it Olive Oil. And click Save. And now it's changed a little bit. Now let's say we decide we want to edit it some more. Go back up here to the color dropdown, and there's our olive oil. And right-click it, choose Edit, and we're right back where we were. And we can continue editing, applying green colors or whatever other color you like, and you can simply click Save and save the color over it. If there's a color palette that you don't like, let's click this here. Maybe we don't want this 2 trees. Right-click it and choose Delete, Confirm, and it's gone. While we're at it, let's change some of the fonts. Go up here and choose Fonts and roll over. And you see also you can change the fonts on your worksheet dynamically. I think this is a really great feature. And once you have a theme customized the way you like, remember that you could also use it in Word and PowerPoint, so all of your documents will have the same consistent, unified look and feel to them. The ability to use styles in your applications is one of those features that isn't well known, and I think that's too bad because styles can be a great time saver. If you've never used styles, either in Excel or your other programs, a style is simply a basket of formatting that you can apply whenever and wherever you need. Styles can contain fonts, colors, backgrounds, number formatting, and more. The whole idea of using styles is that you can keep your content separate from your formatting, which means that your formatting is not just faster to apply, but it's a lot more consistent. You don't have to worry about different colors or different fonts being applied in different places. I'll show you how to create styles later in the chapter, but first, let's take a look at the styles that are already built into Excel that we can use. If you take a look at this worksheet here, you can see it's sorted by department. So let's select these executive cells here. And here in the Home tab, let's go over to the Styles section and click here on Cell Styles, and this shows you all sorts of different styles that are built in. And if you roll your mouse over them, you can see that those cells there in column B are changing dynamically. I'll just choose this accent 3 because it kind of fits in with the green olive oil look of our worksheet and of our company here. Well, we can also format numbers. Let's format all of the dollars here because right now under wage, we can't tell, is this dollars? Is it yen? Is it oranges? We don't know. So click the first one, and to select the whole row, you have a choice. You can scroll down to the bottom if you like. Honestly, I think that's a little too difficult. Let me show you a much easier way. Scroll back up to the top. Click the first one and press Control Shift down arrow, and boom, that immediately selects all the way to the bottom of that list. Here, we only go to row 36, but imagine if you had several thousand rows, you wouldn't want to be dragging all the way down, you'd be there all day. So back in the Styles section, let's go up here to Cell Styles, and we have some currency. And if you roll over this currency, you see what it does there in column F. It gives you dollars, it gives you commas for thousand separators, it gives you pennies. Well, maybe you don't want the pennies, so if you choose this one here, currency 0, it gives you the dollar signs of the commas, but no pennies. Then you could just select that and click off here to deselect. Now you might wonder, well, what comes with this particular currency style, or what comes with this particular color style? Well, go back to Cell Styles and right-click this accent 3, and from the pop-up menu, choose Modify. Now, in this style dialog box, it tells you that number, alignment, border, and protection are not part of the style, but any font or any fill that you apply is part of the style. And if you want to change any of that, click this Format button here. And this brings up the standard Format Cells dialog box that you would get elsewhere in Excel. We're not going to change anything right now, so you could just cancel out and cancel out. So you have your worksheet back. Let's do one more. Over here in cell A2, we have this payroll. Click that payroll. Go up here to Cell Styles. And you see we have some headings. Heading 1 is maybe a little too big, heading 2, but you might want to choose heading 3 or heading 4. And deselect it and take a look. So if you're okay using the built-in styles and you don't need anything more than that, then you're all set. But what if you want to create your own custom styles? That's what I'll show you how to do later in the chapter. Sometimes you want to apply styles that don't exist as part of Excel's built-in style, so you can create your own. The easiest way to create your own style is to apply the formatting first, just as though you're doing regular formatting, and then use those cells as the example to define the style. What makes it so useful is that if you change some of the characteristics of the style, like color or font or fill or border, every cell that is tagged with that style will immediately change. So that keeps your formatting consistent, and it also lets you format faster. Well, let's take a look here. We're sorted by department. And let's select the graphics department here. It doesn't have any formatting yet. And let's change the color. So click the color drop down, and I'll choose a green here, keeping with our olive theme. And choose a color, and I'll choose white so we have a reverse look. And let's change the font face. Then let's click that. And keep in mind the fonts that you have in your computer might be somewhat different from the fonts that are on this computer. Unlike Comic Sans. Okay, and just deselect so you can see it. Well, now we can use any one of these cells, but just formatted as the example to create the style. So select any one of them, and you want to be on the Home tab, and in the Styles group, click on Cell Styles. And down here, towards the bottom, choose New Cell Style. Well, let's give it a name, and maybe let's call this Department. And here are all the characteristics of the style. Well, we're going to use this for text and not for number. So you might want to remove number, so there's no number formatting as part of the style. The others you can leave, click OK. Now, we use that as an example, but we still haven't tagged these particular cells with that style, so let's do that now. Select those cells again, go back to Cell Styles, and you see in Custom now we have the style called Department, so select it, and scroll down, maybe let's select Marketing. Go back to Cell Styles, choose Department, and there it is. Okay, that's great, but what happens if later on we decide we want to make some formatting change? Maybe we want to change the color, maybe we want to change the font. Select any one of those cells formatted with the department style. Click back again on Cell Styles. Now here is the style we created. Right-click it, and from the pop-up menu, choose Modify. And we're in the Style dialog box, click the Format button. And now we're in the Format Cells dialog box. So let's start with the font. Click on the Font tab. Now, the font is white in color, so it's kind of hard to say. So let's click this drop down and choose a color. Maybe I'll choose a shade of blue there. And let's change the font face. And you could choose any one. I kind of like Cambria. And let's change the fill. And I'll make this a lighter green. Click OK, click OK, and boom, they all change at once. That's really the power of styles, making one little change, and then all of the cells change that have that style applied. You don't have to go and hunt them down. Now, when you're looking at the styles, it's not always obvious what style a cell is formatted with. So for example, I'm going to scroll up here. Let's say executive, click on one of these executive cells. Well, what style is applied? Click on the cell styles drop down, and boy, this is kind of overwhelming, isn't it? And you'd kind of have to hunt around. Well, if you look closely here, this 40% accent one is kind of highlighted. So we know what style is applied there. And just hit the escape key once or twice. Maybe click on finance. Let's try that again. Go up to cell styles. Again, this is kind of overwhelming. You'd really have to look to see that it's 40% accent 6. Is hit your escape key a couple of times. Here's a much easier way. It involves a kind of weird shortcut. Press Alt apostrophe, or if you want to think of it as Alt single quotation mark, that goes right into the style dialog box, and now you can see the name. It's grayed out, you can't change it, but you can certainly read it, can't you? Then we would cancel that here. Click on one of these wage cells, and again, press Alt apostrophe, and now you can see that, oh yes, it's 40% accent 3. Maybe click on this style that we created, press Alt apostrophe, and you can see its department. Now here, because it's a custom style, we actually can go and modify it. We aren't going to change this right here, so you can cancel out. Now, one other thing. What if you want to use these styles that you created in another workbook? Well, here's what we do. First of all, leave this workbook open. That's a necessity. And go to your File Open dialog box. I'll just press Control-O. And in the Exercise Files Chapter 5 folder, we have a file here called Merge Styles. And double-click that. And here we have this list sorted by parking lot. Maybe we want to format parking lot A, parking lot B, and parking lot C with some of these styles. Now let's select all the parking lot A. When you go up to cell styles, you see there's no custom style here. So what you do is down on bottom, choose merge styles. This is why you had to leave that other file open, because you can only merge styles from other Excel workbooks that are currently open. So it's not much of a choice here. So just double click custom styles. And it doesn't ask any questions, it just does it. So now when we go up here to cell styles, we can see the custom styles. Choose department, and there it is, it's formatted. One other thing to keep in mind, if you go back to that original workbook where you created the styles and you modify that style again, you'll have to go and re-import it here. If you want the styles to be consistent from one workbook to another, when you merge styles, there's no dynamic link there. Sometimes the hardest part of using Excel is staring at a blank screen and wondering, okay, how am I going to arrange my workbook? How will I create the columns and rows? What's supposed to be on here? How's it supposed to look? Well, fortunately, Excel gives you a lot of templates that you can use. They're free. Some of them are built in with Excel. Some of them you can download from Microsoft's website automatically. Don't worry, you don't have to go into your web browser and start installing anything. It just happens automatically. Let's take a look. Go to the File tab, scrolling Backstage View, and then down over here, choose New. And look at all these templates. Now, these are not just templates, these are categories of templates. Now, before we go into them, let me just explain. If you want to create a new blank workbook, just another blank page, you could choose Blank Workbook and choose Create. It's just the same thing as pressing Control-N for New. But that's not important right now. Let's take a look at some others. I'm just going to click Invoices here. And here are all the invoices that we have available. And click any one, and whichever you click, you can see there's a little thumbnail there on the right, so you can have just about anything that you like. So I'm going to choose this work order and double click it. Maybe you like a different template, and that's okay. And you see it says your logo here. Well, that's pretty good. And when you click it, you see it's just a graphic. So I'll press delete. Let's insert our own logo. So graphics are items that you insert. So go to the insert menu and choose picture. And in the Chapter 5 folder of the exercise files, we have our Two Trees Olive Oil Company logo. Double click it, it inserts. Well, it's kind of big, so let's shrink it. Put your mouse pointer in one of the corner handles so you get the two-headed mouse pointer arrow and shrink it. Because it's an inserted graphic, you don't have to hold the Shift key down to constrain the proportions. You could just do it by hand. And I'll put this over here. And you could change anything you want. You could change the slogan. Maybe let's put company name. And so forth. And of course, you could fill out the address and zip code and all that. Well, let's do a little bit of formatting. I'll just select the column headers here. And back in the Home tab, we'll go over here to Cell Styles. And I like this accent 3, it's kind of olivey color, and I'll select it. And now we have it looking a little bit more like what we would have for our company. Now, once you have all of your data typed in here, you probably want to save it. So before you save it, let's take a look at something up here on the title bar. See, it says work order 1 and it says compatibility mode. That work order 1 means that this is the first file we are basing on that work order template. It's the same thing as when you're creating a new blank workbook and Excel calls it book 1, book 2, and so on. So it's the same thing here with a template, work order 1, work order 2. That compatibility mode means that this template was created in an older version of Excel. And you'll find that a lot. Not all of the templates were created for the 2010 version, but don't worry because you can use all of them, even if they are in compatibility mode. So now we're going to save it, and you could press Ctrl S to save. You could click the little save button here. You could go to the file menu and choose save whatever you like. And instead of calling this work order 1, let's call this work order for company XYZ. And you see it's saving it as a regular old Excel workbook. Click save, and there it is. And you see there's the new file name. Let's close it. Can press Ctrl F4 to close, or click this X here to close. Now, let's say you decide that, oh, I want to use that work order again, but gee, I don't remember what it was called. I don't remember where it was or anything. Well, you don't have to worry about that. Let's go back to the File tab, so we're back in Backstage View. Go back to New, and you see over here it says Recent Templates. Click that, and there is that work order again. Double click it, and it comes in. Notice it doesn't have the logo and formatting and all that, because this is simply taking a brand new, fresh copy of the original template. So anytime you're stuck and you're not sure how you want your workbook to look, take a look at the templates. I'm sure you'll find something you like. The best way to create your own templates is to use your own existing workbooks. Turning a workbook into a template just involves saving it. You don't have to do anything fancy. And let's take a look. Go up to the File tab, so we get into Backstage View, and go down over here to New, and then up on the top, select New from Existing. And in Chapter 5 of the exercise folders, double-click this file, Turn into Template, and it opens up, and you see up here, it's called Turn into Template 1. This is the same idea as when you create a new workbook and Excel calls it book 1, book 2, and so on. This is simply the first instance of using that file called Turn into Template. We want to turn this into a template. We're not actually going to put data in here. So let's just save this as a template. Now you could either press the F12 key on your keyboard to get to the Save As dialog box. It'll just cancel out. Or you could go to the File tab and choose Save As. And down over here where it says Save As Type, click that and choose Excel Template. And you can see the extension is XLTX. And let's change the file name because this is some of our olive oil. I'll call this Liquid Assets. And click Save. And now you can see up here it's saved as liquidassets.xltx. So this is the actual template itself. And again, let's close it. Now, let's say it comes sometime later and you say, gee, I want to use that template. I don't remember where it is. Well, you don't have to worry. Let's go up to the File tab so we get back into Backstage View. Go back to New, and over here, choose My Templates. And there it is. Double click it. And here we are. Now we can go and use it. And now you can see this is liquidassets.xltx1. And now we can put in some data, whatever your data happen to be. And now let's save it as a regular Excel workbook. So you could press Ctrl S to save or click your save button, whatever you like. And here, this is saving as a regular Excel workbook. I'm not going to bother actually saving this. I'll just cancel out. So if you have workbooks that you use often and workbooks that you like, my advice is convert them into templates. I think that'll save you a fair amount of work later on. Here we have our expense report already filled in and formatted. We want to make sure that it prints properly. So everything to do with page size and orientation and page breaks and so forth, we can find here under the Page Layout tab. So click Page Layout tab, and here we have our Page Setup group. And let's take a look at a few things. First, let's take a look at page size and click this. And you see we have all sorts of different page sizes. Some you may not recognize what they are. And you can always go down here and choose a custom size, but I'm just going to leave it as letter so you could just click off it here somewhere. Well, now that you know what size it is, here's one way that you can see how it's going to look when printed. Down here in the lower right corner, we have our view buttons, and click this middle view button here, that's page layout. So you could see the actual sheet of paper and scroll down. Now keep in mind that this is not always exactly what will be printed out. This is not a print preview. We'll see print preview in a moment. But notice here on bottom, we have these colorful arrows, and then we have a second set of cities that we visited in our expense report. We have some calculations here. And scroll back up. When you're dealing with page layout, you might think that when you're setting up the page for printing, you go into page layout view. And sometimes that's right, but because page layout view doesn't always show you exactly what's going to happen when you print out, we really want to use print preview. So first thing I'll do here is I'm going to go back to normal view, so I'll click that normal view button. Now to set the print area, let's scroll down. What we're going to do is we're going to decide that we want everything up to the colorful arrows to print. So let's select across row 28 and then select up to the very top. Click here on print area and choose set print area. And if you deselect, you could see this dotted line, and that tells us what will print out. Now if you click down here back on page layout, you can see, and this is where I was saying that this isn't exactly right, because this dotted line is showing you your print area and only that will print out, but it's still showing you these other cities on the sheet of paper. That's what I mean by not quite exact. So let's go back to normal view. Well, let's take a look at print preview. Two ways to do it is you could either press Control P on your keyboard to print, or click the File tab to go to Backstage View and go down over here to Print, and now you can see your preview. So it's printing what we want, but maybe we want this to be landscape oriented. Well, just press the escape key on your keyboard, and you see what happens is, because the page layout tab was the last place you were before Backstage View, pressing the escape key just brings you right back to page layout view. So let's go up to orientation and make it landscape. And again, this time I'll press Control P, and this is landscape, but it's kind of squished in the upper left corner. We really want this to be centered vertically and horizontally. So again, I'll hit the escape key. And let's go up here to margins and choose margins, and down at the bottom, click custom margins. This simply brings us to the margins tab of the page setup dialog box. Here under center on page, choose horizontally and vertically, click OK. And now let's go back to preview. And now we can see it's centered on the page vertically and horizontally. Also, notice down here on the bottom, this shows us it's page 1 of 1, so we know that this page is broken correctly. Again, I'll hit the escape key. Now maybe we decide, we want to print the entire worksheet after all. We don't want just that part of it. So we'll go up here to the print area and choose clear print area. Now if you scroll down, you can see these two dotted lines because these are automatic page breaks. But look where this page is breaking. It's breaking kind of in the middle of the second set of cities. We probably want to break it up there. So click the first city, go up here to breaks, choose insert page break. And now we could see the page is broken above the second set of cities. Let's check it up. Go to the File tab, back to Print. So again, we have the first page is up to this colorful arrows. Here we can see we're looking at page 1 of 2. Click that arrow, and now we can see the second set of cities. And you see the column titles are missing. And that's something we'll deal with later on in this chapter. So again, just press the Escape key. Something else that you might want to do is turn off the grid lines. And again, we're still into the page layout tab, and here under sheet options, you see the grid lines, view and print are two checkboxes. What that means is that showing grid lines or not showing grid lines, you could do independently for viewing on the screen and for printing. So right here under view, I can deselect that, and now we don't see grid lines of the page, put it back. By default, grid lines don't print, but you can check that and they will print. So you could do that independently. One other thing you want to know is that a worksheet can have only one print area at a time. If you go up here and you set the print area to a new area, your original print area is deleted. There is a little workaround, and I'll show you that later in the course, but that's something kind of important you want to keep in mind. If you're looking around for where you can insert headers and footers, you could find it here under the Insert tab, and over here is Header and Footer. But don't click that because I think there's a better way to do this. Down here in the bottom, where you have those 3 view buttons, right now we're in Normal View is the first button. Click the second button, we're in Page Layout View. And look what we have at the top. It says click to add header. Now before you click, just roll your mouse over. And you see we have this center section, and if you roll to the right, we have the right section. And if you roll to the left, we have the left section. Anything you put in the left section will be left aligned, anything you put in the center section will be center aligned, and anything you put in the right section, well, that's going to be right aligned. So let's start and left click in the left section, and you see there it says header. And when you do, you have the header and footer tools section here with the design tab. So click that design tab. And the first thing I want to put in is what page we're on. So click right over here where it says page number. Well, maybe you want it to be a little more specific rather than just page 1, page 2. If you have a multiple page document, maybe you want it to say something like page 1 of 3, page 2 of 3, and so on. So just type a space, type a space, and click here, number of pages. Now if you click outside the header area, now you can see it's showing us it's page 1 of 2. Okay, let's put in the file name. So roll your mouse over here in the right section and click, and you see that's right aligned. And up here we have file path, file name, and the sheet name. Some people like to call it the tab name. Well, if you put in the file name, it'll just tell us right now that it's called headersandfooters.xlsx. If you put in the file path, it'll tell us the whole path on the computer. I don't think we really need to do that here. Let's just click file name and press the enter key and click sheet name. And now when you click off here, this tells us headersandfooters.xlsx and that it's sheet 1. Well, sheet 1 isn't really much of a name, is it? So double click over here where it says sheet 1 and let's call this first quarter. Press enter because after all, this is the first quarter of expenses. Notice over here, it immediately updates, say, first quarter. Let's put in a footer. You could just scroll down to the bottom and over here it says click to add footer. And again, we have the left, center, and right sections. So let's say we want to put the company logo in the lower right corner. So click over here, go back to the design tab, and let's put in picture. So click picture, and in the chapter 6 folder of the exercise files, we have the Two Trees Olive Oil Company logo. Double click it. Now you don't actually see the picture here until you click off it. Now this is kind of big, so we want to modify it a little bit. Click back on here and make sure that this code ampersand picture is selected. By the way, you could type any of these codes in, but I really don't advise it. It's too easy to make an error. When you have it selected, go up here to format picture. And we're in the size tab, and let's change the height. Maybe instead of 100%, let's make that 40, and you don't have to type the percent, you can just type 40. And let's also make the width 40%. Click OK. And now the logo is smaller and unobtrusive. So let's put one more thing in the footer. Click in the lower left corner here. And you don't always have to put one of these items from the header and footer elements in the footer or header. We're clicked in here. Let's type in the web address of our fictitious olive oil company, www.twotreesoliveoil.com, and click off it. And now you have that there, so that'll be printed out. Let's take a look at our print preview. Go to the file menu and print, or you could press Control P. And here we have our page number. We have the file name, the tab, the logo, and the web address. So I think that's pretty cool. Once you set up your worksheet so that you have the right page size, your headers and footers, and all the other pre-printing activities, let's go and see what happens when we actually print. Well, you can go up to the File tab for a backstage view, go down here to Print, or you could press Control P either way. And here we have our print preview. And we have it centered on the page horizontally and vertically. We have our headers here, our footers here. Looks pretty nice. So let's take a look at some of our print settings. First of all, if you just want to print and all of the settings that are already in there are okay, all you have to do is click the print button. And how many copies do you want? You can choose your printer from right over here, and you click this, and all of the printers that are configured in your computer are here. And I'm just going to click off it and keep the current printer. If you want to get to printer-specific properties, you could click this link. What's really nice about this screen is that you don't have to go spelunking through multiple levels of printer dialog boxes like many applications or even older versions of Excel. Everything you need is right here. So which sheets do you want to print? You could click this. You could print the active sheet, that is whatever sheet you have currently selected, or the whole workbook. Or maybe if you have just a few cells selected in a worksheet, you could print just those cells. Click off here, and if you want a specific page range, maybe you have a very large worksheet of several dozen pages, and you wanted to print maybe only page 5 to 10, you could do that here. And when you do that, if you're printing out here multiple copies, here you could choose whether they're collated or not. Now here's a really great feature. Might wonder, well, what's the big deal, landscape or portrait oriented? Well, many programs and older versions of Excel, it would be very easy to set up, let's say, landscape orientation in the document. You go into the print dialog box and you choose portrait oriented, then have the pages cut off, or vice versa. Well, in Excel 2010, the orientation in the print dialog box and in the page layout are synchronized. So let's say we go over here and we make it portrait oriented. See, it changes here. Now click the page layout tab and click orientation and look at that. It's now portrait, and vice versa. If we change this from portrait back to landscape, I'll just press Control P to go back in. You see it's back to landscape, so I think that's a really great feature. Same for page size. You can choose different page sizes if you want. I'm going to keep it at letter. And if you want to change what your margins are, or if you want to change custom margins, you could click that over here. Now, scaling means, let's say your worksheet is just a little too big for one page and you want to shrink it to 100% so it fits on the page, or maybe it's really tiny and you want it bigger to take up the page. Well, that's what you could do here for scaling, and you have the options here. Keep in mind, if you scale the page, making it bigger or smaller, you are not changing the fonts, you're not changing the column widths or the row height. It's simply the image that comes out of the printer that you're changing. Kind of like if you use a rescaling feature on a photocopier. I'm going to leave this here as no scaling. Now, if you like kind of an old-fashioned page setup dialog box the way Excel did it in previous versions, you have this page setup link, and you can click that, and that's going to bring you into page setup. I'm just going to click cancel. We don't really need that. Well, let's say we want to go and create an Adobe PDF. So this will be readable in Adobe Reader. That's the default printer on this machine. So all you have to do is click print, but that means Adobe Acrobat is installed. What if your computer doesn't have Adobe Acrobat installed? You can still create a PDF. You don't need Adobe Acrobat. Click over here, save and send. We can choose to create PDF or XPS document. XPS is kind of the Microsoft way of creating a format kind of like PDF, but don't worry about that too much. So just choose that and then click this button here. And by default, it'll offer to create a PDF. And I'm just going to leave this here in the Chapter 6 folder. Now, if you want some options specific for how to create the PDF, you can click Options, and you have all your options up here. I'm just going to leave the defaults and click Cancel. And over here where it says Open File After Publishing, you probably want to leave that selected just so you can view it in Adobe Reader to make sure you got what you're hoping to get, and then click Publish. And here we have this open in Adobe Acrobat or Adobe Reader, depending upon what you have on your computer. And this is exactly what we saw in Print Preview. I think this is a really great feature. Go check it out. If you have a worksheet with a lot of data on it, knowing how to find and how to replace data is very important. So let's take a look. Right now, this worksheet is sorted by last name, and let's say we have to leave it that way. But you want to find everybody who is in California. And you can see here, column D, we have the states listed. So you want to make sure you're on the Home tab, and over here on the right, the little binoculars, choose Find and Select. And the first option is Find. I'm just going to cancel out of here for a second. Just to show you, the shortcut is Control F, F for Find. Okay, so let's type in CA for California. Click Find Next. But look what happens. It finds someone, his name's Carol. Click Find Next again, and it finds somebody, his name is Carly. Click Find Next again. Okay, finally, it finds California. Well, there's going to be a better way. So let's click back up here on the top. You could leave that CA in there, but click this Options button, and you see we have a couple of helpful options. Match case. Now, you can match case and say, okay, fine, every state is in capital letters, but let's say you have a worksheet one day where everybody's name is written in uppercase. So instead of that, let's choose Match Entire Cell Contents. Now, when you click Find Next, it finds California, and every time you click Find Next, it finds California. Okay, well, that's nice also, but let's say you want to find every single instance of California all at the same time. That is, rather than bouncing from cell to cell to cell, wouldn't it be nice if you could see them all right in front of you? So again, maybe let's click back up here. And instead of Find Next, click Find All. And let's just stretch this out. And now this shows you which worksheet and which cell contains California. And if you notice, these kind of look like links, don't they? Well, click one, and each one you click will bring you right to that particular cell. So that's a nice handy way of finding every instance of what you're searching for. Okay, that's great. Let's close this, and I'm just going to press Control Home so I get back up to the top of the worksheet. Let's say we want to replace some data, and if you look down here in column C where we have the department listed, we have some people are in the HR department. Maybe we want to spell that out. We want that to say Human Resources. So again, let's go up here to the top and click on the binoculars button again and choose replace. And by the way, the shortcut for that is Control H. Don't worry about that too much. So over here, where it says find what, let's change that to say HR. Press tab and we'll replace that with human resources. And we can leave that here as match cell contents. Now, choose find next. It finds it, click replace. It replaces it and it goes on to the next one. Now, you could keep going and going, but maybe you want to do this all in one shot. Well, if you're pretty sure that you won't replace any data that you don't really want to replace, you could choose here replace all. It replaces everyone and it tells you how many it made. Click OK, you can close out. And now if you scroll down, you see each instance of HR is now changed to human resources. So this is a pretty handy feature, I think. When you have a large worksheet, you'll want to be able to scroll all over and still see your column and row headers. That's what freezing panes is all about. Let's take a look at this large worksheet. Scroll down, I'll just roll my mouse wheel down, and I can see my data, but I can't really see any of the headers. And what if we scroll to the right? Maybe let's scroll up first, and now we can't see what's happening in the first column. And if we scroll to the right and scroll down, now we're looking at data and we can't really tell what we're looking at. And if you're in a view like this, you could just press Control Home. And now you can always get back up to cell A1, so we're back in the starting position. Well, when you have this large worksheet, here's where freezing panes comes into play. Now take a look over here on the right side. Now here's your vertical scroll bar. On top of the vertical scroll bar, you see this little bar here. Put your mouse pointer over it and your mouse pointer becomes a two-headed up and down arrow. Click and drag down. So this gray line is resting just underneath row 4 and let go. Now, what you could do is you could click in the top part and scroll this independently from the bottom pane. That's okay, but that could get a little confusing when your screen starts looking like this. So here's what we do. Click the View tab and over here choose Freeze Panes, and from the flyout choose Freeze Panes. So what that does is it kind of locks the top pane in place so that you can scroll the bottom and not lose sight of what your column headers are. Well, that's great, but it still doesn't fix the problem of what happens when we scroll to the right. Let's scroll all the way back here. We can split the screen, not just top and bottom, we can also split it left and right. But before we do that, we have to unfreeze the panes. So back in the View tab, let's go to Freeze Panes and choose Unfreeze Panes. And down here in the lower right corner, also kind of below the vertical scroll bar and on the right side of the horizontal scroll bar is another one of those little bars there. Put your mouse pointer on it and you get a two-headed left and right arrow. And click and drag this gray bar so that it's resting between column A and column B. And again, back in the View tab, go to Freeze Panes and again choose Freeze Panes. Now you can scroll up and down and not lose sight of your column headers. And you can also scroll to the right and not lose track of your first column. Now, keep in mind when you freeze the panes, what you print will not be what you see on the screen. You will print the regular worksheet like you would see it normally. You would not see the panes split like this. This is only for your convenience to navigate through the worksheet. So let's say we want to get back to normal. We don't want the panes split anymore. Back here in the View tab, click Split, and that unsplits because it was highlighted. It's no longer highlighted again. And now we have the worksheet like it was originally. And you can see scrolling up, down, left, and right. So that's a convenience that you might want to use whenever you have a very large worksheet. Okay, so here we have our worksheet of people who work in the company, and you see this is sorted by department in column C. And let's say we want to make a printout and we want to give the head of each department a list of all the people in their department. So we want to make one page for the executive and another page for finance department, other page for graphics department, and so on. Well, let's take a look at Print Preview. You could either press Control P or click the File tab to go into Backstage View and click Print. And now we can see, all right, this looks fine. Now there's 2 pages, so go down over here and click this arrow to look at page 2. But on page 2, we can't see what any of those titles are, so it's kind of hard to read. And if we go back here, we can see, again, all of the departments are printed on the same page, which isn't quite what we want. So you could just press the Escape key, so we're back to the Home tab. What we want to do is put in a page break before each department. So let's click on the first person here in the finance department. And page breaks are something that we insert. So let's put in page breaks So click here on the page layout tab, choose breaks and insert a page break. And you see that we now have the dotted line across. Well, let's try that again. Let's go to the first person graphics department, click breaks and insert page breaks. Well, if you have a long worksheet and you want to put in a lot of page breaks, this gets really old really fast. So Excel has a great feature that will repeat the last thing you did, and it also works in the other Office programs. To repeat the last thing you did, all you have to do is press the F4 key on the keyboard. So let's go over here. Here's a first person in human resources. Press F4, and that puts in a page break because the last thing we did was a page break. Scroll down, click before the first person in IT, press the F4 key. The first person in marketing, press F4. Click the first person in sales and press F4. Now, let me repeat because it's very important. The F4 key is not the shortcut to insert a page break. The F4 key will simply repeat the last thing you did. So if I click something and make it bold, and I click somewhere else and press F4, it makes that bold also. And I'll just press Ctrl Z a couple of times to undo. So that's a very handy feature to know. Anyway, let's look at our print preview. Go back to the File tab and print. Okay, so now we have everybody in the executive department. And you see we now have 7 pages and click through. Well, we have everybody in finance and everybody in graphics and the other departments, but we don't have those headers there, so we have to find some way of doing that. So again, just press the escape key. So we're back in the page layout tab and click print titles. And this brings us into the page setup dialog box in the sheet tab. And you see over here it says rows to repeat at top. Click in there. And now let's select down the row headers from row 1 down to row 4. And you see this is repeating at the top, row 1 to row 4. And you see that's absolute reference. Don't worry about that. Click OK. Now it doesn't look like anything's changed here, but let's go back to the print preview. I'll just press Ctrl P. So here's page 1, looks the same as it did before. But now when you click through, here's page 2, the finance department. Click again, graphics department, human resources, and so on. Now, I had mentioned in an earlier movie that you can split the screen into top and bottom, left and right halves. That has nothing to do with printing. So if you want multiple pages to have repeating rows at the top, you need to use this feature of putting in print titles. When you frequently have to get around to different areas of a large worksheet, all the shortcuts in the world still might not be easy enough or fast enough. So Excel has a really great feature called views, and you can define different areas of the sheet, even different zoom amounts, as named views, and then quickly hop from one view to another and thereby hop from one part of the worksheet to another. So let's take a look at how we do that. Let's click on the View tab, and over here, click Custom Views, and this brings up the Custom Views dialog box. My advice is before scrolling and zooming and whatnot, you should create a custom view that is the normal view of the worksheet. That is right now, we're scrolled all the way to the top, we're scrolled to the left. You can see down here, we're at 100%. So click Add, and we'll give the view a name of normal. Here you could call it default, whatever you like. Click OK. Now go back to Custom Views. You see there it is. I'll just close that. Let's scroll down to the very bottom. And now let's go to Custom Views. Click Add, and let's call this bottom. And some people like to even put in the zoom amount. I'll just leave that blank here. Click OK. Now let's scroll a little bit to the right and zoom in. I'll just hold the Control key down and roll the mouse wheel away from me. Or you could use the zoom slider here. So we're zoomed into the lower right corner. So click Custom Views, click Add, and let's call this bottom right zoomed. Click OK, and I'll just zoom back out. I'll use this minus sign here to zoom back out to 100%. And let's scroll to the top. Let's say we want a custom view that shows us the top of the second section, which is over here. So click Custom Views, Add, and I'll call this top of second section. Click OK. Now, let's say we want to zoom out on the entire first section. So scroll up, and whichever way you want, use the Control and Rolly wheel on the mouse, or use this little minus button. So we zoom out so we can see the entire first section, and click Custom Views, Add, and call this entire first section. And I'll just press Enter instead of clicking OK. Well, now let's go and use these views. Click Custom Views, and let's say here's normal. I'll double click normal, So here's a worksheet as we first open it. Go back to custom views, top of second section, go back to custom views, entire first section. So you see this is a very nice, simple way of getting around a large worksheet. But wait, there's more. Excel will let us have only one print area at a time. If you create a print area and you had an old print area, Excel wipes out the old print area and gives you a new print area. While using custom views, we can sort of fudge it so we can have multiple print areas in the same worksheet. And this is not kind of a standard way of doing it, but I think you'll like this. Let's select these cells over here, the first names and last names and departments. Let's say executive finance and graphics. Maybe we just want to print out this area. Now, before we create a custom view, let's go to our print preview. You could press Control P or click the File tab and go to Print. Now, by default, this is going to print the active sheets, but click this drop down and choose Print Selection. And you see we have just that selection. Maybe you're getting an idea where I'm after. So just press the Escape key, leave this area selected, and still under the View tab, create Custom Views. Click Add, and let's call this First 3 Departments. Click OK. Maybe let's scroll down here, and let's say we wanted maybe the entire second section, but maybe only up to column D, let's say. So let's take from the first person to column D and scroll down to the bottom. Okay, and let's create a custom view for that. Click up here, click Add, and we'll say second section through column D. Click OK. Let's do one more. Scroll up to the top, and let's say we wanted maybe just the executive department. So select with the print titles and those 4 rows. Custom view, add, and we'll call executives. Click OK. So now go to custom views and double click executives. Now you see we have that selection. Custom views saves a selection. So now when we go to print, either Control P or click the File tab, and we choose print selection, we have that view. Press Escape. Let's go back to custom views. Let's choose a different one. Let's choose first 3 departments. Double click and we have that selection. Now when we go to File, Print, and Print Selection, we have that. Again, I'll press Escape. Let's choose the third one we did. Second section through column D. Double click and we have that selection here. I'll press Control P. And now when we print selection, we just have that. So if you know some of the tricks here, you can squeeze out a little bit more from Excel than you might think. There may be times when you don't want to display or print all your data. Maybe a worksheet is too big, or maybe you're presenting your work to someone who shouldn't have access to all your information. Rather than keeping track of separate worksheets, which I really advise against because just way too much room for error, you can temporarily hide your rows and columns. Now, there are 2 ways of doing this. First, I'll show you the standard way that I see most people using, but I'll show you a better way that is a little more interactive. So let's say we want to show this worksheet to someone who shouldn't see what our cost or profit is. So put your mouse pointer up here on the header for column F, and you see the mouse pointer is pointing down, and click and drag straight across to column H. So we have those 3 columns selected. Make sure your mouse pointer is still pointing down. Right click, and from the pop-up menu, choose Hide. And they're hidden, you can deselect, and now we see they're hidden. Now, if you want to get those columns back again, well, how can you click on something to unhide if it's not there to click on it? Well, what you do is you put your mouse pointer up here, and you see the column skip from column E to column I. Put your mouse pointer in the header for column E, click and drag straight across to column I, so those 2 columns are selected, and keeping your mouse pointers at down arrow on the column header. Right click, and from the pop-up menu, choose Unhide, and now the columns are back again. We could do this with rows also. Let's say we want to show our total and average, but we don't want to show the underlying data. Click on the header here for row 5. Make sure you've got that right pointing arrow. Click down here. Let's say on row 34, make sure you have that rightward pointing arrow. Hold down your Shift key and click so we have that entire section selected. Right click, choose Hide, and you can deselect. And again, we have just the total and average showing without the underlying data. And we can see here on the row headers that it's skipping from row 4 to row 35. So put your mouse pointer on the header for row 4, click and drag down to row 35, right click, choose Unhide, and now we have the underlying data back again. Well, that's great, but you see there's a lot of steps involved and it's very easy to miss if you have anything hidden or not. So here's a way that I like a little better. Let's go over here to the Data tab and let's select the same columns that we did before, columns F, G, and H, but over here, click Group and choose Group. And hey, look what happens. By the way, the shortcut for group is Alt-Shift, right arrow. That is, hold down the Alt key and the Shift key and the right arrow. Now we have this minus sign, click that minus sign, and the columns collapse as before, but now we can click that plus sign to get it back again. We could do this for rows also, and you see we have 3 groups. First, let's group all of them. So click the header for row 5, scroll down, and let's shift click the header for row 35. So hold your shift key down, click the header for row 35, and again, either press Alt Shift right arrow or click Group and choose Group. So let's deselect. So now we have this whole area. Here you can click that minus. That collapses to just the total and average. Click that plus. Now we can nest groups. So let's select here from the header of row 5 down just to the last one. And again, Alt Shift right arrow or click Group in Group. Let's for group 2, select the header down to the last one, Group in Group. And again, the header down to the last one. This time I'll press Alt Shift right arrow and we have that grouped. So now we can collapse some of them and nest them. So for example, now I have just group 2 showing and the total and average without the other groups. Or I can collapse that and maybe show just group 1. Also, do you notice these little symbols here? If I click the number 1 going across, that hides it, and group 2 brings it back. And here we have 3 levels. Level 1 is just the total and the average. Level 3 is everything expanded. Level 2 is we're seeing just the components, but we don't have anything visible there. So here's where you can click that plus. So if you wanted to show just one of those groups as opposed to all the others, one thing you should know is that this affects the printout. Let's do a print preview. Either press Control P or go to the File tab and choose Print. And now you can see it's going to print just that particular group that's visible. And I'll just press the Escape key to come out. Also, if for whatever reason you want to hide these little 1 and 2 and 3 symbols here, there's only one way to do it. Press Control 8 and Control 8 hides them and Control 8 brings them back. Well, now let's say you decide that you want to remove these groups. Few ways to do it. Let's say we want to remove the column grouping. Again, put your mouse pointer up here. So it's a down pointing arrow on column F. Click and drag across to column H. And now you could choose Ungroup and Ungroup. And let's click that number 3. So these are all expanded. I'll show you how to do with rows. It's the same thing. Choose from group 1 down to the last one, of the shortcut for that is Alt Shift left arrow. So that's how you could ungroup one at a time. If you decide you want to ungroup all of these and get rid of all this outlining on the whole sheeted ones, go up to Ungroup, choose Clear Outline, and now it's cleared it from the entire sheet. I think that's a much easier way to do it. Excel files are known as workbooks for a very good reason, I think. I like to think of a workbook as like a 3-ring loose leaf binder, because when you think of a loose leaf binder, you have all these sheets and you can rearrange the order of the sheets. You can add sheets, remove sheets, rename them, copy them. Well, you could do all that here in Excel. Down here on bottom is where we have our sheets, and by default, Excel gives you 3 sheets in a new workbook. But you're not limited to that. You can have as many sheets as you want. It's limited only by memory, and there's no way you're ever going to run out of memory for worksheets. You have to have at least 1 sheet in the workbook, which kind of makes sense. So in this movie, I want to show you a little bit about managing those worksheets. Right now, we have is sheet 1. And if you look at sheet 2 and sheet 3, they're empty. We haven't put anything in there yet. Well, let's say we want to change this to different regions. Maybe this is going to be for the North region. So instead of calling this sheet 1, double click where it says sheet 1 and let's just call this North. And when you're finished typing, just press enter. Well, maybe we want to give this a color in addition to a name. Right click the North worksheet, choose tab color, and here you have all the colors. And I'll just choose this green olivey color. Now you can't really see it very well, but if you click on one of the other tabs, now you can see it. And let's click back here. Well, what if you want to rearrange where that North sheet is? Simply put your mouse pointer on it. Now make sure the mouse pointer is on the word north, and make sure your mouse pointer is this arrow, not that big plus sign. Now click down with the mouse and notice that your mouse pointer has like a little sheet of paper on it, and to the left of that north tab is that little upside down triangle. Now let's drag over here. So this upside down triangle is between sheet 2 and sheet 3. Let go, and now you've dragged it. Now let's try again. Take that north tab and drag it to the end after sheet 3. And let's take it again. Make sure the mouse pointer is that arrow, not the plus sign. Click and drag. Really, you want to pay attention to that upside down triangle and let go. Well, what if we want to copy that north worksheet? It's almost the same thing, but you use the control key. Put your mouse pointer on that north sheet. Press down on the mouse. Hold the control key down, and when you're holding down the control key on the keyboard, you notice there's a little plus sign attached to the mouse pointer. Now, when you drag it, and you still just have this upside down triangle right between the north and the sheet 2, always let go of the mouse first before letting go of the keyboard. And now we've duplicated it, and it calls it north 2 because you can't have 2 sheets of the same exact name in the same workbook. So double click that, and let's call that south, and press enter. And because we've duplicated it, we now have 4 sheets in the workbook. Now, if you don't like that control drag, there is another way to do it. Just go back to the north tab, right click, from the pop-up menu, choose move or copy. And now over here, you can choose create a copy, and you could choose which sheet you're gonna put it before. I'll just cancel out. Now, you might wanna create a new blank worksheet, and you can simply click this little button over here, and that inserts a new worksheet. You could also press Shift F11, and that also inserts a new worksheet, whichever way you like. So let's say I want to delete this worksheet, and you see this worksheet doesn't have anything on it. I'll put my mouse pointer on the tab again, get that arrow, right-click, and choose Delete, and it's gone. But when I click the South worksheet, there is stuff on here. When I right-click and choose Delete, it gives me a warning. Hey, there might be stuff in there. Do you want to delete it or not? So I'm going to click Cancel because I want to keep this sheet. Let's say you have a worksheet and you want to create a brand new workbook out of it. I'll stay on the South sheet here. Right-click, go back into Move or Copy, choose Create Copy, but this time instead of moving it within this workbook, click that drop-down, choose New Book, and make sure you're creating a copy. Click OK, and now you see you have a new workbook here, and it has that one worksheet on it. Well, where did the other sheet go? Well, there's a few ways that we can switch from one sheet to another. Simply go to the View tab, and over here, switch windows, and we can switch from one to the other, or something that'll work in all programs as well as Excel. Press Ctrl F6. Well, let's say we want to group these blank worksheets. So let's select these 3 worksheets. Click this first blank worksheet, hold down the Control key, click this one, hold down the Control key, click this one. Now, you have all 3 selected, and if you take a look at the title bar up here, it says Group, and that's how you know there's more than one worksheet selected. Now, what happens if we click a worksheet tab that is not part of this group? I'll click the South worksheet. You notice that these sheets are no longer selected, and if you look up here at the title bar, it doesn't say Group, so there are no more multiple worksheets selected. Well, what's the whole point of selecting multiple worksheets? Well, the point is that when you have multiple worksheets selected, you can work on them as though they're one. It's kind of like slipping carbon paper in between those sheets. Here's one use for that. Click the North sheet and Control-click the South sheet. And over here where it says Sales, click that and let's change it. Let's say this is Sales to Supermarkets. And press Enter. Now, when you click the South sheet, it also says Sales to Supermarkets. But the other sheets, they don't show that because they were not part of the group. They were not selected when we typed that Sales to Supermarkets. Here's another way of selecting multiple worksheets. If I want to select these 3 blank worksheets rather than Control-clicking each one, you can click the first one and then Shift-click the last one. So that's the first one through the last one. And again, we see there's the group selected. Now let's deselect them again. Click either the North or South sheet. Let's say you wanted to select all of the worksheets in this workbook all at once. All you have to do is, again, put your mouse pointer on any of the tabs, click the right mouse button, and from the pop-up menu, choose Select All Sheets. Now all of them are selected. You might be wondering, okay, if they're all selected, how can I deselect them because there's no sheet here that's not part of the group? And the answer is click any other sheet and that group you can see up here is automatically removed. So let's use this technique to delete these 3 blank worksheets. Click the first blank worksheet, hold the Shift key and shift click that 3rd worksheet, right click and choose delete, and they're gone. It doesn't give us any warning because there was no data on there. If we want to delete the south worksheet where we do have data, right click, choose delete, and it gives us this warning that, hey, there might be data in here. Are you sure you want to delete it? Let's choose cancel because we might want to use this to put in data for the south region. Well, other than typing in text on multiple sheets, you might wonder, well, this is all very interesting, but what's the practical use for this? Well, we're going to cover that in the movie about calculating across worksheets. This workbook has data in 4 different worksheets, and you can see down at the bottom, we have worksheets for different regions of the company, north, south, east, and west. And we can see up here, it tells us also what region we're in, and let's just click on them. So click on the south region and click on the east region and then click on the west region. And you see each of these are almost identical. The only thing that's different is the data. The columns are the same, the rows are the same, everything is the same. And this is kind of important because when you do a workbook that has multiple sheets of the same type of data, it makes it a lot easier on you to make sure that they're consistent. By the way, the shortcut to move from one worksheet to another, you could press Control Page down to get to the next worksheet and Control Page up to go to the previous worksheet. Well, let's do something useful here. You see over here in cell A13, it says bar soap. That really should say bar soap 4 pieces. But we don't want to type that in separately in each of these 4 worksheets. So make sure the north sheet is selected and shift click the west sheet to select them all. But there's also another way to do it. Click any of these tabs to deselect. The other way to select all the worksheets is right click any of the worksheets and choose select all sheets. Now in A13, double click after the word soap. See how the cursor, type a space, and I'll type 4 pieces. You could abbreviate that if you want, and press enter. Well, I did that on the north sheet. Click the other sheets and you see in the south, the east, and the west, it's now all changed to bar soap 4 pieces. Well, what we also want to do here is we want to get a summary of all 4 regions in this first half of the year. Well, the easiest way to do it is to take one of these existing worksheets and duplicate it to use as a summary. And all we have to do then is remove the data. So let's take the west sheet and hold the Control key down, and with the mouse, drag the tab. Make sure your mouse pointer's on the tab for the west sheet. Drag to the right. Now you need to make sure that there's a little plus sign attached to the mouse pointer, and this little down arrow is to the right of the west sheet. Always let go of the mouse before letting go of the keyboard. And now it tells us West 2 because you can't have 2 worksheets of the same name. Now I'm just going to delete this for a second. Let's just right click that West 2 and delete and choose delete. If you really don't like control dragging, I think that's the easiest way. There is another way. You could right click that sheet, choose move or copy, choose here create a copy, and choose move to end, and click OK. Now you see why I like control dragging, it's just a lot easier. Well, we want this to be a summary of the 4 regions, so double click where it says West 2, and let's type summary and press enter. And over here in A2, double click where it says West region, select that and call it summary and enter. Now we want to add the 4 regions here. So we need to get rid of the data. So let's select on the first cell of data and select down here. So you want to make sure to select all of the cells that have monthly data. We're going to delete this data. So you want to make sure not to select the total column because we have formulas in there we want to keep. You don't want to select the total row because we have formulas there. Also, we want to keep, just select the monthly data and press delete. And when you do that, of course, these are all zeros, so your total column and total row show 0. Now I'm going to show you 2 ways of adding this in, kind of a manual cherry pick way, and then a more automatic way using the sum function. So let's click in the very first cell here, January for a cooking oil in cell B5. So let's say equals because we're going to do basic addition. So click the North tab, click that same cell and type a plus. Click the South tab, click that same cell, type a plus. Click the East tab, click that same cell, type a plus. Click the West tab, choose the same cell, Don't type a plus because we're done. And take a look at the formula. This tells us north, exclamation. That means the north tab. So the north tab B5 plus the south tab B5 plus the east tab B5 plus the west tab B5. So no need for a plus. And now press enter. And now we have the summary. Well, we don't have to do this for all the other cells here. We can autofill. So make sure you have that 18,000 selected. Put your mouse pointer on that autofill dot in the lower right corner of the cell. Make sure your mouse pointer is at crosshair and double click to fill down to the bottom. And now all of these cells are selected. They share one common autofill dot. Put your mouse pointer on that. Make sure your mouse pointer is a crosshair and drag across to the right. And now we have them all filled in. Well, that's great and it's fast, but there is a faster way of doing it. So once again, let's select all of the data, press delete. Make sure you did not delete anything in the total column and you did not delete anything in the total row. And click back up there in January cooking oil, cell B5. Here's how we do it with the sum function and with selecting multiple sheets. Type equals sum and open up the parenthesis, so we're going to use the sum function. Now click the north tab. Don't click any cells yet. Hold the shift key down and click the west tab. So we click the north tab and we shift clicked the west tab. So we have them all selected. Notice up here in the formula bar, this is telling us north, west, north through west, and choose the first number there and just press enter or control enter and boom, it puts them all in. So we have the sum of the north tab through the west tab of cell B5. And now we can double click the autofill handle there and take this auto handle here and drag across and we have that filled in. So the autofilling is the same, but you see how much faster and easier it is by using the sum function than cherry picking it. I don't know about you, I think this is pretty cool. Although you can copy and paste data in and out of Excel like you can in almost every other program, Excel lets you take this a step further using its import and export features. These features are useful when you have to share data with programs that don't work directly with Excel. Maybe they don't recognize Excel's file formats. So let's say we get info from a database and we need to bring those data into this worksheet. We're going to start by importing here into cell A5. But before we do that, I want you to see what the raw data look like. I have this file open here in Windows Notepad, and you can see the file here is importdata.txt. And the first line here, these are our column headers, last name, first name, and so forth. And you can look here and you can see we have last names, first names, department, and so on. Now, we have two of these files in the Chapter 8 folder of the exercise files, importdata.txt text file, and also importdata.csv. CSV stands for comma separated values, and you can see here these are also separated with commas. The reason we have two of them is sometimes you'll get data with a TXT extension, sometimes you'll get data with a CSV extension, and Excel can treat them slightly differently when you're importing, and you'll see that. So I'm just going to close this here. So here we are back in Excel. And let's go to the Data tab. And over here on the left side of the Data tab, under the Get External Data group, choose From Text. So here in the Chapter 8 folder, the exercise files, we can see both the CSV and the TXT. Let's double click the TXT file, and this immediately brings you into the import wizard. And you can see there's 3 steps to the wizard. Now, to begin with, you have 2 choices. Is it delimited or fixed width? Well, we were just talking about delimited because they're commas separating the values. Fixed width you would use if your original source data are broken up into columns that are the exact same width and separated the exact same amount. That's kind of rare, and that's not what this is anyway. So make sure delimited is selected and click next. Now this asks us here, well, what is the delimiter? Well, as we were talking about, it's commas. So we want to deselect anything else. Tab was selected here by default, so I'm going to deselect that and select commas. And as soon as I select comma, you notice that this is all now separated. So click next. And this allows us to treat the columns specially if we want. So for example, if there's a column that maybe we don't want to import, we can choose not to import it. Or if it's a date, we can treat it specially as a date and reformat it as we go. We don't need to do any of that. So click finish. And again, this confirms where do we want to start importing the data. So click OK. And boom, it just puts it in. Now notice something here. The first row repeats what we already had in the worksheet, which means you could delete it, but it's a good thing that it's in here because this way we can measure that, oh yes, the last name is indeed the last name, the hours is indeed hours, location is location. So we can just remove this row 5, put your mouse pointer on the header for row 5. So you have that rightward pointing arrow, right click, and choose delete. Now it's gone. Now we have a nice Excel sheet. So let's go save this under a new name. You could either press the F12 key on your keyboard to save as, or go to the File tab and Save As. And let's call this Payroll with Imported Data. And save. Well, I want to show you a second method of bringing in data. So let's just close this. You could press Ctrl F4 to close, or click the close button over here. And we're going to open the text file. So you could press Ctrl O to open, or click the File tab and choose Open. And this is showing us Excel files. It's not showing us this text file. So you want to click this drop-down list over here. And we want to choose Text Files. And this shows us both the CSV and the TXT. Double-click the TXT, and this launches us back into the wizard. So again, make sure it's delimited, click Next. If any other delimiters are selected, you want to deselect and make sure a comma is the only one selected. Click Next, click Finish, and there it is, and it opens right up, and we have our column headers, and then we can format it. We could just close it without saving. Again, press Ctrl F4 to close, or look your close button here. Now let's open the CSV. Here's where CSV and the TXT are a little different. Again, I'll just press Ctrl O to open. Here's the CSV. Remember, we're looking at text files, not Excel files. Double click the CSV and boom, it just opens. No wizard, no nothing. It just brings it right up onto the screen. Okay, that's all for importing. Let's talk a little bit about exporting. Exporting a worksheet takes even fewer steps. We don't have to go through a wizard. Let's open up the file in Chapter 8 of the exercise file. So you'll probably need to click this drop down over here and choose All Excel Files. Let's open up the file called Export This. So here we have pretty typical Excel sheet, but we have to modify this here a little bit because when we export to CSV, we need to make sure we're only exporting alphanumeric values. Numbers are okay, text is okay, any formatting will be wiped out because text files, including CSV files, don't support formatting. But we have these graphics here. We have this sales thing here that's formatted, that's above our column headers, that's no good. We also have here some functions. We have these calculations, and we can't export that either, so we need to remove them. The problem is, this is a worksheet we really might need to use, so there's kind of a danger if you start deleting parts of this worksheet. It's very easy to save over, and then you've lost some of your data. So my advice is whenever you're doing a process like this, save it under a temporary file name, so that way you don't have to worry about messing it up. So you could either press F12 to save as, or go to the file menu and save as. And I always save these kind of temporary files as delete. That is, I literally call them delete so that I know I could go back later and delete them without any worries. Save. So let's click this graphic and delete. Click on the edge of this graphic and delete. And let's delete the first 3 rows. Put your mouse pointer on the header of row 1. Drag down so you have the headers of rows 1 to 3 selected. Right click the mouse, choose delete. And the same for the total row. Right click the header here of the total row and press delete. One more thing we have to do is these numbers here have column headers, but we don't have a column header here for our description. We really should put that in. So you could simply click up there and type products. And don't worry that it doesn't have the same formatting as the other columns because the formatting is going to go away anyway. So now we're going to go and export this. And if you want to save over it, press Ctrl S or click the save button, that's okay. So here's how we can go and make this a CSV file. Go to the File tab, go down here to Save and Send. Click over here, change file type. And now you can go over here, choose CSV and Save As. That's a lot of work. Let me show you an easier way to do that. Just going to escape out so we're back here at the Data tab. All you have to do is a regular old Save As. So you can go to the File tab and Save As, or press the F12 key to Save As, and then just click over here where it says File Type. And now we can choose comma-separated values. I think that's a lot easier way to do it. And let's just call this Product Data. And click Save. Now this is giving us a warning that there are parts of this file that are not compatible with CSV because we have all that formatting. That's perfectly fine. Click Yes. And there we are. Now we can see this is productdata.csv. So these are features that you might want to use whenever you need to share data between Excel and another program that normally don't talk to each other. When you create a file for others to use, you might want to make sure that they can modify only certain cells, like for a data entry, but not other cells like formulas and descriptive text. You also might want to require a password for even opening or modifying the workbook. These are some of the more common permission features. Let's have a look at what we can do. Click the File tab and go into the Info section if you're not there already. And here under Permissions, this is where it all happens. So click Protect Workbook, and we can mark a workbook as final. We'll do that a little bit later. You can encrypt with a password so that only those who have the password can open the document. You can protect the current sheet, which means what we were just talking about, that you can edit only parts of the sheet and not other parts of the sheet. Protecting workbook structure means that you can't add, change, or otherwise modify the worksheets of the workbook. And adding a digital signature is a way of verifying that you, the author of the workbook, you really are who you say you are. We'll talk about all of these in a little bit more detail. But for now, let's go to the Home tab. And here we have a typical worksheet. And let's say we want the users of this worksheet only to be able to edit the data, but not to modify any of the totals here in column F, or any of the totals here in row 14, or anything else that's not input data. So let's select all of the data input cells just for these 4 fictitious supermarkets and just for our products here. Now, when a user comes in to edit a worksheet that's been protected, it's generally a good idea to mark off which areas are available to edit. It just makes it easier to use. So in the Home tab, let's click the Color Fill button here. Let's just give it maybe a light green shade. Now we need to go and unlock the cells. That might sound a little backwards, but there's a reason for that. Click the Format button, and you see Lock Cell is highlighted. Click it to unlock those cells. Now if you click any of these cells, you'll see that they're unlocked, but click any cell anywhere else in the worksheet. I'll just scroll down to some random cell here, I-44. And when I go to the Format tab, I can see that the cell is locked. I'll just press Control Home to get back to the beginning. You might wonder, gee, it's kind of backwards. Well, the reason is Excel figures that you will probably have more cells that are locked than cells that are unlocked. Whether cells are locked or unlocked doesn't really matter until you protect the worksheet. So now we need to protect the worksheet. So click the Format button, and down over here, choose Protect Sheet. And we have all these options that we can allow users to do or not to do. Well, we probably don't want users to select locked cells, because what will happen is they'll select it and say, gee, why can't I modify the cell? So let's deselect that, selecting unlocked cells. Well, if you don't do that, the user won't be able to edit anything. And while we're at it, let's apply a password, and I'll give it a password of password. Click OK, confirm, and I'll just press enter. Okay, so now the user can edit the data, but they can't edit anything else. Now you'll notice the worksheet doesn't look any different, except the ribbon bar. Most of these options are grayed out because those are certain things you can't do when the worksheet is protected. But this is only sheet 1. Let's take a look at sheet 2. Sheet 2, the whole ribbon bar is available. Sheet 3, the ribbon bar is available. So it's only sheet 1 that we have protected. Now that we have the worksheet protected, let's go and password protect the entire workbook. So go up to the File tab, back in the Info section. First, you see here under Permissions, it tells us that a worksheet is protected, and we can see that it is sheet 1. So click the Protect Workbook button, and you see Protect Current Sheet is also highlighted there. Let's choose here Encrypt with Password. And this isn't the most secure thing in the world. I'll call it Password. Again, in real life, you should probably choose more secure passwords, and I'll confirm. And now it tells us that a password is required to open the workbook and the other information that we saw previously. So let's go back to the Home tab and let's save it. So you could just press Control S or click the Save button, close it, press Control F4 or click the Close button. Let's reopen it. Go to the File tab, choose Permissions. Okay, now we have to enter the password, which is password. So now we had the password to open the workbook so we can see the workbook, but we would still need the password if we wanted to unlock it. Well, let's just type in some random data. Doesn't matter really what we type in. Okay, let's say this is all the data that we have. We can mark this worksheet as final. So go back to the File tab, and under the Info section here, again, click Protect Workbook, and we'll mark it as final. And OK it to confirm. Gives us some additional information. Click OK, it tells us also that it's marked as final. Well, what that means is when we go to the Home tab or when we open it, we have this yellow banner telling us that it's marked as final, but it's not a security feature because you could always click this Edit Anyway button and make it not final and go back to editing it. So this is really just a suggestion. One more thing I want to talk about is let's go back to the File tab and under the Info section in Protect Workbook, we have adding a digital signature. What that's all about is when you create a workbook and send it to someone, especially if it's in a secure environment, maybe there's financial information, the recipient might want to make sure that the person they're getting it from really is who they claim to be or that they're not getting any sort of spam or phishing message. Well, there are two ways to add a digital signature. One way is you can purchase what is called a security certificate, and you could get a security certificate from a trust authority. And there are any number of trust authorities. There are Sign and Komodo and Microsoft are some of the more common ones. And it's kind of like getting a document notarized. You probably need to send them a fax of your driver's license, for example. The other way to create a digital signature is what's called self-certification. And when you install Microsoft Office on your computer, you can install the program that runs self-certification. Well, it's free and it's easier to do, but of course it's less secure and you could call yourself Mickey Mouse and it won't know any better. So setting workbook permissions is the sort of thing that if you need it, you probably knew it already before watching this video. And you could get some more detailed information directly from these trust authorities we just talked about. Or you might work in a company that uses these features, in which case the IT people could probably help you a little bit more and tell you how they're using it. Comments in Excel is a great feature that a lot of people don't know about. Comments are like yellow sticky notes where you can jot down info for yourself or maybe for anyone else who uses the workbook, which is why you'll find comments under the Review tab. And what's really cool is that comments don't have to look like yellow stickies. Now, in this worksheet here, I have some comments in there already, might need to scroll down. And you see we have these 3 cells with red triangles in the upper right corner. That's how you know that there are comments in those cells. Just roll your mouse pointer over it. So here's a regular comment. Looks like a yellow sticky. Here's a comment. Doesn't look anything like a yellow sticky. And here's a comment that actually has an image in it. And I'm going to show you how to do all 3 of those. So maybe let's scroll up. First, let's talk about inserting a plain old comment. Click any cell here and go up to the Review tab. And to insert a comment, you can click the New Comment button. And it should show up with your name or whatever is the name that's registered on this computer. And maybe let's type in, this is a new product, period. And to deselect, just click anywhere else on the sheet. It goes away. Now you have that red triangle. Roll your mouse over and the comment shows up. Another way to insert a comment is click a cell and you can press Shift F2 and just type in, this is another comment. And again, just click off it. What if you want to edit a comment that already exists? Well, click the cell itself. And now instead of new comment, the button is changed to edit comment. And maybe we don't want this comment, so to delete it, just click on the border of the comment and press delete. Another way to edit, click a cell that has a comment and the same shortcut, Shift F2, and edit the comment. And again, click off it to deselect. Well, what if you have a lot of comments on the sheet and you want to read them in order one after another? I'll just click up at the top of the sheet here. And still under the comments section, you see have previous and next buttons. Click next. And every time you click next, it opens up a comment. And click previous, it opens up the previous comment. And I'll just click off here. So how do we make these comments not look like yellow stickies? Well, click the cell that has a comment, you just edit it, and we could either edit comment or Shift F2. And right-click the shaded border, and from the pop-up menu, choose Format Comment. And we're in the Format Comment dialog box, and you want to be in the Colors and Lines tab. And under Fill, first of all, let's choose a different color. Maybe I'll choose something that's a little bit more olivey. And maybe I want a dark green, and let's change the font. And then I'll choose a font that's maybe a little different. We'll choose Franklin Gothic. And I want that to be white, so I'll be able to read it, and I'll make it bold. Click OK. And there you go. Deselect if you want. Roll your mouse pointer over it. And it's a plain text comment, but it doesn't look like a yellow sticky. So let's change the shape. Well, before we change the shape, we have to do a little bit of customization to Excel. Now later on in the course, I'll be talking about how to customize the ribbon bar here and how to customize a quick access toolbar, but we have to do a little preview here just so that we can change the shape of the comment. Here's what you do. Click the Insert tab, click Shapes, choose any shape. It doesn't matter what shape it is because we're going to delete it in a few seconds. Click Shape. Somewhere over here out of the way, just draw the shape. And see, this puts you in the Drawing Tools section and the Format tab. And over here on the left, you see it says Edit Shape. Click that, choose Change Shape, and choose any other shape, and the shape that you drew will now change. Well, what we want to do is go back to that Edit Shape, roll over the Change Shape, and click your right mouse button on it, and choose Add to Quick Access Toolbar. And that gets edited up here. So now anytime you want to change shape, you could click that and choose another shape and it changes. So we don't need this anymore. The only reason we put this shape on the worksheet was so that we could customize the quick access toolbar. So just select it and delete it. Well, here's where we use it with a comment. Click that cell it has a comment you want to change. Go to the Review tab and Edit Comment, or press Shift F2 if you like. Click the border of the comment and now appear on the quick access toolbar. Click Change Shape and now choose any other shape and there you go. And you can stretch it out if you need to. Click off it, and now when you roll back on it, now there is your new shape. Okay, that's great. What about inserting an image? Click on this multi-pack one up here, and again, insert a comment, press Shift F2 or click New Comment. And let's just delete any text that you have in there. Put your mouse pointer on the border of the comment, right-click, choose Format Comment from the pop-up, and in the Format Comment dialog box, let's again go over here to Colors and Lines, and under Fill, click the drop-down. Then over here, choose Fill Effects, and in the Fill Effects dialog box, click the Picture tab, and then over here, click Select Picture. Now in the Chapter 8 folder of the exercise files, we have this multi-pack one. Double-click it, and it inserts it. Click OK, and if you don't want a line to show up, you could just click that and choose No Line. Click OK, and there you go. Click off it, roll your mouse over it, and you can get a better look. We could change the shape with that also. Click back on the cell and either Shift F2 or click Edit Comment. Now you don't see it, but don't worry, it hasn't been removed. Click the border of the comment. You can see the picture again. Click the Change Shape button. And let's choose another shape. Stretch it if you need to. Click off it. And when you roll back on, there's the picture and the new shape. Okay, that's great. Just a few other features of comments I want to tell you about. What if you want to print comments out? Well, first of all, up here in the comments section, you see where it says Show All Comments. Click that and click off it, so that's how you could display or hide comments. Well, click Turn it on, go to your File tab and Print, or you could press Control P, and you see the comments aren't there. You have to go and make them print out. Down on the bottom, click the Page Setup link. In the Page Setup dialog box, click the Sheet tab, and over here where it says Comments or None, click that and choose As Displayed on Sheet. Click OK, and they'll print just the way they are in the sheet. Another option, if you click on Page Setup, you may have noticed in the Sheet tab, if you don't want them to display on the sheet itself, you could choose at End of Sheet, and your comments will simply print out on a separate page. But even if you don't share your Excel sheets with other people, I'm sure you'll still find comments handy to use just for yourself. In a previous movie, we looked at some of the options for protecting workbooks and setting permissions. In this movie, we'll make use of that in sharing a workbook with other users. What if you're working on this workbook and you want other people to be able to modify the same workbook at the same time? Well, click the Review tab and choose Share Workbook. And this dialog box that comes up says, do you want to allow more than one user to share at the same time? And it should show that you have it open. Click the checkbox, click OK. It's going to save the workbook. Click OK to confirm. Now, not much has changed, except you could see up here that the workbook is now in shared mode. So if I were using this right now with other people in the company modifying this workbook, I might see some of the information changing. Well, when we're done with that, when we want to take control back for ourselves and disallow other people from making changes, just click on this Share Workbook again. Deselect that, click OK, click Yes to confirm, and now we have exclusive use. So when you share a workbook, the way we did in this movie, any changes that you or your coworkers make just simply get done and that's it. But what if you want to be able to approve changes before they're committed, kind of like moderating the workbook? then you'll want to watch the movie about tracking changes because that is exactly what we're going to do. If you watched the movie on sharing a workbook, you saw how you could allow other people to make changes to a workbook that you currently have open, and that's great. But what if you want to be able to see those changes before you allow them, sort of like moderating the workbook and saying, yes, I'll accept this change, but I won't accept that change? Well, that's what the Track Changes feature is all about. So let's go to the Review tab over here. And in the upper right corner in the ribbon bar, choose Protect and Share. And we want to enable this box to share with Track Changes. And I'm not going to put in a password, but something you should know. If you do put in a password, then the people you're sharing it with will not be able to turn the Track Changes feature off. Well, maybe that's what you want. I'm simply going to click OK, and then click OK to confirm. Now you can see up here on the title bar, it says that we're in shared mode. Well, I'll change a few numbers. I'll take this 2950. Let's make that an even 3000. And let's take that 4502. Let's make that an even 4500. And maybe I'll take this 1099. I'll make it 1200. Okay, so now we have 3 changes. Now, what we want to do is we want to see what changes have been made. Now, keep in mind the changes we're going to see, they could have been made by anyone who had this workbook open, not just by you. Not only that, but these changes could have been made at any time, not just when you're sitting there with a file open. So what we want to do here is we're still in the Review tab, click Track Changes, and then choose Highlight Changes. Let's move this out of the way, and we can see changes since the last time we saved, and everyone, not just you, and we want to highlight the changes on the screen. Click OK. And now it highlights those cells that were changed. And you can roll over them and kind of like comments. It'll tell you exactly what was changed. Now, here's the part about whether we want to accept the changes or not. So maybe click somewhere on the top of the worksheet and click Track Changes. And we want to accept or reject changes. It's going to save the workbook. Click OK. Click OK, and now we can find, here's the first change. We've got the marching ants we can accept or reject. I'll click Accept, and it goes to the next one. Now, if you have a lot of them and you decide that, well, you want to take all of the changes, you can accept all of them, or if you don't like any of the changes, you can reject all of them. I accepted the last one. I'm going to reject this one, and now I'm going to accept all the rest of them. Now, once we're done, we want to take control of the workbook back to ourselves and not let other people edit the workbook. So let's go over here and unprotect shared workbook. And now we want to unshare the workbook. So click Share Workbook, deselect that, click OK, click Yes to confirm, and now it's no longer shared. So this type of sharing I showed you is made for sharing in real time on your local internal network. If you have a lot of people who need access to this workbook, it's something you might want to consider. Sometimes you need to share your work with people who aren't on your network. Maybe they work for different companies, or maybe you want to share documents with the general public. Well, other times you might want to make documents available for download only to people who have the right password, or maybe you just want to store documents online for yourself, kind of like a virtual USB memory stick. Well, I want to show you 2 solutions for this. One is a free service from Microsoft called SkyDrive, and I signed up in advance at www.skydrive.com. The other solution I'll show you is Microsoft SharePoint. SharePoint is a commercial software product sold by Microsoft. You could install your own SharePoint server, or you could rent service on a commercial SharePoint server. I'll show you SkyDrive first. Now, both SkyDrive and SharePoint make use of the web version of Excel, and the web version of Excel doesn't support everything that the desktop version of Excel supports. In fact, you'll notice that the title of this report isn't a nice graphic, it's simply text with a background, and that's because the web-enabled version of Excel doesn't support that type of graphic. So let's go into SkyDrive. Go to the File tab so you get into Backstage View, and then down here choose Save and Send. And let's click on Save to Web. And because I've already signed up with SkyDrive and Excel remembers my credentials, it shows me that I have some folders up here. Now this shows me that I have 2 folders. One they call My Documents, and the other is public. Now, this folder called My Documents is actually up on the SkyDrive server. It's just the same name. Microsoft gave the same name to 2 different things. You'll notice that there's a lock there. That means that for anybody to get into this My Documents folder, they need to have my password. If I save anything in the public folder, then anyone who happens to stumble on the address can find it. So I'm going to leave My Documents selected and click Save As. And now my Save As dialog box comes up. And I'm going to call this Current Inventory, just so we distinguish it from the file called Saving Shared Locations, which we have open, and I'll click Save. And when it's saving, you might notice down here at the bottom, it says that it's uploading to the server. Okay, now that it's on the server, we want to take a look at it on the server, so let's close it in Excel. You could press Ctrl F4 or click the lower close button here. Okay, now I've already logged into my SkyDrive account, and you can see there's My Documents. I also have another private folder called Favorites. I have a public folder called Shared Favorites, and there's that public folder we saw before. So I'm going to click on My Documents, and there is that current inventory file that we just saved. So let's take a look. Click it, and now you have this big graphic, and on the right you have some information about the file itself, and you could type a comment there if you want. Well, let's take a look. Click this big graphic, and it opens the file in your browser. Now, I happen to be using Microsoft Internet Explorer, but you can use other browsers too. Now, I can click anywhere that I want, and I can scroll, and I can see what's in here, and you notice that all 3 worksheets of this workbook are available, but I can't actually edit anything until I click Edit in Browser. And now this is open in the web version of Excel, and you can see there's a version of the ribbon bar. Now this ribbon bar and this web version of Excel is not completely exactly like the desktop version of Excel. It gives you about 10% of what the desktop version of Excel gives you. It's certainly not a substitute, but there are a few things we can do. For example, see columns B and C, we have numbers of barrels of olives on order. Let's say we want to total those up. And let's scroll down to the bottom here. And then I'll click down there in 829, and I'll type total, hit the tab key. Now I want to put in the sum function, but if you look at the ribbon bar, you'll see that there is no auto sum tool. So I have to sort of do this manually. So I'll type in equals sum, and you see Excel will offer to fill it. Now, normally with the sum function, I would go to the top and I would scroll down. The problem is this doesn't scroll very well automatically. So I'm going to do something that I normally don't do in a worksheet, and that is I'm going to actually type in the cell references. So I'm going to say the sum of B5 colon B27, close parenthesis, press tab to get to the next column, and I'll do the same thing with column C. I'll say equals sum, open up the parenthesis, and here I want the same rows, just a different column. So that's going to be C5 through C27. Okay, now let's scroll back up. Now if I wanted to, I could take this document and immediately open in Excel by clicking that button over here. But instead, I'm going to click back on My Documents. So we're back to where we were before, so that now I'll go into the desktop version of Excel to open it up, and we'll see that change is there. So here I am in Excel. I'll go to the File tab, to Recent Files, Excel to open it up, and we'll see that change is there. So here I am in Excel. I'll go to the File tab, to Recent Files, and here is that current inventory, and you'll notice that very long file name. That's because it's up on the server, not on my local computer. So when I click it and open it up, here it is, and let's scroll down, and there are the totals that I created. Then one more thing, I'm going to close this. Again, I'll press Ctrl F4 or click that close button. Let's go back into SkyDrive, and again, let's click that. And let's say somebody else is logged in and they want to get it, they can simply click the download button and then download it on their computer. I'm not going to do that right now, I'll do that in SharePoint. So I'll just cancel out and let's go back to Excel. Okay, now let's take a look at SharePoint. Let's go back to the File tab, and I don't want to open it up here. I'm going to open it up from the original shared location, so this is the original one. Now let's go and put it into SharePoint. So again, I'll go back to the File tab, go back to Save and Send, and this time I'll save to SharePoint. Now you might wonder, when would I use SkyDrive and when would I use SharePoint? Well, SharePoint is much more robust. SharePoint is meant to create an intranet. Let's say you have a client that you work with and you're one company, your client is another company. For the most part, you want to keep your network separate, but there are projects that you collaborate on, and you do need to have this interface. And SharePoint will give you sort of like a whole corporate website with discussions, file libraries, calendars, to-do lists, tasks, all that kind of stuff that you can both collaborate on. SkyDrive doesn't come anywhere near that. SkyDrive is mostly just a repository for files. So let's go into SharePoint. And already I've logged in. I've already created my account. I've logged in before, so it has it up there for me. So all I have to do is click Save As. Okay, so my Save As dialog box comes up, and you can see it's kind of branded here with SharePoint. And I'll call this, again, Current Inventory, and I'll call it SP for SharePoint, just so we know that this is a different file than what we saved in SkyDrive, and click Save. And you see down here, it's uploading to the server. Okay, and same thing. I'm going to close this file. Press Ctrl F4 on your keyboard or click the close button here. And now I've logged into SharePoint. I'll just press the F5 key on my keyboard to refresh, or you could click the refresh button in the browser. And here is Current Inventory SP. So click it, and it opens up. Looks a heck of a lot like SkyDrive, doesn't it? Well, let's edit in the browser like we did with SkyDrive. Click here on Edit in Browser. And now we have the same sort of ribbon bar, just like we had in SkyDrive. So I'll make another small change. Over here in column D, we have cost per barrel. I'll take an average of that. So it'll go down here. And I'll go to 829, and I'll say average cost per barrel. And I'll type in equals average, open it up. And also, just like in SkyDrive, there is no auto sum or auto average feature on the ribbon bar, so I'll have to type it in manually. And also, scrolling here doesn't really work all that great, so again, I'm just going to type in the cell references, which is something I generally would not do in Excel. So I'll say the average of D5 through D27, close the parenthesis. Okay, so now I have my average cost. I'll scroll back up to the top. Now up here I have the breadcrumbs, so I'll click on that Two Trees Olive Oil Company. I come back, and this is SharePoint 2010. It has some pretty nice features. Now instead of clicking the file name here, I'm going to click the icon itself. And when I do that, now I have the SharePoint ribbon bar. So the SharePoint ribbon bar is different from the Excel Web Access ribbon bar. One of the nice features that Excel and SharePoint work together with is the check-in and check-out feature. So I can click here, check out, check the file out. And now you can see there's a little icon there. So if anyone comes in here while I have this file checked out, they won't be able to do it because I'm using it. So that way you can make sure that two people aren't making changes to the same file at the same time. Now let's go and open the file up in Excel. So I'll go back to Excel, go back to the File tab, and here's this very long path to the SharePoint portal where this file is. So I'll click it, and it opens up, scroll down, and there's the average that I put in. Again, I'm going to close it. Just Ctrl F4 or click the X. Let's go back to Internet Explorer. Now I'm ready to check it back in. Click the icon, and I click check in. And now this asks me if I want to make a comment, and I'll just say something like, if examined file contents. So anybody else who opens this up after me, they'll know what I did when I had the file checked out. And I'll click OK. Now we don't have time to go through all of SharePoint because this is an Excel class. But if you do want to learn about SharePoint in depth, take a look at some of the SharePoint essential training here on lynda.com. It's very, very good. When you have data that need to be separated, like splitting first names from last names, it's hard to think of a better tool for the job than Excel. And even if I'm using other software for a project, I'll still bring that type of data into Excel temporarily just to use its ability to separate data. Well, if you take a look here in column A, we have people's names, and we have first name and last name in the same column. And what we want to do is we want to split, so we have first name in one column and last name in another column. Now, before we do that, we have to insert a new column. And I'll explain why in a second. Put your mouse pointer on the header for column B, so you have the down pointing arrow. Click the right mouse button and insert. So now we have a new column, and the reason we're doing this is that we need space to put the last name. So we're going to wind up with the first names in column A and the last names in column B. If we hadn't inserted this additional column, we would have wiped out what is in the department column next to it. So let's select the names. Now you can click and drag down if you want. What I find is easier is to press Control, Shift, and then the down arrow key. So that's select all the way down to the bottom. Let's scroll up. Leave it selected. Go to the Data tab. And in the Data tab, roughly in the middle here, choose Text to Columns. This brings us into the Text to Columns wizard. And we want to make sure that our data here, we have delimited, selected, not fixed with. Click Next. And our data are separated with spaces, right? We don't have commas or tabs or anything. And you can see it already gives us good preview. Click Next. And if we wanted to exclude a field, or if we wanted to change anything, like one of these columns are supposed to be a date, we could do that, but we don't have to do any of that right now. So just click Finish. And there we go. And if you want, you could take that name, autofill it. So now we can change that to first name, and I'll just press Tab, last name, and there we go. And you can click through here, and you can see up in the formula bar that this is all separated. So if you watch the movie on importing data, this exercise may have seemed kind of familiar because Excel uses the same wizard, whether you're importing data from scratch or if you're working on data that you already have in your worksheet. In this worksheet, we have people's names split into two columns. And you can see here in column A, we have people's last names. And in column B, we have people's first names. What we want to do is we want to combine first name and last name in the same cell. Well, we need some space to do that. So before anything else, let's go and insert a new column. So put your mouse pointer here on the header of column C. So your mouse pointer is that down arrow. Click the right mouse button. And from the pop-up menu, choose Insert. You can just click over here on what's now C5 so we have some room. Now there's sort of two ways of doing it. We could do it with a formula. We could also use a function, and there's a function called concatenate. I think the formula is a little easier to use, so we'll do that. Also, I'm going to do the exercise wrong first, and the reason is that you have to be careful of spaces, and I want to show you what happens if you're not careful of spaces. So this is a simple formula. So starting in C5, just type your equal sign, and we're going to say equals first name. Now, keep in mind, we're not adding numbers. We're simply stitching things together. We're combining things. So you don't want to use a plus. You want to use an ampersand, and you can find the ampersand on your keyboard if you press Shift and the 7 on the top row of keyboard. So I'm going to type B5, ampersand, and then A5. So I'm going to say take the content of cell B5 and append the content of cell A5. And I'll just press Control Enter so I can enter and stay on the same cell. If we don't have the space, there's a problem. Now put your mouse pointer on that autofill dot so your mouse pointer becomes a crosshair. When you get the crosshair, double click, and it fills into the bottom. Well, we certainly appended first names and last names, all right, but we don't have any spaces there. So now we're going to delete it, and we'll do it correctly. So you can simply drag down to the bottom, where again, hold down Control Shift and press the down arrow key. So we have the whole column selected, and just press delete. Let's go back up to C5, and now we'll do it with correct spacing. So type your equal sign, again click the last name, type an ampersand, and now we need to put in a space. And to put in a space, what we do is type a double quotation mark, literally type a space, hit the space bar, and close the double quote, and now another ampersand, and now click the last name. So we're saying take the content of B5 and append a blank space, and then append a content of A5. Again, hold Control and press Enter. So now we have first name space last name. Put your mouse pointer on that dot in the lower right corner. When your mouse pointer becomes a crosshair, double click. And now we have them all filled in. That's great, but we're not quite done yet because we have our last name and first name in these columns, and now we have the full name here. We don't really need column A and column B, but we can't just delete the columns because if you look up here in the formula editing bar, these are formulas. And if we remove the columns, right now these formulas are going to give us errors. So what we have to do is we have to convert these formulas to the actual text that's displayed, and we do that with a copy and paste. So once again, let's select this row. Again, you can drag down. I'll press Control, Shift, and the down arrow key, and just copy to the clipboard. I'll press Control C. And up here in the Home tab, click Paste. And from the pop-up menu under Paste Values, choose this first item here. And you could press the Escape key to get rid of the marching ants. Now when you click any of these names, you can see up here in the formula editing bar, these are actual names. Now we can safely remove column A and B. But first let's take that payroll and just put your mouse pointer on the edge of the border so your mouse pointer is a four-headed arrow. Drag over here. Maybe take this logo and drag over for safekeeping. Put your mouse pointer on the header of column A so you get that down pointing arrow. Click and drag over to column B. Make sure your mouse pointer is still that down arrow. Click the right mouse button and delete. And we've deleted those columns. And now we'll just deselect. And now you could move the logo. You can click on the graphic here and resize the graphic so it looks good. Now when you click any of those names, you can see up here in the formula bar, these are regular names. So if that's something you ever need to do, you see it's really not that bad. You just got to be careful of a couple of gotchas. Another great database type feature that Excel has is the ability to sort data. Now, sorting could be a matter of just 1 or 2 clicks, or you could make it a little more interactive if you need. You can filter your data as you're sorting as well, which is pretty cool. Now, if you aren't familiar with database technology, Excel regards each row as like a record in a database, and each column is like a field. So we have a last name field, first name field, and so on. So let's say we want to sort by department. Click anywhere in the department column. Now, do not select the whole column, and you don't have to select the whole area. Just clicking anywhere in the department column is okay. Now, we want to be on the Home tab, and over here on the right, click Sort and Filter, and just choose Sort A to Z, and boom, it's done. Let's say we want to sort by state. Click anywhere in the state column, click Sort and Filter, and maybe let's sort from Z to A. And now we have Vermont at the top and California at the bottom. We could do this by number also. Maybe we want to sort by how many hours people have put in. So click in the hours, sort and filter, and smallest to largest, or largest to smallest. Now, that's all great, but what if you want to sort by multiple keys? So for example, what if we want to sort first by state? Then once we have all the states grouped, we want to sort by department. And then within the group departments, we want to sort by last name. So that's when we use what's called a custom sort. So clicking anywhere in this data area is okay. Go back to sort and filter, and then over here, choose custom sort. So over here under column where it says sort by, click that down arrow and choose state. And we're going to sort on values from, let's make that from A to Z. Now we want to add a key. So click add level. And where it says then by, we'll sort by department, also A to Z, add another level, and then by last name. Unlike earlier versions of Excel, you weren't limited to only 3 keys. You could have as many levels as you want. And also up here, we see that our data have headers, and that's kind of important to leave that selected. Click OK. And now it's sorted, and let's take a look at what's happening here. Let me select California. So C is the earliest one in the alphabet in our range here, so California is on top. Now, within California, we have executive and finance, and so on, and sales comes latest in the alphabet. Now, within sales, let me select these 2. We have Calais coming before Richardson, so that's how we have first the state, then the department, then the last name. Now, we can filter also. So, click anywhere in the data area. Go back to sort and filter, and from the menu here, choose filter. And now, when you do that, you get these little drop downs coming up here, and if you want to adjust the columns, you can do that. So let's say we wanted to see only those people who are in the sales department. So over here, next to department, click that down arrow, and you might need to scroll down, and you can see all of the departments here. First thing is, let's hide all of them. So where it says select all, just click that so they're all deselected. Scroll down, click in sales, click OK, and now we're filtered so we see just the sales department, regardless of what state and regardless of what last name they're in. Now we could filter this even further. Maybe we want to see only those people who are in sales who get a window seat. So let's go over here to seat preference, and let's open that up. Click the down arrow, and I'm just going to deselect window, so aisle is selected. Click OK, and now it's sorted even further, and you notice that next to seat preference, there's a little filter icon, and next to department, there's a little filter icon. Now, while we're filtered, we can still sort by last name. So click somewhere in the last name field, go up to sort and filter, and let's sort A to Z. So now we're sorted from Fitzpatrick down to Zarish. Well, we can clear some of these filters, but we don't have to clear it in the same order. Remember, we first filtered by department, then by seat preference. We don't have to do it in reverse order. Let's unfilter this. And two ways to do it, you can simply click select all, or you could click clear filter from department. So now we see every state, every department, as long as the seat preference is an aisle seat. Well, what if we want to see only those people who have a particular wage, maybe everybody who has a wage greater than or equal to 1,000? Well, first let's clear this filter over here. So I'm going to clear that filter. So here's the wage column. Click that down arrow and let's choose number filters. And let's choose greater than or equal to. And where it says greater than or equal to, type in 1,000. Click OK. And now regardless of what seat they have or state or anything else, we see only those people where the wage is greater than 1,000. And we can continue filtering this. We can continue sorting this. Maybe everybody who has a wage greater than 1,000 and is in New Jersey, I'll click that down arrow, deselect, select all. By the way, you could stretch this out if you want. If that's easier, click New Jersey and OK. And there you go. So you could keep doing this over and over. But just one more thing. Let's say this is what we want. We have everybody in New Jersey, his wage is greater than 1,000, and we want to take these data and put them on another worksheet. Well, click in here and we want to select all. And easiest way is press Control A because all begins with the letter A. Now, if you don't want that payroll in there, you can simply just select like this. It's your choice. So copy to the clipboard, I'll just press Control C. And you see the marching ants have some multiple borders. That's because it's picking up just what you want. And you can see over here the row headers are skipping numbers. So let's just go to sheet 2. First cell is fine. Press Control V to paste. And there you go. Well, the columns are a little too narrow. So if you click this little box in the upper left corner and then just stretch out the columns. Now everything's out. And this is not dynamically linked. This is simply copied and pasted and is exactly what you're looking for. Excel has a feature called tables, which adds some nice features to sorting and filtering. And if you watch the movie on basic sorting and multiple field sorting, I think it likes some of the features that tables add. Well, to convert this area to a table, you go to the Insert tab. Now, this is kind of a misnomer because we're going to click Table under the Insert tab, but we're not actually inserting anything. We're simply taking this whole range of data and converting it to a table. So click anywhere in here, it doesn't matter which cell you select, click Table. And you see Excel correctly guesses what area we have for our table. And you want to make sure this box is selected because we do have headers there. And click OK. And I'll scroll up a bit, and you see Excel puts in these little down arrows so we can sort and filter. As long as you have one of these cells selected, you'll be in the Table Tools section and the Design tab. So let's do some sorting and filtering before anything. Maybe let's go over here to State and click State and we can sort from A to Z. Or maybe we want to see just one state. I'll deselect that and choose Connecticut and OK. So this is all kind of basic sorting and filtering. Let's remove that filter. Just click that filter and clear that off. One of the really nice features of tables is that we can remove duplicates. Well, let's sort last name. Click that drop down under last name and let's sort from A to Z. And as you look through here, you see we have duplicates. Here we have 2 records that are the same. Here we have 2 records that are the same. And here we have 2 records that are the same. When I say the same, I mean exactly the same. These are duplicates, first name, last name, all the way across. Now, if you go down, you see here we have 3 records that at first glance, they look like they're exactly the same. But take a look at the rate. The rate is incremented for each one, and that's probably just a data entry mistake. So what we want to do is we want to find some way that we can remove all of these duplicates. So here's what we do. Let's go up to Remove Duplicates. And you see we have all of these fields selected. You can just scroll down and see all of these fields are selected. And it again correctly guesses that we have headers. What that means is that Excel is going to compare the values of all of these fields when it's comparing to see which are duplicates and which are not. So just click OK. And it tells us 5 duplicates found, 37 unique remain, but keep that 5 in mind here. So click OK. Now when you go through, you see those duplicates that we had before are not there until you come down to this one, to Rampula, and now you see that because the rate is different for each one, Excel did not regard these as duplicate records. Well, let's undo. You could just click your undo button on top, or I'll just press Control Z. And when you do that, we have our duplicates back here. We can see duplicates are there again, duplicates are there again, and so on. So again, just click somewhere in this table area. And now again, choose Remove Duplicates, but in here, click Unselect All. And now let's select just last name, first name, and department. What that means is Excel will compare only these 3 fields and ignore the other fields when deciding which records are duplicates and which are not duplicates. Click OK. Now remember before it told us 5 duplicates found? Here it told us 7. Click OK, and now you see those duplicates are gone. And when you go down to RAM pull it, you see those duplicates are gone and it shows just one of them. Now we can also format this. Again, make sure you're somewhere in this data area and go over here to Table Styles. And because we have our Two Trees Olive Oil Company, you might want to give this more of a greenish look here, or maybe something even like this. That gives us a nice olive feel. Well, if you don't like the fact that we have these little drop downs here, we can turn this back to a regular range. So again, we're staying in the Design tab of Table Tools. Click over here, Convert to Range. Confirm yes that we do. And now you notice the formatting remains, but it's a regular range. We don't have all of those drop-down lists. Now, this feature is useful in other ways also. For example, if you manage an email list and you have lots and lots of email addresses, this is a handy way of removing duplicate email addresses so you don't send people the same piece of mail more than once. Earlier in this course, we talked about several methods of adding numbers, and we also talked about different ways of sorting and filtering. In this movie, we'll put these concepts together to let Excel create subtotals for us automatically. If you take a look at this worksheet, we have some pretty typical information: last name, first name, department, and so on. Well, let's just do some basic sorting first. Click somewhere in the last name field, and on the Home tab, let's go over here to Sort and Filter, and we can sort A to Z. Maybe let's go to State, click Sort and Filter, and we can sort C to A. Well, what we want to do is we want to give some information to department heads. You see we have all these different departments. We want the department heads to know, for example, what's the total number of hours that their people incurred? And maybe we want to tell them what's the average rate. So first thing you want to do is go into the department field. And let's sort and filter A to Z, so we have all the executives, all the finance people, all the graphics people, and so on. So now go up to the Data tab, and over on the right, click Subtotal. So what we want to do is find where is this changing? Well, we're changing this by department. So over here where it says at each change in, click that drop down and choose department. Well, what function do we want? Well, we want to add up the hours. So click on this drop down and choose Sum. And what do we want to sum? Well, we want to sum the hours. So over here, if you have anything selected, just deselect, scroll if you need to. And we want to make sure that hours is the only field that has a check mark. And that's it. Click OK. Now we can see total hours for executive, total hours for finance, total hours for graphics, and so on. You might also notice over here, we have the outlining is in effect. And if you watch the movie on grouping and outlining, this will look familiar. And here's the deal. If you click this number 1 on top, this shows you just the grand total. Click the number 2, and this shows you grand total plus the component totals. If you click the number 3, this shows you all the detail. Plus, I'm just going to click the number 2 here for a second. You can expand or collapse any of the components. So maybe you want to see just the finance department detail and the aggregate detail for all the others. So it's very flexible. Well, let's click on this number 3 so we can see all the detail again. And now what we want to do is we want to display what is the average rate for each department. So make sure you're clicked somewhere in this data area. Any cell will do. Go back to subtotal. And again, we're going to keep at each change a department, but this time we want to use the average function. Deselect hours because we're not in average the hours, we want to average the rate. And you see over here it says replace current subtotals. You want to deselect that because we want to leave the totals here. So we're going to have total and average for each department. And click OK. So now we have the average executive rate and the total executive hours. And we have the average finance rate and the total finance hours for each one. And now you see over here in the outline, we have 4 levels. So if you click 4, we have all of the detail. Click the level 3, we have the aggregate, average and total for each department. Click the 2, we have just the totals, but grand average and grand total. And if you click the number 1, we have the grand average and grand total for the entire worksheet. And I'll just click this number 4 again. So if you ever need to find subtotals or averages or counts for a large amount of data, don't do them manually. Use the subtotal feature in the Data tab. I think you'll find it pretty handy. When you have a lot of data in a worksheet, there's a great set of functions called lookups that can help you extract specific data. Let's take a look. We have 2 or sort of 3 related functions. One function is called VLOOKUP. V stands for vertical, and you do that if you have your data arranged down by column. There's also an HLOOKUP horizontal, just in case your data are arranged across rows. Those are really the only 2 functions you want to deal with. There's sort of a third simply called lookup, and it'll work, but it's legacy. It's from older versions of Excel. You really don't want to use it, but I just have it here because you might encounter it once or twice. Well, let's talk about the syntax of the lookup function. Well, whether it's HLOOKUP or VLOOKUP, the syntax works the same, but vertical is much more common. So we say equals VLOOKUP, and then you have a lookup value, which is the way you're going to find the data, the key to your data area. Your data range is where you have all your data, and then you can figure out which column you want to get your data from, and the true-false we'll talk about in a minute. So let's take a look. The lookup value is something typical like a product code, maybe a social security number, maybe an employee ID. It's really whatever is the key that will find your record. And if you're familiar with databases, this is what you would call a primary key. It's some unique identifier that tells us which row we want. Now, the data range is the entire data area, all of the columns that you're looking for. Now, once you have that in place, you want to find which column you're going to match, and columns are done by number. So let's say you have column A through F, where you have all your data. Well, column A is column 1, column F is column 6, and so on, but it doesn't have to be this way. So for example, if you start with your data in column B is column 1, and then column C is column 2, and so on. So try not to get confused there. Now the true-false will let you decide, do you want an exact match for the data you're looking for, or is an approximate match okay? And if you put in true and you literally put the word true, true means an approximate match. And if you put literally the word false, Excel will give you an exact match. So let's go and put this to work. In this worksheet, here we have product codes, descriptions, some monthly sales, and we have some totals. What we want to do is we want to plug in a product code here. Let Excel read down the column, and once it finds the product code we wanted, it'll read across and find, okay, here's the description, and here's the total. So we're going to put our lookup function in B4, but before we do that, we want to identify this data area. Click anywhere inside that data area, and let's select all the data. The easiest way to select all the data is press Ctrl-A. We're going to give this a range name. Now, you don't have to give it a range name, but believe me, it's a lot easier to deal with. So click up here in the name box, and when that becomes highlighted, just type the word data and press enter. And if you're not familiar with range names, that means you could click somewhere here, have nothing selected, click this down arrow on the name box, and when you select data, that selects all your data. You don't have to name a data, you could call it anything you want. So let's click in cell B4, and we'll say equals VLOOKUP. Now, as you're typing it, by the time you type equals VLO, Excel recognizes that you want the VLOOKUP. So you can continue typing it, or if you want to save yourself the trouble of typing, just press the tab key and it'll fill in for you. So the first thing we want is our lookup value. So that's this code we were talking about that's going to look down here. So right now that's an A4, and that's the first argument. Type a comma. The second argument is the entire table that we were dealing with. Now, since we know that it's called data, you can type it in. And you see Excel even confirms it for you, but let's say you're doing this several months down the road and you forgot what you called it. I'm just going to backspace over here. If you don't remember what your range name is called, you could press the F3 key, and in the paste name dialog box, it'll tell you. Then you could just double click. Whichever way you like is fine. So type a comma. Now we need to decide which column number. Well, we want to put in the description, and when you look at the data area, you see the description is column 2. So literally type in a 2. Now, that's that argument, so type in a comma, and here's the true-false. We want an exact match, so you could either type the word false, or if it comes up here, you could just double-click it, And that's it. And the parenthesis, I'll just press Control Enter so I stay there. And now we can see code CO123 is cooking oil standard 8 ounces. Well, before we go and play with this, let's put in another one just for practice. Click here in cell C4, and again, let's type equals V lookup. And again, I'll just press tab, let Excel do the typing for me. Now the lookup value is the same as the last one we did. It's still going to be here, so Excel can find it down there. So A4 is the same, type a comma. The table array is the same, I'll just type in the word data. We talked about that before. Type in a comma. Now the index number, well, we want count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So total is the 6th column. So in your formula, literally type in a 6 and a comma. And just like before, we want an exact match. So instead of clicking it this time, I'll literally type in the word false. Close a parenthesis, press Control Enter. And now we can see CO123, product code CO123, cooking all standard 8 ounces. The total is 61.53. Well, now let's change the product code in cell A4 and see what happens. I'll type in S123, and this is not case sensitive. Press Control Enter. Now S123, it finds seasoning is extra virgin 12 ounces. And the total is 16,192. Or click in here, maybe we'll type SH124 and enter, and SH124 is 6 ounce shampoo, and the total is 17,098. So if you have a lot of data and you want a quick way of querying this little database, it's hard to beat the lookup functions. After a while, you might find you're spending a lot of your time in Excel, not creating worksheets, but auditing sheets that have already been created. So I want to show you tools that Excel has to help you along. Well, if you take a look at this worksheet here, we have a couple of groups of products, and we have a total for the first group and average for the first group. You might need to scroll down, and we have total and average for the second group, and then grand total and grand average for this. And what's happening is you have your data. One cell is feeding into another one. So like January is feeding into here and feeding into there. And then it's also feeding down here on the bottom. This is what auditing is going to help us with. So let's go into the formulas tab. And you see over here, we have the formula auditing section. There's some terminology that you need to know first is precedence and dependence. And a dependent is a formula that a cell feeds into. And a precedent is data that feeds into a formula. So it kind of depends on what your perspective is. Are you data or are you formula? Well, right now we're in some of the data, doesn't matter. Click in any of these data cells, doesn't matter. And then click Trace Dependence. And you see Excel draws in these arrows. So what this is telling us is that February for Belgentier olives feeds into total, feeds into an average, and feeds into this average over here and to this total here. But nothing down here. Well, let's choose another one. Let's choose maybe total for Cantera and click Trace Dependence. And this is a formula, whereas this is data, but this formula is feeding into this cell, and it's feeding into this cell, and it's feeding into this cell. Well, let's look at the opposite perspective. Click a formula here, and then choose Trace Precedence. And this is telling us, okay, this average formula is getting its data from up here. Let's maybe click for average sale of Cantera olives and trace precedence. And it tells us, okay, January, February, March is feeding in there. Now, when you see all of these arrows and boxes, these actually print. Let's take a look at print preview. You could either press Control P on your keyboard or go to the File tab and down to print. And you see these will all print out. Just press the Escape key, so we're back here. Now, if this is too much of a mess, you could just click over here, remove arrows, and they're gone. Now, let's go down here to the bottom where we have our grand total and grand average. And I'll click, let's say, over here at the end of column F and trace precedence. And now you can see that this is taking from this specific cell and that specific cell and feeding in here. Or maybe the grand total for both groups and trace precedence. And again, it's taking from this specific cell and this specific cell and feeding in here. So again, let's remove the arrows. Well, using the trace precedence and trace dependence commands on the ribbon bar are great for drawing in these arrows and boxes, but sometimes you might just want to select the cells. That is, you might want to select the dependence or the precedence. Now, what's in the formula auditing section here of the ribbon bar does not tell you is that there are direct precedence and direct dependence, and there are indirect precedence and indirect dependence. And the only way to select them is with a couple of wacky keyboard shortcuts. And let me show you. Let's click maybe over here in March. Now, if you press Control, right square bracket, and the right square bracket is a little to the left of the letter P on your keyboard, you notice what it does. It selects the cells that cell is feeding directly into. No circles, arrows, and as soon as you click, that selection goes away. Now, those were direct dependence. If we want to select direct and indirect dependence, press Control, Shift, right square bracket, and now it selects the cells that cell feeds into and the cells that those cells feed into, kind of like the grandchildren of that cell. Well, let's go down over here, maybe to the group 2 total, and if we want to find the direct precedence, press Control, left square bracket, and it selects this entire column of numbers because those are the numbers that feed into that formula. Well, let's click on cell F25, and if we want to find the direct and indirect precedence, press Control, Shift, left square bracket, and it finds the children and grandchildren that are feeding into it. And I'm sorry, there really is no other way than with those 4 wacky shortcuts. Now, what we could also do with auditing is we can find errors, and there's some error checking that it will help us out. Well, let's say we don't have any data yet for group 2, and let's just select from B16 all the way down to E21. Now, we haven't selected any of the formulas, we're just selecting the data and just delete. Now, when you delete, you notice you get some divide by 0 errors over here, you get some divide by 0 errors over there, and the reason is that it's trying to create an average. Well, you can't really create an average of a bunch of zeros because what happens, you're dividing by 0 and Excel recognizes that as an error. Well, these really aren't errors in error thinking or errors in logic, but according to Excel, it's an error. So when you look at this, you might say, well, gee, why do I have errors in my worksheet? Where are they coming from? Well, click any of these divide by 0 errors, and over here, click Error Checking, Trace Error, and it tells you, oh, okay, the error is coming from these 3 cells. And then you might decide, oh, right, because there's no data. Or click one of these divide by 0 errors and go to Error Checking, Trace Error. And it also tells you, oh, okay, because there's no data there, we have that error. And the same thing, we could remove all of the arrows and that's gone. So if you have a worksheet that has a lot of data, maybe a lot of complexity to it, you might want to look into the formula auditing features because they can really help you make sense of things. Formulas can get very complicated very quickly. So when you start getting answers that don't look right, or maybe you just want to double check to see that they are right, the evaluation feature can help you examine a formula piece by piece. If you watch the movie on the if function, this is a similar worksheet. And here's what this worksheet is saying. It's looking at the sales of all of these people, and it's evaluating, it's creating an average. And if you take a look at any of the commission rates and look at this complicated formula, what the formula is doing is it's saying if the amount that the person sold is at least average or above average, then let's give them a higher commission rate. If not, if they're selling below the average, then we give them a lower commission rate, and we're finding the commission rates over here in column F. So let's go and evaluate this formula piece by piece to make some sense out of it. So go up to the Formulas tab, and over here under Formula Auditing, click Evaluate Formula. And this comes up, let me just move it out of the way. So this is showing us the formula as it exists now. And you notice this B5 is underlined because that's what it's starting at. So click Evaluate. And it says if B5, well, what is B5? Well, B5 is 509.7 and there is 509.7. Well, is this greater than or equal to this average? Now this average is underlined, so when you click evaluate, it's going to evaluate that underline. Oh, okay, if 509.7 is at least 537 point bunch of numbers, that's the average. Okay, click evaluate. And now it says if false, meaning that, okay, now it evaluated the fact that 509.70, it's false, that it's equal to or greater than the average. Now the whole thing is underlined, click evaluate again, and it evaluates that statement to 5%. And then we click close, and we're back to where we were. So by evaluating this formula, we can see exactly why this number is 5%. Sometimes you know the result that you want, but you're not sure what the data inputs should be to get you there. Well, Excel has this great feature called Goal Seek that will let you tell it what the answer is, and it will figure the rest out for you. It's kind of like that game show where they give you the answer and you have to guess the question. Well, by way of an example, our Two Trees Extra Virgin Olive Oil Company, they need a capital loan for new equipment because they want to expand production. So they're going to borrow some money, and we're going to use the payment function to help them determine how much they can borrow. And let's just go to sheet 2 here for a second. The payment function has 3 arguments to it. The first is the interest rate that you're going to pay. The second argument is how many periods will you pay that back over. And the third argument is what is the present value of the loan, which is kind of a financial way of saying how much money do you want. So let's go here to sheet 1 and let's just take a look. Two Trees wants to borrow about $100,000. They expect that they're going to pay an interest rate of 6% and it'll take about 10 years to pay it off. What they want to know with that payment function is every month when they write that check, how much will that check be? So let's click here on cell D8 and we'll use a payment function to figure it out. So we say equals PMT, open up the parenthesis. And the first thing, as we said, is what is the interest rate? And here we have the interest rate is 6%. Now you want to be careful because this isn't 6% per month. This is 6% per year. And the company is going to have to write a check every month. So we have to convert this 6% yearly to a monthly. So we simply divide by 12. So yearly interest rate divided by 12 is our monthly interest rate. Well, that's our first argument, so type a comma. The second thing we need to figure out is how many periods. Now, we can see here in cell D7, it'll be 10 years, but we're not going to write a check every year. We're going to write a check every month. So click that 10 years and we multiply by 12, so type star. 12 sets 10 years times 12 months. So we know it'll be 120 months. Type a comma, and now the present value. Well, the present value of the loan, because let's say we're getting the amount today, we haven't paid anything back. The present value is the initial amount, is that $100,000. Okay, press Control Enter. And now we can see that with these numbers, every month, Two Trees Olive Oil will have to write a check of about $1,100. Now, you might be wondering, hey, that looks like a negative number. Is that what that is? Well, yes, it is. It's a negative number because the cash flow is going from Two Trees bank account out. So that's why it's a negative number. Well, if that looks a little weird to you, you can fix that. Let's double click here on that $100,000. And we can simply make that a negative number. And now that payment turns into a positive number. So we have a negative 100,000 because we're going to pay that back. And now we have a positive number for a monthly payment. Whichever way you like is fine. So here's where goal C comes into play. Let's say Two Trees says, well, $1,100, maybe that's a little too much. We want to make that an even $1,000. Well, to make that an even $1,000 a month, something has to change. Either we borrow less money, or we find a bank that will give us a lower interest rate, or maybe we pay it off over a longer period of time. So click that $1,100. And now we go up to the data menu. And over here, we click that what if analysis and choose goal seek. Let's just move this over here. So the cell that we're setting, it already identifies as D8 because that's what we have selected. And click over here, the value that we want is an even 1,000. And just press tab. And what cell do we want to change? Well, let's say we'll reduce the monthly payment by borrowing less money. So where it says by changing cell, click that 100,000. Click OK. And it calculates it. And it finds out that at 6% over 10 years, we'd have to borrow $90,073 to have an even $1,000 payment. Now there's 2 things we can do. If we click OK, it will leave these numbers permanent. If we click cancel, it'll go back to the original numbers. Well, let's look at the opposite. Maybe Two Trees is flush for selling olive oil like crazy, and maybe the company can afford $1,500 a month. So again, go back to what if analysis. Go to goal seek, and again, this cell that we're going to change is the same as cell D8, and the value we're going to set it to is 1,500. And the cell we're going to change rather than the amount we're borrowing, we figure 100,000 is enough, but maybe we could afford a higher interest rate, or maybe we can pay this off over a shorter period of time. So click that years, click OK, and now it tells us that rather than paying it over 10 years, we can pay it back over about 6 2/3 years so that we can pay the higher amount of $1,500 at 6% per year of a $100,000 loan, and click OK, and now you see that number is permanent. So GoalSeek is great when you want to change just one variable at a time, but there are a few other features you could use in Excel that will let you change multiple values at a time, and that's using the table feature. Two Trees is considering a capital loan so that they can expand production by buying some capital equipment, but they want to see a whole bunch of options for how much is this loan going to cost them depending upon how long it takes them to pay back, or maybe how much money they borrow. If you watched the movie on GoalSeek, you saw that we were able to substitute one input, maybe just the interest rate or maybe just the amount that they're borrowing. Well, using the data table feature, we can substitute one or possibly two entire range of inputs. In this workbook, you want to be in the single variable worksheet, and let's take a look at what we're doing here. We have about $100,000 that we're going to borrow, and the company thinks that the interest rate will be about 6% per year and is thinking of paying it off over a period of 10 years, and we'll use the payment function for that. And if you click on the syntax tab, you can see the syntax of the payment function. So we see equals PNT. What's the interest rate to be charged? How long will it take to pay back? And what's the present value? Which basically means how much is that check going to be the first day that we get it from the back? What is that loan worth? So let's go to the first tab here, single variable. And what we'll do is we'll substitute only how many years will it take to pay off. So click here in cell D11 and we'll use a payment function. So we'll say equals PMT, open up the parenthesis. What's the rate? Well, here it is, 6%. Keep in mind, that's 6% per year. We're going to pay this loan back every month. So we have to take that 6% per year and divide it by 12 to get the monthly interest rate. So type a comma and we'll put in the next argument. The next argument is how many periods? Well, it's 10 years, not 10 periods. So click that 10 years and we need to multiply by 12. So 10 years, the number of periods will really be 120 months. Type a comma. What's the present value? Well, the day we get the check from the bank, the present value is the full $100,000. And press Control Enter. So we enter and stay on that cell. And we can see it's a negative number because it's cash outflow. We can see that every month we will write a check of about $1,100 to the back to pay this off. Well, maybe Two Trees can't afford all that, or maybe they're flush and they can afford to pay back some more. So here we can vary how many years it'll take to pay back, from paying it back over 1 year through paying it back over 30 years. So let's select all the cells inside this box. And keep in mind, when you do this, this is kind of specific. You have to put this function in this cell, and you have to put these numbers here kind of in that adjacent column. So now go up to the Data tab, click on What If Analysis, and choose Data Table. Now, this data table dialog box is not the most intuitive thing in the world. It's asking a row input cell, column input cell. What is that? Well, there is no row input cell, so let's leave that for now. Click down here in column input cell. Well, what is the column? Well, down here in column C, these are the number of years that we're going to pay back. What is that substituting? Well, that's substituting for this number where our payment function is getting that figure. So click on that 10. So that cell D7 is what's going to be substituted for when we go down this column, and then our payments will appear in this blank column. So click OK, deselect, and now we could see that $100,000 at 6% interest, if we pay it back over 1 year, every month we'll write a check for about $8,600. $100,000, 6% interest rate, if it takes us 30 years, every month we'll write a check for about $600. And if you want this formatted really to look like dollars, we can just select those figures, go to the Home tab, and click this dollar. And now it looks like dollars and negative, right? Because the money's coming from their pocket and going out. Well, that's great, but what if we want to vary, not just the number of years? Maybe we have another input we want to vary. So let's go here to the dual variable table. Now here we can vary not just how many years it'll take, but how much money we can pay that back. And I'm assuming that the company doesn't have a lot of control over the interest rate, but it probably can control how long it'll take to pay back and certainly how much to borrow. So let's put in the payment function again. And again, it has to be specifically in this cell here, A11. So again, we'll put in equals PMT, open the parenthesis, there's the rate, divided by 12, type in a comma. We want the number of periods, there's 10 years, times 12, just like in the last sheet, type in a comma, and it's the same present value, that $100,000, and press Control Enter. So there's the payment function. Now, again, let's select all of the cells in this box. So starting from A11, down and across to select all the cells in that box. So let's go back to the Data tab, back to What If Analysis, Data Table, move this out of the way. Now we're going to use both of these fields, the row input cell. Well, what's the row? Well, we have in row 11, we are substituting for that present value. So click that present value. Go in here to the column input cell. Well, what's the column in the table? The column in the table is substituting for the number of years. So click that number of years, and that's it. Click OK. And now we can see, let's just select that and format it as dollars before we talk about it. And now we can see, for example, if we borrow $95,000 and take 20 years to pay it back at 6%, every month we'll write a check for about $681. Or if we borrow $110,000 at 6% interest, pay it back over 5 years, it'll cost us a little over $2,100. Now, there's no rule that says you have to use these specific variables and this specific payment function for data tables. For example, if interest rates are volatile, you might try higher and lower interest rate amounts. Or maybe you need to see cosines and tangents of different angles. So you can think of data tables as sort of a kicked up type of autofill. Excel's goal seek and data tables features are really great, but there are times when you might want to change more than just one or two variables at a time, or maybe you want a nicely formatted report of all your possibilities. That's what the scenario manager is, and it's also under the What If button that we've been looking at in this chapter. So go to the Data tab, and over here, click What If Analysis, and choose the scenario manager. Now, we haven't created any scenarios yet, so that's why this is blank, and the way it works is you create sets of data, and each set of data has a name that you give it. It's a friendly name, it's not a file name. You can call it just about anything you want, and you typically give it names like low, medium, high, very high, whatever it is that suits your particular need. So let's start by clicking Add, and let's say the scenario name we'll call this is low amount. And this will be perhaps the lowest amount that we would borrow. So go over here for changing cells and just delete whatever's in there. And we want to select these three numbers here on the worksheet. Now, keep in mind you don't want to select that monthly payment because that is a calculated amount. So we don't change the calculated amount directly. We change the inputs that create it and delete the comment here. And let's call this something like lowest amount and click OK. So now we can change those amounts. So let's say the lowest amount we would borrow is maybe 80,000. So type in 80,000, and maybe we figured that if we borrow 80,000, perhaps we could get a lower interest rate than 6%. So let's change that to maybe 5.5%. And maybe we could pay this off over fewer than 10 years. I'll just press the tab key this time and say maybe we can pay that off over 8 years. Now click OK, and you see that low amount scenario is put in the scenario box. We have the cells we're changing and that comment. Well, let's add a few more. So click Add, and maybe let's call this original amount. The cells that we're changing should be the same, and let's change the comment here, and we'll call this original amount to borrow. And click OK. Now, we don't have to change anything, of course, because this is the original amount. Now, rather than clicking OK, just click Add. So that saves us the step of going back into the main scenario manager dialog, so we can just add one scenario after another. It's just a little easier. So let's call this scenario a little more. And I'll just press the tab key of changing cells. That's the same, the comment. And let's say borrowing slightly more and click OK. So let's say maybe for this, we'll borrow 125,000. And maybe we'll estimate that we will get maybe a 6.25% interest, and because we're borrowing a little more, maybe we'll have to pay this off over 12 years, and click Add. And let's add just one more, and we'll call this a high amount to borrow. And I'll just press Tab, leave the changing cells alone, press Tab again, and the comment is the highest amount, click OK. And let's say the highest amount we might borrow is 175,000. And I'll leave the interest rate alone for this. There's nothing that says that you have to change all of the values of all of your input cells. So I'll leave that 6% alone, but because we're borrowing a lot more, maybe we'll have to pay this off over, let's say, 18 years, and click OK. So now we have all of our scenarios. So how do we go and use them? Just double-click any one. Double-click the original amount, the low amount, a little more high amount. Now, let's say if you just want to leave it the way it is, you can click close. And at any time, you could go back to the data tab, back to what if analysis, and bring up the scenario manager and just continue looking at them. But wouldn't it be great if we could see all of these all at the same time? Click summary. And this asks us, what kind of summary do we want? We could have a traditional scenario summary, or we could take everything and put it into a pivot table report. We'll talk about pivot tables later in this course, so let's choose scenario summary. Now the results cell, it's correctly guessing that it's that calculated amount, so click OK. And here we have our scenario summary, and it shows us all of these named scenarios. And if you click any of these, you notice in the formula bar, these are not linked to the original. These are simply copied and pasted. What you might want to do over here into changing cells is, instead of putting the cell references, give those meaningful names also. So you might want to call this something like present value, interest, years, and so forth, and you can adjust those column widths if you need to. Well, this will print out pretty much the way you see it, so either press Control P or go to your File tab, choose Print, and here's your preview, kind of cut off you see over here. This is 2 pages, so you might want to go set of portrait orientation, choose landscape orientation, and of course that all depends on the size of the scenario you're creating, and I'll just press the Escape key and come back out. Now, just one more thing, these scenarios are not dynamic, so if you go back, let's say into your original, and you change these some more, or you add or delete scenarios, this scenario summary sheet will not change. You'll have to create an additional scenario report, but that's okay because you could have as many as you like. If you watch some of the other movies in this chapter on data analysis, you saw that Excel has some pretty good tools to help you look at different possibilities and make decisions. What I want to do now is give you just a brief overview of a free add-in that comes with Excel called the Analysis Tool Pack. If data analysis is something you need to do a lot of, you'll want to explore the tool pack because it kicks these features up to a whole new level. We won't go into a lot of detail in this movie, but I want you to see what's there. But before we use it, we have to enable it because it's a plugin. So go up to the File tab to get into Backstage View, and down here towards the bottom, click Options. And on the left, we have all the different categories of options. Let's click Add-ins down towards the bottom. Now, if you see the Analysis Tool Pack here listed under Active, you don't have to enable it because it's already active. But you should see it over here under Inactive Applications. Now, if you don't see it at all, it means that it's simply not installed, and you have to get your original Microsoft Office desks and reinstall it. But if it's here, it'll probably show up as the first ones. By the way, you notice there's 2 of them. There's the regular and there's the VBA. The VBA is for programming, so we're not going to look at that in this course. Make sure the regular Analysis Tool Pack is selected. Go down here and click Go, and that brings up the little add-ins dialog box. In here, we see the regular Analysis Tool Pack, we see the VBA, so just put a check there in the regular Analysis Tool Pack and click OK. Now what that does is this, go to the Data tab, and now on the right you see there's this Data Analysis item. So I'm going to show you 3 of the tools in the Analysis Tool Pack. Down here on the bottom, we have 3 tabs, and let's start in the Correlation tab. And what's happening here is we have 2 columns of random numbers, and we're going to use the Correlation tool to correlate and see how random are these random numbers really. So go up to Data Analysis, and scroll if you need to, find Correlation, and click OK. So it's asking for an input range, and the input range is everything. Let's select from B3 across and down to the bottom, so we have both of the headers and we have all the numbers. Now, Excel correctly guesses that it's grouped by columns. We want to make sure that it recognizes that the first row are error labels, and we want to put the results right over here. So click the radio button here for output range. Make sure to click in the box. Make sure your cursor is there. And now let's click maybe on cell E3 for the output range and click OK and deselect. So now what it tells us is correlating the first column with itself and correlating the second column with itself, of course, gives us a 100% correlation. But when it correlates the 2 columns with each other, that's a pretty low number. Now, in real life, you probably couldn't care less about ranking random numbers, but what you might be doing is your Two Trees olive oil company is selling, say, 2 different products to customers, and you might want to see, well, does the sales of one product have anything at all to do with sales of another product? Maybe you're selling garlic olive oil and you're also selling olive oil infused shampoo. And does the sales of shampoo have anything at all to do with the sales of your garlic olive oil. So that's where I think you might find this useful. So let's take a look at moving averages. Now here we can see by month from January to August, we're selling our 6-ounce size of olive oil shampoo. And we have our totals here. This will be the input. What we want to do is take a moving average, and we want to find from one month to the other what is the average sale. So let's go back to data analysis and scroll if you need to and find moving average. Click OK. I'll just move this here out of the way. So click here in the input range, and for the input range, select just these numbers. I'm not selecting the total column header because here's this blank row and I don't want to average in a 0. And you certainly don't want to select that calculated field, so make sure labels in first row is deselected for this example. Now what the interval is, and I'll leave this blank, this will let you have a greater or fewer numbers of months to compare with each other. But let's click over here in output range, and output range will click right there on F6, so we'll have the range here right next to the input. And while we're at it, put a checkbox in here for chart output. Click OK. So now what we see is the first two kind of looks like an error, and the reason we're doing that is because you have to start somewhere and you can't average a number with something before that doesn't exist. So here are the moving averages for the rest, and the real nice analysis part in this chart. We could see the blue line is the actual sales, and by using that moving average, we can predict on the red line what our sales will be in the future. So now let's go to the rank tab. In the rank tab, our olive oil company is selling to supermarkets, right? We're the wholesaler and the supermarkets are selling our product. Now, right now, you can see the supermarkets are listed in alphabetical order, and we have whatever their purchases are. Now, you might say, well, hey, no big deal. I could just, with 1 or 2 clicks, sort by purchases, but what the data analysis tool will let you do is give them ranks by percentile. So let's go back once again to data analysis. Scroll down and choose rank and percentile. Click OK. So the input range will be including the label purchases down to the bottom. And instead of scrolling, I'm just going to press Control Shift and then the down arrow key on the keyboard so I have them all selected and scroll up. So we're grouped by columns. That's correct. Label is in the first row. That's right. Now we want to put the output range right over here. So click this radio button for output range. Make sure to click in the box. And then let's click right over here on cell C3 and it'll just populate down that column, and click OK. I'll scroll up. Now this is great, but we're not quite finished. Column C is the point, and the point is simply what is the original position of the supermarket name. So for example, this point number 1 is Albertson Supermarket, and point number 18 is whatever is number 18 down on the left. Now the purchases in column D is redundant. It's the same thing as what's happening in column B. But now we have the rank and we have the percentile. What we want to do is resort this selected area so that we get some useful information out of it. So make sure it's still selected. If you deselected it and you want to reselect, let's go back to the Home tab over here to Sort and Filter and choose Custom Sort. What we want to sort by is the point. We want to sort values in smallest to largest, so that will make these 4 columns match the original 2 columns. Click OK, and now we can see, okay, this is supermarket number 1, this is supermarket number 2, and so on. Well, I said before the column C and D are redundant, so we don't need them anymore. Put your mouse pointer up here on the header for column C so you have that down pointing arrow. Just click and drag to column D, right-click, and delete. Now we have some useful information, but let's go and format these headers. Click on one of these green headers here, and in the Home tab, get the Format Painter and just drag over here. Okay, now let's do something useful. Let's sort by rank. Click anywhere in the rank column, sort and filter, maybe smallest to largest. So keep in mind smallest rank is the highest amount, so we see Snob Hill Market is our best customer. Here's the purchases, they're in the 100th percentile. Or maybe you want to sort largest to smallest. And let's go and sort alphabetically again. Click somewhere in column A, go to Sort and Filter, sort A to Z, and here we have our original alphabetical order. So we could see our first supermarket in the list is our number 4 best customer. So you might need only 1 or 2 of the tools in the analysis tool pack, but knowing how those work could save you a tremendous amount of time over doing it manually. Among Excel's arsenal of data analysis tools is a really great feature called pivot tables. That's what we're going to look at in this chapter, and I want to give you an overview of what pivot tables are and where you'd find them useful. Pivot tables are useful when you have a lot of data to analyze and it's not obvious how they relate to each other. In the example here on the screen, we have orders being placed from different regions of the country over different months. We see we have different size bottles being sold, and in each order, we can see how many of these bottles are being sold. If you have thousands and thousands of rows of data like this, it could be hard to make good decisions unless you have them analyzed properly. So pivot tables summarize your data. They turn raw data into useful knowledge that you can do things with. Now, if you were to create a pivot table based on the data that you just saw, this is what a pivot table might look like. Now, I know it looks kind of complicated, so let's talk about what the anatomy of this pivot table is. First thing to look at are the row labels, and we just said that we're selling to different regions of the country, so we've taken those particular data points and we've put them into the row labels because there's only a finite number of regions that we're selling to. We also have column labels, and the column labels are also taken from the data that we just saw. We have different size bottles that we're selling. And where the rubber meets the road is the summary area. So for example, we know that the central region has bought over 10,000 bottles of the 1 liter size, and they've bought over 76,000 bottles of the 2 liter size because it's summarized. Now, we can have sort of a third dimension to the pivot table using the report filter. So in addition to our row and column labels, we can also filter by month. Pivot tables are flexible. What's the pivoting part of a pivot table? They're flexible, and with just 1 or 2 clicks, we can swap columns, rows, and filters. Also, we can filter tables interactively with a feature called slicers, and slicers are new to the 2010 version of Excel. In addition to pivot tables, Excel also has a feature called pivot charts, where we can make a chart of all our data, and we'll look at pivot charts also in this chapter. Now we're going to get a chance to create our very own pivot table, and we'll create it from scratch. Before we do, let's just take a quick look at our data. We have orders coming in from different areas of the country. The orders are coming in at different times of the year. We see we're selling different size products, 1 liter bottles, 2 liter bottles, and so on. And we can see in column E how many bottles we are selling in each order. Now, if you have thousands of rows of data like this, it could be hard to understand what's going on, so the pivot table will summarize it and make some sense of this. Pivot tables are something that we insert. So we go to the Insert tab, and over here at the beginning of the ribbon bar, click that Pivot Table button, and from the flyout, choose Pivot Table. That brings up the Create Pivot Table dialog box. So the first thing is that Excel is correctly guessing where our data are, and you can see the first row we have our table range is correctly listed over here. Now, we want to put the table on a new worksheet. You don't have to, but it's generally a good idea. Now, if you look down here in the lower left, we only have 1 tab in the worksheet anyway. So let's leave New Worksheet selected and click OK. So now you can see we still have our data that's still here, and the pivot table is going to be on sheet 1. You could rename that if you want. So over here on the left is where the pivot table will go. And over on the right, we have the panel that will let us construct the pivot table. Also, take a look at the ribbon bar. We have a Pivot Table Tools section, and we're right now in the Options tab. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the filled list here to construct the pivot table. So let's start off with the row labels. And what we want to do is let's take the region and just with your mouse, so you get that 4-headed arrow, just drag down into this box here. So immediately we start creating the pivot table, we have our row labels. Some of the other parts of that structure's disappeared. Don't worry, it's going to come back in a moment. Second thing we want to do is figure out our column labels. So the column labels will be the size of the product. So take the size and drag down here into the column labels. So now we have the basic structure of our pivot table. So the row labels are here, column labels are here. In the middle, this will be the volume. How many bottles are we selling? So let's go over and take quantity and drag quantity down here into the values box. So now we can see, all right, the Southeast region is buying over 40,000 or almost 41,000 bottles of the 1 liter size. We can also filter this by month. So let's take month and drag that down here into report filter. So now we have that on the top. And if you've done this, congratulations, you're now the proud parent of your very first pivot table. In this workbook, we have a simple pivot table on sheet 1. And if you want, you can take a peek here down in the Data tab so you can see the underlying data there. But let's go back here to Sheet 1. First thing we want to do in editing the pivot table is let's change this sheet name to something useful. Instead of Sheet 1, you could double click it, maybe call it Pivot Table or call it Summary. Something a little bit more useful and understandable. Now let's go and do some filtering. And you see up here we have these little down arrows for our column and row labels and report filters. Let's start by filtering the months. Click this down arrow, and right now you can see we have all 3 months showing. But maybe we just want to see January, perhaps it's the beginning of the year, and we want to see how sales are going just for this month. Or perhaps data are not complete for the other months, and click OK. And now you can see we're filtered just by January. Maybe we want to see 2 months, so click that filter again. Down here, select multiple items, and now you can put checks in those 2 months, and then click OK, and now we see we're sorted by multiple items. Maybe we want to filter by region. Perhaps we get a request from department managers or sales managers for specific data. So click that down arrow, and over here where it says select all, just click that so we deselect all the regions. Maybe we only want to see the central and northeast regions. Perhaps we have a sales special going on in those 2 regions, so we want to look at those, and click OK. And now we have just those 2 regions selected. Maybe the sales special that's going on is only going to be for the 1 liter and 2 liter size. So click this down arrow, again, deselect that, select all, and we'll check just 1 liter and 2 liter size. Click OK. By the way, if this 1 liter kind of annoys you there, that's a line to the left, you can simply click it. In the Home tab, just click the right align to format it a little nicer. Now that we have it filtered, perhaps we want the underlying data for just these numbers that we have. So double click any of them. And you notice that Excel creates a brand new worksheet down here with just the underlying data for that particular cell that we double clicked. Now, this is not dynamic. This is simply extracting, and you can click on any of these, and you can see up here in the formula bar, this is simply like a copy and paste. Let's go back to the Summary tab so we get back to the pivot table. Now, if we decide that we want to unfilter these, a couple of ways you could do it. You could unfilter one by one. Click the filter button. Now you could mess around down here by selecting, deselecting, but it's a little faster if you go over here and you click Clear Filter. Now you've cleared that filter, but we still have these 2 that are filtered. And if you want to clear all the filters, is a faster way to do it. Up here in the ribbon bar, we have the Pivot Table Tools section, and that's visible only if you're clicked inside the pivot table. Click the Options tab, and over here, click Clear, and choose Clear Filters. Don't choose Clear All, because if you do that, you'll wipe out the pivot table. Just click Clear Filters, and now the filters are cleared out from all of these options. Okay, well, this is a pivot table, so let's do a little pivoting. Let's take the month over here in the Report Filter section, and let's drag month down below region. And look what happens to the pivot table. So now we have the months are separated by region. So maybe if you have separate sales managers for each region, you could give this piece of the pivot table to each sales manager and say, hey, here's how your products are doing. Let's pivot a little bit more. Let's take size and let's drag size into the report filter. So we kept the original filtering by region, but now we can filter it further by size. Maybe we only care about the 2 liter size. So click 2 liter, click OK. So we still have it filtered by region and sub-filtered by month, but only for the 2 liter size. And if we want to see every size again, click that filter button and choose all and click OK. Well, what if we decide that we want to see average values instead of sum values? Because what's happening here is this is simply adding all the numbers together. You want to make sure you're still in the Pivot Table Tools section and the Options tab. And over here where it says Summarize Values By, click that, choose Average, and now you have average values instead of summary values. And if you want to change it back, you could always go back here and change it to sum. There's some interactive filtering that we can do. And again, in the Options tab, click Insert Slicer and choose Insert Slicer from the Fly app. And we get the Insert Slicer dialog box. And what this will let us do is put a little panel that will let us filter by any of these data points. So let's choose month and region and click OK. And we can separate these slicers here just to make it a little easier to deal with. Before we do anything, let's make them look nice. Select one of the slicers, and over here in the Options tab, let's click down and maybe let's give it a green olivey look and choose the other slicer and give this maybe a slightly different green olivey look. And while we're at it, let's format the pivot table, then we'll use the slicers. So click somewhere in the pivot table, and again in this section here, go to Design, and when you click that down arrow, you can roll your mouse over. And before you pick one, you can see what it's going to look like. I'll choose this. So what are the slicers all about? Well, in the region slicer, click, let's say Southeast, and now you've immediately filtered it by Southeast or by Central or by West. In the month right now, we see all of them. Maybe you want to see just January. Well, we can choose multiple values. For example, if we want to see January and March, but not February, make sure January is selected, select it if you need to, and hold down the Control key on your keyboard and Control click March. And now we have January, March. Maybe we want to see just the Central and Northeast regions. So click Central, and again, hold down the Control key on your keyboard and click Northeast. So now we have just the Central and Northeast sections. So if we have a client or a boss or somebody who wants this specific information, you can see it takes only 1 or 2 clicks to get the specific detailed information that we want. Now, I hope this has given you a good idea of what pivot tables are and how they can be useful. And there are a lot more ways that you can modify them. We just don't have time to go into really tremendous detail in this course. But if you do want to learn about pivot tables in depth, take a look at some of the great pivot table courses in the lynda.com library. Even though pivot tables do a great job of slicing, dicing, and baking your data so many different ways, sometimes you'll get the clarity you need only by looking at a pivot chart. Now, there are 2 ways you can create a pivot chart, and I'll show you both ways. One is you can take an existing pivot table and make a chart out of it. The other way is to skip the middleman, create a pivot chart directly from your underlying data without having to create a pivot table first. Well, let's do the first method first. We already have a pivot table here. And if you want, you could go down and click the Data tab just to see the underlying data. I'll click back on the Pivot Table tab. And make sure you're clicked somewhere in the pivot table. It doesn't really matter where. Now, up here in the ribbon bar, you have the Pivot Table Tools section. And select the Options tab. And over here, click Pivot Chart. And this will let us insert a chart. And you have so many different types of charts you can use. Let's select Column. And I'm just going to choose the 4th one here. So that's a nice basic 3D column chart, and then click OK. And boom, it just pops the chart onto the screen. Now, just like a pivot table, we can filter this. Go down here in the lower left corner and click Region, and I'll click that, select all. So we deselect all, maybe we just want to see Central and Southeast. So select those 2 and click OK, and then we see just those. Maybe we want to filter the months. So click the month drop down. And let's say we only care about February, March, and not January. So deselect January and click OK. We could also filter by size. Click on size, and maybe we only want to see the 1 liter and 2 liter and not the 750s. So click over here to select multiple items and just deselect the 750s and click OK. And there you are. So now we have this filtered by 3 different categories. Now we can also add slicers to the pivot chart. So up here again in the Pivot Chart Tools tab, click the Analyze tab and Insert Slicer, and from the pop-up, choose Insert Slicer. And let's insert slicers for region and month. And click OK. And we can drag these out of the way, maybe drag the chart out of the way here. And before we go and use them, let's go and format them. Select the slicer, and maybe select the other slicer, and let's give these kind of olivey looks. And maybe we want Southeast through Northeast, so select Southeast and then Shift-click Northeast. And maybe we want to see January, March, not February, so click January and then Control-click March. So we have those. And of course, we could unfilter these whichever way we like. Okay, let's take a look at the other method of creating a pivot chart, and that is directly from the source data. So down here, click the Data tab, and just make sure you're clicked anywhere inside the data area. It doesn't really matter where. And just like pivot tables, pivot charts are things that we insert. So we go to the Insert tab, And over here on the left, click Pivot Table, and then choose Pivot Chart. Let's move this out of the way, and Excel correctly guesses our data area, including the column headers, and we'll put this on a new worksheet, so I'm just going to accept the defaults and click OK. Now in a pivot table, we would define columns and rows, but in a pivot chart, we define axis and legend fields. So let's go and do that. Let's take the region and let's drag the region into the axis fields. And let's take size and drag size into the legend fields. So now we have the basic structure of our chart, and the data that we want to summarize is the quantity. So take quantity and drag quantity into the sum values. And now we can filter it by month. So take month and drag into the report filter. Now before we go and format it, let's go and use it. If you take a look at the chart here, we have it grouped by region. And in the legend, we have by size. Now in Excel's terminology, the size is the series. So we have this 1 liter in blue, and you see we have these blue bars. So what that means is we have a 1 liter series, we have a 2 liter series. Now if we decide we want the opposite, maybe we want the series to be the regions and the groups to be the size, it takes 1 click. In the Pivot Chart Tools section, make sure the Design tab is selected, and over here click Switch Row and Column, and boom, it's done. So now we're grouped by size, and the legend is done by region. So we have a Southeast region and a Central region. We have a 1 liter group, 2 liter group, and so on. Now let's format it. Make sure your chart is selected. And up here under Chart Styles, click that down arrow and you can choose a style. Notice that when you roll your mouse over it, it does not change dynamically. You actually have to click one to take effect, and I'll choose this kind of 3D olivey color. Now we can insert slicers here also. So up here in the ribbon bar, click the Analyze tab and click Insert Slicer, and then choose Insert Slicer from the flyout. And let's do a slicer for the region, so just click Region and click OK. And move this out of the way, and again we can format this. Maybe click this arrow here, and I'll choose, again, a green sort of olivey color. And maybe we just want to see the Central and Northeast regions and not the Southeast and West. So click Central and then Control-click Northeast, and we see that. Or maybe we want to add Southeast but not the West. You can Control-click that, and so forth. So just like with pivot tables, there are just way too many features of pivot charts to go through all of them in a single movie. So if it's something you need, I would suggest playing around with them on your own. And also check out the pivot table courses here on lynda.com. Charts are great tools for data analysis, and Excel has a very robust charting package built in. You also might not always know which chart to use for which purpose. First of all, why even use a chart? Well, which is easier to understand? Dry data like this, or a colorful column chart like this? Now, column charts are great when you have a lot of data to look at, and let's take a look at this chart here. We could see right off the bat that 3 states here, Maryland, Vermont, and New York, usually have fairly high numbers, but something happened in the second quarter where Vermont and New York still have high numbers, but something happened to Maryland where the numbers aren't quite so high. On the other hand, New Jersey usually has some kind of mid-level numbers, but also in the second quarter, something happened where New Jersey has higher numbers than usual. Now, this chart doesn't tell us why it happened, but it does make those numbers stand out. Excel also creates pie charts, and pie charts are great for comparing totals. If you watch the movie in this course on absolute references, we took a grand total and we split it up into component parts by percentage. Well, that's kind of what a pie chart is. We have a whole and we've split it up into its components. And by having a nice color chart, 3-dimensional, one piece pulled out, it makes the numbers and it makes the information stand out a lot more. Excel also does a good job with line charts. Line charts are good for identifying trends over time. And here we have lines going across 3 quarters of the year, and we can see what's going up and what's going down. Excel also has a type of line chart called sparklines, and they're new in the 2010 version. And these are miniature charts that fit in a cell. I like to think of sparklines as thumbnail charts for thumbnail analysis. And Excel does a whole lot more than that, and let's take a look at a few. Starting in the 2010 version, Excel has a type of line chart called sparklines. And sparklines are little miniature charts that actually fit into the cells of the worksheet. Now, you might not always want a whole table, or you might not always have room for one, so sparklines might fit the bill for you. Well, let's check it out. First, click anywhere in the data area, doesn't matter. And sparklines, like any other chart, are things that we insert, so go to the Insert tab. And over here to the right of the Charts section, we have sparklines. I'll click Line, and the Create Sparklines dialog box comes up. First thing we have to do is define the data range, so delete whatever's in here. And let's start with the first number here. I'm not going to select the column headers, just the numbers, and I'm just going to drag over. Now you could drag all the way down if you want. I'm just going to press Control, Shift, and the down arrow key. Just a much easier, faster way of selecting and scroll up. So now we have the data range. And now click here in the location range, and the location range is where do we want the sparklines to go. So let's start over here in H5. Now here we have to drag down. If we press Control, Shift, down arrow, no, there's no place for it to stop. And that's good, and let's scroll back up. So click OK, and boom, it just inserts those sparklines. And just click somewhere inside the sparkline so you could get a better look. Now, when you do that, you have the sparkline tools in the Design tab showing up on the ribbon bar. Before we change anything there, let's just take a look at the column itself, column H. If we want these lines to be flattened out a little bit more, you put your mouse pointer here on the right border of column H. Your mouse pointer turns to a two-headed arrow, and click and drag out to the right, and those lines flatten out. If you want them more compressed, just drag them back, and now the lines are a little bit more craggy. I'll just kind of drag them a little bit to the right. Happy medium there. Well, we can do some formatting here. First, let's decide what kind of thickness we want for the lines. Go over here to Sparkline Color, choose Weight, and yes, I know that's confusing. Why is weight in with a color tab? I don't know, it just is. And I'll choose a heavier line so they stand out a little bit more. As far as markers go, we can display high points, low points, first, last points, and so on. So let's go over here in the Show tab and maybe choose high point and low point. And now we can see with each one, there's a high and low. If you want, you could go here into Marker Color, go over here to Markers, and we can change them as well, make them a little bit more visible. If you don't care about high point and low point, maybe you just want first and last. I'll turn this off and I'll turn on first and last points. And we can see those also. And I'll just turn off those markers. It really depends on what you need. There's no right way or wrong way. Well, even though these are called spark lines, we also have a column variety. So over here, click column. And now we can see kind of little miniature column charts. This might be a little bit more visible of where the high numbers are and where the low numbers are. Well, speaking of low numbers, you'll notice that some of these numbers here are negative. And here's another one. Wouldn't it be nice if we could make those negative numbers really stick out like a sore thumb? When you're looking at the data here, it's kind of hard to tell. So click somewhere in the sparklines, and again, if you need to, go back to the Design tab and choose Win-Loss. Right now, it's still kind of hard to tell, but let's click on the Style dropdown. Maybe choose a dark theme, and go over here to Marker Color, click that, and for negative points, let's choose a light color. I'll choose a light green. And now we can see those negative numbers really sticking out. And you can see over here, negative numbers are turned on. And if you want, you could always turn them off and that green goes away. Turn them on, the green comes back. So the next time you need to create some charts to display just a general overview and you don't want to fuss with the whole charting package, try using sparklines. They could save you a lot of time. We can create column charts with just a few clicks. And Excel has many different types of charts and many variations of them. But when you learn how to use column charts, you can use those same techniques for other charts as well. Well, let's take a look at this worksheet. It has pretty typical type of data that you might want to chart. So to create the chart, we have to select the data first because remember, Excel doesn't know what we want. We have to tell Excel what we want. So let's select from A4 down to D11. So we're selecting the column headers for state and the 3/4. And the data for all of our states. The important part is we're not selecting the total column and we're not selecting the total row. When you create a column chart, you don't want to select your totals because then you'll double the amount of data that's in your chart and your chart just won't be right. So now that we have it selected, we insert a chart. Well, because we're inserting a chart, we go up to the Insert tab. And here in the ribbon bar, we have the Charts group. So let's click Column. And just to keep it simple for now, let's just choose the first type of 3D column. Click, and boom, it just puts it on the page. Now, if you want to format the chart, you see on the ribbon bar, we have the Chart Tools section, and we have 3 tabs there. And later in this chapter, we're going to go use them. But if all you need is a chart with the default settings, you're all done. But let me show you a little bit more. Let's say we don't want all 3 quarterly data in this chart, maybe third quarter data haven't come in yet. So leave the chart selected or move it out of the way if you need to. And you see we have this blue box around our data. Put your mouse pointer in this heavy dot in the lower right corner, and your mouse pointer becomes a 2-headed arrow. Now, that is not the autofill handle. Don't get that confused with autofill. Has nothing to do with it. But when you get that 2-headed arrow, just drag over here to the left. So this box is just around the first 2 quarters, and you notice that the chart immediately changes. It's live. The numbers are live also. For example, let's take a look at Connecticut. You see, Connecticut has some fairly low numbers in this chart. What happens if we change them? Let's go over here. I'll just select that first Connecticut number, and let's make that, 850. Type in 850, press enter, and boom, immediately that data point increases. So we can see that's live. I want to show you one other way that you can very quickly insert a column chart. I'll just move this chart out of the way here. Let's select the same cells as we did before. Again, we're selecting the column headers, we're selecting the state data, we're not selecting the total column, we're not selecting the total row. Once you have those cells selected, just press the F11 key on your keyboard and boom. Excel creates a brand new chart on a brand new worksheet. Now it's a 2-column chart, so it doesn't look as fancy as the other one, but we could modify that if we want. The advantage here is that it's a lot bigger. And that's something also that we can modify, and we could change the location of this chart. We can change the location of the other chart if we want. We'll talk about moving charts around also in this chapter. This hasn't deleted the chart or the data that we already have. If you click back here on the Data tab, you can see there's our original data and there's our original chart. So if that's all you need, you're pretty much done. But later in the chapter, we'll talk about modifying and formatting our charts. Chances are that after you create a chart, you'll want to make some changes and customize it to your liking. All the tools you need for that are under the Chart Tools section that appears when you have the chart selected. So I'm going to click the chart, and now I have the Chart Tools section on the ribbon bar with 3 tabs underneath it. If you don't see that Chart Tools section, it's just because you don't have the chart selected. Now you could scroll down to see it a little better. I'm just going to move the chart up here so we can see the whole thing. Before we start formatting it, let's say you decide that you want this chart to be on its own sheet. See down here, we have our data sheet, which is where all our data are, and then we have sheet 2 and sheet 3, which are blank, so make sure the chart is selected. Click the Design tab here under Chart Tools, and over here on the right, click Move Chart. Now right now it tells you that it's an object in this data sheet. Click New Sheet, give it a name if you like, click OK, and Excel pops it onto its own sheet. And you might do this if you want to get a bigger printout. Maybe you just want to see it a little bit more clearly. Maybe you want to print out just the chart and you don't want any of the underlying data getting in the way. Now, if you change your mind and maybe you want this chart back on the data sheet, sure, right now you could undo. But let's say you save it, you close it, you go away for a few days, and you come back and undoing is no longer an option. Well, what you do here is under the Chart Tools section under Design, you click Move Chart again. And now we can make this an object in that data sheet. Click OK, and it comes back, and you notice that chart sheet has just been removed. So now we can move this back. All right, maybe let's stretch it out here a little bit. Right now we have our series is in columns, right? We have columns for quarter 1, 2, and 3, and that's what's in the legend. And if you're never really sure, oh gee, is the series columns or rows? I don't know. The legend is the giveaway. So right now we have a quarter 1 series, quarter 2 series, and so on. Let's click over here to switch column and row. It's just a little easier to look at. It'll be a little easier to modify in this exercise. So let's go and format this chart so it looks a little bit more olive-ish. So with it selected, make sure the Design tab is active. And over here, click that down arrow. And you'll notice as you move your mouse pointer around, there's no updating to the chart. It's not dynamic here. So just click one that you like. This one is kind of olive colored. Now let's insert a title above the chart. So click the Layout tab. And over here, click Chart Title, and let's choose Above Chart. So it gives us a placeholder, and let's click in here. I'll just select that, and you don't even have to delete. You could just type right over it. I'll call this billions of gallons sold. That's a lot of olive oil. Now, if you want to format it, you see you have this dotted line around it. Best thing to do is click off it. Anywhere on the chart is okay. Then click back on it. So now you have a solid border instead of a dotted border. Go up here to the Format tab, and you see you have these word art styles. Click that, and you have all sorts of options here. And choose one you like. Don't worry about the color just yet. I'll choose this one here. Well, that blue color doesn't really look very olive-ish, so we can change it. Go up here to Text Fill, and choose maybe a green fill, and you see it keeps some of that formatting as well. We could also add a reflection if you like. Go up here to Text Effects, Reflection, and you could apply some sort of reflection, and if you roll your mouse over some of these options, you can see how it's changed. I'm just going to take this one, it's kind of subtle. We could also format this sort of as an object and give it a background. Leave it selected, and over here under Shape Styles, click that down arrow, and if you roll your mouse over, you can see all these different shape styles, and I'm going to go down here to this kind of rounded green look. And there it is. Now, if you decide you don't want the reflection on that rounded look, you could always go back to Text Effects, back to Reflection, and turn that off. Now, let's do one more thing here. Let's take a look at the numbers. If you notice here, New Jersey is the 4th bar, and if you just roll your mouse over the 4th bar here, you can see there's New Jersey in the 1st quarter, New Jersey here, much higher number in the 2nd quarter, and New Jersey back down to a smaller number in the 3rd quarter. Well, we don't know why that's happening, but you might assume that in the 2nd quarter, that New Jersey number is an outlier, so you might want to highlight it a little bit more than just having it green with all of the other bars. So here's what we do. Click that bar there, and when you click it, you notice that all 3 of the New Jersey series bars get selected, and over here in the chart also, it gets selected. Click that quarter 2 New Jersey bar a second time, and just that bar is selected, so that's not a double click, it's really a click, hesitate, and click again. So just that bar is selected. Now right-click your mouse on it, and from the pop-up menu, you want to choose Format Data Point. Now if that says Format Data Series, it means that you don't have that one New Jersey bar isolated, it means you have the whole series isolated, so you want to make sure just to get that one selected, so click Format Data Point. And over here choose Fill. And you see it says automatic because it's simply picking up the style that all of the bars have. So instead, let's choose maybe gradient fill. Nice sunset color, isn't it? And if you click here on preset colors, there's other presets that you can choose. And of course, you can customize these any way you like. And you can change the gradient stops. You can change the color brightness and transparency. I'm just going to leave those the way they are and click close. And I'm going to deselect. So if you have to present this chart to someone and you especially want to show them that New Jersey number is an outlier, this is a heck of a lot more obvious than the number in this data sheet, wherever it is. When you want to show how individual numbers combine to make up a total, nothing beats a pie chart, and Excel does them pretty well, so let's take a look. Let's select Cells down the State column, and hold the Control key down on your keyboard, and let's drag on these cells down column E. So we want to have the state header and the data underneath it, and the total header and the data underneath it selected. The only way to select cells that are not adjacent is by holding down the Control key. Now, in another movie, I said that you should never select the total to go into a chart. Well, let me make that a little bit more accurate. You don't want to have the total selected and the data that combines the total. So in this instance, it's okay to select the total because we don't have the quarterly data. If we had the quarterly data, you wouldn't select the total. Pie charts are showing components of a whole, so that's why we really do want the total column selected. So we're going to insert a pie chart. So we go to the Insert tab, and here under Charts, click Pie, and I'm going to choose a 3-dimensional pie chart. And boom, it just pops it onto the worksheet. And let's just maybe stretch it out here a little bit. We'll adjust the legend and the title in just a little bit, but let's deal with the pie itself first. If you put your mouse pointer on any of the pie pieces, you can see which state it is and what the values are. If you roll your mouse pointer over this section, you can see it's New York, and New York in this sheet has the highest number, so I want to rotate that to the 4 o'clock position. Click the chart, and you don't have to click on New York, it doesn't matter, you could click anywhere on the pie chart, and go to the Layout tab, and over here choose 3D Rotation. I'll just drag this out of the way here. And you see we have the X rotation. If you click that up arrow, you see the pie chart rotates. And I'm going to rotate that till it's about 160 degrees. And that'll put New York at about the 4 o'clock position. Let's take the Y angle and let's boost that up to 40 degrees. I think that's just going to make it a little bit more visible. And let's bump up the perspective to about 20 degrees. Now you could use different numbers, but I think these numbers will just make the pie chart look a little better. And now click close. Now that New York is in the 4 o'clock position, let's say we want to pull it out from the rest of the pie. Click it, and you see the entire pie is selected. And now click it again. So that's not a double click, it's a click, hesitate, click again. Now drag out away from the rest of the pie, and now you see the New York piece has been pulled out. If you change your mind, you want that piece pushed in, just take that piece and drag it in towards the center. Don't worry if you're dragging your mouse too far. You can't overlap the pieces, they won't smush. Well, let's say you decide that you want all the pieces separated the same amount. Well, click off here in the background of the chart, put your mouse pointer on the chart, click and drag out. Now, if you find that you're still pulling just one piece out and not all of the pieces, let me undo, because I want to be very clear on this. If you have it deselected and you click it so that all pieces are selected and then you pull out, you'll still end up pulling just one piece out. I'm going to undo that again and click off here again. What you really want to do is put your mouse pointer on any piece, it doesn't matter, press and hold down on the mouse button, don't release the mouse button. And now drag out away, and now all of the pieces will be separated. You really have to be careful of that to get all the pieces separated. Now, I think this pie chart would look a lot better if the states were listed on the pie itself rather than in the legend. So let's remove the legend. Make sure the chart is still selected, and in the layout tab here, click legend and not. You see it says turn off legend. So now we have more room for the pie itself. And now we can stretch this out a little bit. Put your mouse pointer on one of the 4 corner handles and just drag out. And now we have some more room for it. Also, let's take this title and just drag this title out of the way here. And we can still make the pie chart a little bigger. If you put your mouse pointer just outside the chart, you may see this little pop-up here that says plot area. And when you see that plot area, click, and now you have like an internal border. And now you can resize that a little bit as well. So you could resize the chart inside the chart area. So now let's put the names of the states and the values on the pie pieces themselves. Click up here on data labels, and you have a few options here, but click down here on more data label options because we get a little bit more control here. So over here under label options, you want to choose value and category name, and where it says show leader lines, deselect that, and now click close. Well, that's okay, but maybe we want to change the font a little bit. So go up here to the Format tab, and over here under Text Fill, maybe choose white so it stands out, and you can still adjust them a little bit more. You could go to the Home tab. You can choose different sizes if you want. If you want a different font, you can do that also. I'm going to go down here and choose Comic Sans. Now, if you want, you can still push these around a little bit. Now, if you put your mouse pointer on one of them and drag, you notice that even if they're all selected, you're not dragging all of them. You can position them however you like. You just need to be careful that if you click, your mouse pointer is on the edge, so you have that 4-headed arrow mouse pointer when dragging them around. Okay, now let's format the title. Click the title, and maybe I'll drag it over here. Click in it, select the text, and now let's type billions and billions of gallons. That's what we hope to sell anyway. And you could just drag this into whatever spot you like. And now let's format it. Click the Format tab, and we could go back here to Word Art. And I'm going to choose this one over here. Doesn't really look very olive-ish, but once you have it selected, we could go back to Text Fill Color and choose something that's a little bit more green. And if you don't like any of these colors, you could go down here to More Fill Colors. Move this out of the way, and now you have more colors to choose from. And click OK. And if you like a reflection or don't like the reflection, you could go into Text Effects. Turn the reflection on and off, turn a glow on and off. I'm going to leave it the way it is. And let's just deselect it and take a look. So pie charts can be a lot of fun to make, and you can see that just about anything you want to do with them is really just 1 or 2 mouse clicks away. You may have created the world's most gorgeous charts, but that doesn't necessarily mean your work is done. Not everyone you're showing your charts to wants an Excel sheet. You might need to place your charts and maybe the underlying data into another document. You might need to put your work into another Microsoft application like Word or PowerPoint, but you also might need to put your work into a non-Microsoft application that maybe doesn't work with Excel all that well. So let's take a look at some possibilities. First, let's start here in Excel and just select the chart, copy to the clipboard. I'll press Ctrl+C. And now let's switch into Microsoft Word. And in Word, we have opened this file called Insert Pie Chart. And let's just paste. I'll press Ctrl+V to paste. Looks okay, and down here, I'll click the Options button, and you see we have a few different options to choose from. I'm going to choose the middle one here, Use Destination Theme and Link Data. Operative phrase is Link Data. Now, let's take a look here. We can see Connecticut is 1316, and I'm using Connecticut just because it's the lowest number in this chart, and we can see the numbers right in front of us. Let's switch back to Excel. Scroll down if you need to, and we can see there's that 1316. Just click on one of those numbers for Connecticut, and instead of 385, I'll make it 450. Press Enter. And we can see both here in the data, and over here in the chart, it changes to 1381. Switch back into Word, and now we can see immediately it's 1381. So we didn't have to do very much, and it works with Word great. Well, now let's paste into PowerPoint and see what happens. So switch into Microsoft PowerPoint. And here in PowerPoint, we have opened the file called Insert Pie Chart. So we have some text here on the left, and we have placeholder. Click in that placeholder so you have your cursor. And I still have that chart in the clipboard, so again, all I have to do is paste Ctrl+V, and it gets kind of squished because it's being stuffed into that placeholder shape. So I'm just going to undo. I'll press Ctrl+Z, and I'll just delete this placeholder altogether. Place your mouse pointer on the border here, and when your mouse pointer turns to a four-headed arrow, click and then press delete on your keyboard. Now, when you press delete, if that placeholder is still there, just try clicking on the border a second time and deleting. So now we have no placeholder. You can click or even drag. You see there's no placeholder there. Now just paste, press Ctrl+V, and there we go. Now, before we move the chart into position, let's do just what we did in Word. Click the Options button here. I'll choose Use Destination Theme and Link Data. And let's move this into position. And if you need to adjust the text, you can do that. Again, let's take a look at Connecticut. So we see Connecticut is 1381. Let's switch back into Excel. In Excel, we see it's 1381. Let's take that 450, and I'll turn it back into 385. Press Enter. We can see up here in the data and in the chart, Connecticut is back to 1316. Let's switch back into PowerPoint, and we can see immediately it's 1316. Well, this is all a great scenario, but what if we need to put the Excel chart into a non-Microsoft application that doesn't recognize Excel all that well? So let's switch into Excel and see what we can do. Select the chart, click on the Design tab, and over here choose Move Chart. And let's put the chart in a brand new sheet. You can give it a name if you like, click OK. Now, because the chart is taking up so much more room, we might have to make some adjustments here. Let's start with the title. Click that title and we'll make it a little bigger. Go to the Home tab and you could choose a larger size. If you want to do it a little bit more interactively, make sure it's selected, and you could press Control Shift and the greater than sign on your keyboard. Control Shift less than sign will make it smaller. Control Shift greater than will make it bigger. And let's do the same for the state titles. Click one and let's change the font. Again, you could use a shortcut if you like. You could move them into position also if you need to, and just click off here. And now the trick is to turn this into a PDF. We're not going to print the entire workbook or even the underlying data, just this chart. So go up to the File tab, down here to Save and Send. We're here, Create PDF. We're here again, Create PDF. And Excel offers to call it placeinchart.pdf. But let's take a look at some options. Click the Options button. We want to make sure that we're printing just the active sheet. Click OK, and we might want to open the file after publishing just so we can get a look. Click Publish. And now Acrobat opens up with our chart. I've found that many non-Microsoft programs that don't work with Excel very well can still import PDFs pretty well, because PDF is just such a generic, widely used format. So we saw here some scenarios that you may run into, and there are undoubtedly more. In general, my advice is this: when you need to get data from one application into another, first try doing it the normal way. If that doesn't work, what you want to do is find some intermediate format that they both use. Using a PDF is generally your best bet. When you use Excel a lot, especially if you're using it for the same tasks over and over again, you'll find that you're executing the same procedures repetitively. Well, you might say to yourself, gee, there's got to be a faster, easier way. I keep doing the same thing over and over again. Well, you don't have to do it because macros can do the repetitive work for you. Well, let's talk about what a macro is. Macros are basically little bits of instruction code that run inside Excel. Now, macros can be very simple, or they could turn Excel into software development, and there's even a little industry of people writing macros for Excel. Well, how do you create a macro? There's two basic ways. One way is that you can record your mouse clicks and keystrokes, kind of like recording a TV program and then playing it back. The other way is that you can write the program in a language called Visual Basic for Applications, or VBA for short. It's a language that Microsoft developed to be used inside of Microsoft Office. So let's talk about the advantages of creating macros by recording your clicks and keystrokes. First is you don't have to know anything about programming, and the other is that you already know Excel, so leverage that and let Excel record your knowledge for you. But there are disadvantages of only recording your clicks and keystrokes. One is that if you don't know Visual Basic, you can't modify that macro once you've created it. If you want to modify it, you have to record it over. A macro that you record can't make any decisions. It can't say this number is high or gee, this number is low, or what if the username is Joe, then execute a certain procedure. It really doesn't have any intelligence. Also, if you make any mistakes when you're recording the macro, even if you correct them, Excel is still going to record those mistakes and the corrections because Excel can't read your mind. It's only recording what you're typing and what you're clicking. So there are definite advantages to writing macros in Visual Basic. One is that you can modify the macros as much as you like or as much as you understand the VBA. The macros can make decisions for you. So a macro can say, well, if this number is greater than 1500, then display this message. There are some tasks that you can execute only by writing the VBA. And once you know how to use VBA in Excel, you know most of what you need to use VBA in Word or PowerPoint or Access or other Microsoft programs. But there are downsides to writing VBA code. The first, of course, is that you have to learn the VBA language, and I'll be straight with you, it's a bit of a learning curve. Second is that after you write the code, you have to test it and you have to debug it, especially if you're going to give your macros to other people to use. And finally, there are some tasks that are very simple and it can actually take longer to program them than to record your clicks and keystrokes, and even the best programmers will record clicks and keystrokes as part of their development. So now that we have an idea of what macros are all about, let's go and create some and modify them. Then recording is live, so click OK. And how do you know recording is live? Up here, you see the stop recording button. Now, real important, when you are done creating the macro, you need to click that stop recording button, because if you don't, everything you do, including opening and closing files and switching tabs and all that, will be recorded, and eventually the recording session will abort, Excel may crash, you won't be very happy, so just really need to remember to stop recording. Now, since we're going to be navigating through this worksheet, I think it's a lot easier and a lot more accurate if we use some handy shortcuts, and I'll give you everything you need to know. In general, when I do something like that, I find it's always best to start in the upper left corner in cell A1, so press Control Home. Now, the advantage of that is when you play back the macro, it doesn't matter which cell you have selected. You could be selected in cell Q4300, and you'll immediately go back to cell A1, so you can start selecting the cells if you want. Now, the data that we bring in, we want that to start in cell A13. Well, right now we want it to start in cell A13 because that's the next row. But once we have data from the workbook that we're bringing in, the next time we bring in data, we want it to start at the first blank row there. So it's not always literally A13. So how do we get there? Well, press Control down arrow. The first time you press Control down arrow, it goes to the starting line there. Press Control down arrow again. You see it goes to the end of that section. So you just pressed Control down arrow twice. Now just press the down arrow by itself. So you are absolutely 100% guaranteed that your cursor is now in the first blank available row. Now we already opened up that other workbook, so let's switch there. Now I'm going to press Control F6. If you prefer, you could go to the View tab and use the switch windows command, so I'll press Control F6. Remember, this is being recorded by the macro. And like we did before, press Control Home, so it doesn't matter what cell is selected in this workbook when you open it. And we'll do kind of the same thing. Press Control down arrow. Once that gets to the column header, well, we don't want to select the column headers, so just hit the down arrow. All right, so we press Control Home, we then press Control down arrow, then we press the down arrow by itself. Now we want to get to the last used row. Now in this case, it's row 12. In another workbook, it might be a different row. So we want to make sure that the macro gets exactly the data and doesn't leave out any data and doesn't get any blank rows. So that's why clicking with the mouse really isn't going to work. So press Control Shift down arrow. So that selects to the end of this row. Now we need to leave these cells selected and also select to the right. So press Control Shift right arrow. So you are now guaranteed to select all of the data here. Now we need to copy to the clipboard. I'll press Control C to copy. If you prefer, you could go to the Home tab and click the copy button. Either way will work. Okay, so we have this copy to the clipboard. We see the marching ants. Now let's switch back. Again, I'll press Control F6, or if you want, you could go to the View tab and switch windows. It's your choice. Now our cursor is in the right spot, so all we have to do is paste. So I'll press Control V to paste. If you prefer, you could go to the Home tab and click Paste. There we go. Now we want to clear off the clipboard, so press the Escape key, and let's deselect all of these cells. So just press the Home key. It doesn't really matter which cell you have selected. All right, now we're ready to stop recording. So go to the Developer tab if you're not already there, and click Stop Recording. Okay, great. Well, we recorded the macro. How do we know it works? Well, let's bring in data from another region. So right now we have the central region, we have the northeast region. I'm just going to press Control F6. Here's the northeast data. Let's just close this file. And let's go open another one. So you can press Control O or go to the File tab and open. So we have central, we have northeast. Let's open up southeast. Double click it. You can click anywhere, it doesn't matter. Maybe go back here to the recording macro. Let's run the macro. Press Control Shift G and boom, there it is. So we have central, northeast, southeast. Let's try it again. Just press Control F6 and let's close the southeast data because we already have the data. And let's open. Again, press Control O or go to the File menu and open. And let's open up the west data. Okay, so it doesn't matter what cell you have selected. Control F6. Let's switch back here. And again, press Control Shift G and boom, there's your west data. And notice there's different numbers of rows for each region. We have central is a little, northeast is more. We have a lot more west data than the others. So if you were to try selecting cells by clicking with your mouse, you really wouldn't know which cell to select or how many cells to select. But by using those keyboard shortcuts, there's absolutely no chance for error, as long as you do it right. Now, one more thing, if we want to save this file with the macro in it, we can't just save with the .xls extension. We have to save this workbook in a macro-enabled format. So you could either press F12 to save as, or go to the File tab and Save As. And we could keep the name, but for the file type, click that drop-down. And up here, let's choose Excel Macro-Enabled Workbook. See, it's a .xlsm, and click Save. Now, just one more thing. This isn't some exercise I simply dreamed up for this course. This is only a slightly simplified version of a real set of macros I once created for a client that used it every single day. What would happen is in the mornings, they would import new data from an order system using techniques that we covered in the movie on importing and exporting. And they would bring those data into a growing worksheet just like we had here. So if you completed this exercise, give yourself some congratulations. We're going to record a basic macro that takes cells from one worksheet and deposits them at the bottom of this worksheet. Now, because this is an essential training course, we're only giving light coverage to macros. If you're interested in learning about macros in depth, check out some of the really great macro courses in the lynda.com library. But before we begin recording, there's some housekeeping that we need to do first. To record macros, we need to display the Developer tab on the ribbon bar. Now on my computer here, you see there is no Developer tab. If you have the Developer tab on your computer, you don't have to go through this step. But I'm going to go here to the File tab to go into Backstage View. And down over here, let's click Options. And we have all the options categories here on the left. And let's click over here where it says Customize Ribbon. Now on the right, we have a list of all the tabs that are visible, Home, Insert Page Layout, and so on. And over here is the Developer tab, so just click there to put a check, click OK. And now you can see there's the Developer tab up there on the ribbon bar. Click it, we have all the developer tools. And we also need to set security, so click down here on Macro Security. And you want to make sure that the second radio button is selected. It should be selected by default, but I want to make sure that you don't have the first button selected. And the idea is that there are nefarious characters writing macroviruses, and Excel tries to protect itself against them. If you have at least disable macros with notification, it means that when Excel sees that there's a workbook that contains macros, it'll at least notify you that, hey, there are macros here. Do you want to enable them or not? If you have that first radio button selected, you won't even get a chance to run the macros, so let's click OK. And since we'll be taking data from another workbook, let's open that workbook now. So right now we have the recording macro.xlsx open, so either press Ctrl-O on your keyboard to open or go to the File tab and open. And in the Chapter 13 folder of your exercise files, open up the Northeast data file. And you can see the structure is the same as the workbook that we were just looking at. We have order number, region, month size, and quantity. Now to switch back and forth between one workbook and another, easiest way I think is to press Ctrl F6, hold down the Control key, and press the F6 key on your keyboard. That works in just about every single Windows program under the sun, not just Excel. Now if for whatever reason you don't like Ctrl F6, you could always go to the View tab, and over here, switch windows. Whichever you prefer is fine. And let's go back to the Developer tab. One last thing we need to decide when recording a macro is, are we recording with relative references or not with relative references? In other words, with absolute references. That's what this button lets us decide. Here's the idea. Right now, I have cell B3 selected. When I record the macro and I hit the down arrow, let's say, no surprise, I go one cell down into cell B4. Well, when you're running the macro, what happens if you're starting on cell C3? When you hit the down arrow, what's going to happen? Are you going to go straight down to cell C4? Well, that's a relative reference. Or are you going to go literally to cell B4, which is an absolute reference, which is what you recorded? So that's what you have to decide is, will your navigation be exactly literally the cells that you're recording? Or will they be relatively going up or going down, left or right? For the purposes of this macro that we're going to record, let's turn relative references on. Okay, now we're ready to record, so click the Record Macro button, and the Record Macro dialog box comes up. So let's give it a name. I'll call this Get Data. Now, a macro cannot have spaces in the names. You can have either mixed case or you can use underscores. And let's supply a shortcut key. Because we're going to get data, I want to use a shortcut key of Control-Shift-G. So click in this box here and type Shift-G like you're going to type a capital G. And you see it makes it Control-Shift-G. Now you might wonder, hey Bob, why make it Control-Shift-G? Why not just plain old Control-G? Why make this more difficult? And the answer is that in Excel, almost all of the Control this and Control that shortcuts are already used. Control-G is the command to go to a particular cell. And if we override that here, then Control-G will no longer be to go to a particular cell. But there are just about no Control-Shift anything in use in Excel. But I'll leave that up to you, that's personal preference. Now, we also need to decide where are we storing this macro. And over here it says where to store the macro in, and click that down arrow, and you have three choices: Personal Macro Workbook, New Workbook, or This Workbook. Well, let me explain. The Personal Macro Workbook is a specific file that Excel keeps. And if you have macros in it, that is if you record macros and put them in the Personal Macro Workbook, they will always be available when you start Excel. Because what Excel will do is it will open the Personal Macro Workbook when it starts up, but it'll open up hidden so it doesn't get in your way, and there's no danger of you messing it up. Well, if you don't have a Personal Macro Workbook, Excel will create it the very first time you select it. It's pretty cool. Now, if you choose to store your macro in a new workbook, Excel will literally create a brand new workbook and put your macro in there. You would use that option if you intend on distributing your macro to other people. Well, for the purposes of this exercise, let's keep the default of storing the macro in this workbook. And we'll do that because the macro that we're recording is really meant for this workbook, so there's no need to store it anywhere else. Now we could enter a description, and this is just kind of like a yellow sticky note that's attached to it. And we can type in something like, gets data from other sheet and deposits and here. Okay, now when we click OK, this workbook contains a macro that retrieves data from a separate file, copies it, and deposits it at the bottom of the current one. It just runs as a one-shot deal, doesn't make any decisions, doesn't ask for any additional information. If you did the exercise in the movie on recording a macro, you already know what its procedure is. What we'll do in this movie is we'll add 3 lines of VBA code to the macro that will ask your name, then enter it at the top of the worksheet so that the next person who runs the macro will know who used it last. Before we run the macro, there's a couple of things we have to do. Over here, if you have this yellow bar that says security warning, that's just Excel's way of telling you that, hey, there are macros in here that could be dangerous. Do you really want to run them? So click Enable Content. If you have that yellow bar and you don't enable content, you can't use the macros. Second thing we need to do is we need to open up the workbook that contains the data we're going to retrieve. So you could either press Ctrl-O to open or go to your File tab and choose Open. And in the Chapter 13 folder of the exercise files, let's open up this file here called Overseas Data. And you see it's the same structure as the other ones. We have an order number, the region, month, size, and quantity. So let's switch back to the other one. I'll press Ctrl F6, or if you prefer, you could go to the View tab and switch windows. So let's go and edit the macro. Go to the Developer tab, and there's a few ways we can do this. Over here on the left, we have the button for the Visual Basic Editor. We also have the Macros button. Click that Macros button. And this shows you the macro that we wrote. It's called Get Data. And to edit it, just click this Edit button. It brings us into what looks like another computer program, and really it is. And you see up here, it's the Microsoft VB Editor. This VB Editor comes with Microsoft Office. You don't have to buy it separately, but you do have to install it. So if you don't have the VB Editor, you'll have to go and install it from your original desks. Now let's take a look at the code. I'm just going to maximize this window here so we can see what's going on. A couple of things is the macro starts off with this keyword sub and it ends with end sub. Sub stands for sub procedure. All the code that you do in the macro has to be between the opening sub and the ending sub. If you put any code before or after the sub procedure, it'll give you an error. The first few lines here are in green, and you see they start off with an apostrophe, or call it a single quotation mark. These are comments. They are kind of like yellow sticky notes. It's information for you or anyone else who's going to read the code, but Excel doesn't try to execute it. Here's the code itself, and I'm not going to go into every single line of detail, but you can see it's pretty much human readable. Range A1 select. You can probably figure out that it means to go to cell A1, and that's what we did for the first task of that macro. So let's add those lines of code. Click at the end here where it says active cell.select. Just click to put your cursor and hit the enter key once or twice. Blank lines are perfectly okay. So we want Excel to ask us what our name is. Now, when it asks us our name, it'll display a dialog box. When we type in our name and click OK, our name has to get stored in a variable. So the variable that we'll create will simply be called your name. So type your name equals, and now we have to display that dialog box. So type in input box. Be careful, input box has to be one word. Open up your parenthesis, open up a double quote, and let's type in what is your name, question mark, close a double quote, close a parenthesis. Now, after you type your name and click OK, Excel has to decide where to put that information. So press enter, and we're going to say range, and then open up a parenthesis, open up a double quote, we'll say A3. This is not case sensitive. Close a quotation mark, close a parenthesis, type dot value. By the way, notice as you're typing the word value, Excel recognizes that it's a legitimate keyword, so that's how you know you're doing it right. So you could type E or hit the tab key, and it'll continue. So we'll say range A3 dot value equals, and then open up the quotation mark and we'll say data retrieved by, type a space, type the closing quote. And now what we want it to say is data retrieved by Bob or whatever your name is. So we'll use an ampersand to append the data. Now we need to append that variable that contains your name, which we did in the line above, which is your name. One more thing, press enter. Notice when I press enter, the word range on the previous line went from lowercase to uppercase. That's a little bit of the VBA syntax checking. When you see it's changing case on you like that, that's also a way that you know that your syntax is right. And now we'll type range, open up the parenthesis, open up the double quotes. A1, close a double quote, close a parenthesis, dot, select. And now when I type SE, it recognizes the word select, and you see there's that little flying green brick next to it. That means it's something that's actually gonna do. And I'll just press the tab key and let Excel fill in the rest, and just click anywhere else here. And you notice that when you do, if you type that range in lowercase, it'll turn to uppercase. That's all we have to do. Now we want to get back to Excel, and you don't have to save what you did here because this macro is stored in the workbook. So there's no need to save the macro separately from saving the workbook. Now, one of two things you could do. You could leave this VBA editor open and go back to Excel, or you could close it. I just want it out of the way. So I'm gonna click that close button there. That will run the macro. Click in here, and you could use the shortcut to run the macro, Control-Shift-G in this case, or you could go up to the macros button here and run the macro. So you have two ways of doing it. So I'll click run. So it puts it in, it asks, what is your name? Type, my name is Bob. Click OK. And there it is. It deposits data retrieved by Bob. And now you could see it put the cursor in cell A1. If you scroll down, you can see down on the bottom, there's all the data from the overseas region. So you could see that even though we made just a small modification, you could see that VBA allows you to gather information from the user while the macro is running. It allows you to output data to any cell on the worksheet, and it also allows you to concatenate a pre-made phrase with the information that you enter. So hopefully you'll find this useful for your own projects. As you use Excel, you'll probably find that there are some features you use more than others, and maybe some features you don't use at all. To make it easy to get to the features you used most often, you can pin them to this little toolbar up here called the Quick Access Toolbar, or the CAT for short. The CAT works exactly the same way in all the Office 2010 applications. So if you know how to do it in Excel, then you already know how to do it in Word, PowerPoint, and the others. Now, by default, the Quick Access Toolbar has 3 commands. You have save, undo, and redo. So here are a few ways that you could add commands to the CAT. Click this down arrow here. And here are some pretty common commands that you might want to use. So let's just click this one, New. That will let you create a new workbook. Let's click it again. Choose Open. That will let you open a workbook. So it's the same thing as pressing Control-N, or this one pressing Control-O, or same thing as going to the File tab and choosing Open or New. But what if you want to put a command up on the Quick Access Toolbar that's not in that quick little pick list? Let me show you a couple of ways of doing that. Click that down arrow again, and go down here and choose More Commands. Now, this brings you to the Excel Options dialog box, and we're in the Quick Access Toolbar section. It's the same thing as if you click the File tab and then gone down on the bottom to choose Options and chosen this one. It's just a little faster way. So here you can see all the commands you have on the Quick Access Toolbar. And let's say drawing shapes is a task that you need to do frequently. Well, you see over here, this drop-down list is right now set to popular commands. Let's leave it the way it is for now. And just scroll down to the bottom and just double-click Shapes. And when you double-click Shapes, you see it gets put over here. Now, Shapes is at the bottom, which means it'll be all the way on the right side of the Quick Access Toolbar. But let's say you decide you want Shapes to be the first item in the Quick Access Toolbar. Make sure it's selected, and then click the up arrow until it gets to the top. And then down here, click OK. So now you can see the Shapes command is there. Let's check it out. Click the down arrow, choose any old shape you like, and draw it, and it works, just as though you had taken shapes from the Insert tab. Well, we don't need that shape right now, so I'm just going to delete it. Now, I have a rather large worksheet open here on the screen, and one thing you might do with large worksheets is set the print area. So let's say, for example, I wanted to print maybe just those few cells. Well, you may know already, you could go to the Page Layout tab, choose Print Area, and then click Print Area. But if that's something you do often, here's an easy way that we could put this up in the Quick Access Toolbar. When you have the Set Print Area here visible, click the right mouse button on it and choose Add to Quick Access Toolbar. And now you see here, it's on the right. So click it, and now we can see the print area set. We see the dotted line. Now, let's say you decided that you wanted to display the cat below the ribbon. Click the down arrow. And over here, choose Show Below the Ribbon, or have below the ribbon. I'll put it back, click that down arrow, show above the ribbon, and there it is. If you decide you want to remove something from the quick access toolbar, it's just a right click. Let's say we don't need the shapes anymore, so right click it, choose remove from quick access toolbar, and it's gone. So the ability to customize the quick access toolbar is another way that Excel puts almost everything you need within 1 or 2 clicks. If you ever tried customizing the toolbars in the 2003 or older versions, you'll probably appreciate the way it's done in the 2010 version. In addition to customizing the quick access toolbar up here, Excel allows you to customize the entire ribbon bar. This is a new feature in Excel 2010, and it works the same way in all of the other Office 2010 applications, and I think you'll like this. There are a couple of ways to customize a ribbon bar. Let me show you one way. If you go over here to the File tab and click it, go down here at the bottom to Options, and in all the categories here, choose Customize Ribbon. Now, let's cancel out of here for a second, because there's a faster way of doing this. Regardless of which tab you have visible, click your right mouse button somewhere on the ribbon, and then from the pop-up menu, choose Customize the Ribbon. Let's only explain what's going on here. On the right side are all the tabs that are available in Excel on your computer. On the left side are all the commands and the tabs in Excel's inventory. So most of the tabs are probably turned on. You may have a tab that's turned off. In my case, the developer tab is turned off. But before we start adding or removing things from the tab, let's say you simply wanted to reorder what's on the tab. Maybe you're doing a lot of collaboration and you decide that you want the Review tab moved to the top. So you can select it and click the up arrow, or you can simply grab it with your mouse and drag it to the top. Now click OK. And now you see the Review tab is the first tab instead of the Home tab. You can click it and it's same Review tab you know and love. I'm just going to go back to the Home tab here. Well, once again, right click somewhere on the ribbon bar, go down here to Customize. And I'm just going to drag this out of the way here for a second because I want to bring your attention to the groups here in the ribbon bar. If you don't have the Home tab open, you can open it and take a look here. These are the groups. So we have clipboard, font, alignment, number, and so on. And that's what's showing you here, clipboard, font, alignment. And if you expand any of these by clicking the plus sign, you can see the items that are in there. You notice they're grayed out. And they're grayed out because you cannot customize a built-in group on the ribbon bar. Excel just doesn't allow you to do that. So what if we wanted to add just a single command to one of our existing tabs? Well, let's do this. Let's click this drop-down arrow here where it says Popular Commands by default. And let's go down here and choose Tool Tabs. And in the Tool Tabs list, let's go down here to Drawing Tools. And let's open up Insert Shapes. Now, let's say you decide that maybe you need to insert text boxes often. Now, if you take that text box and you hit Add, it's going to give you an error because you can't add this text box or any single command just to the ribbon bar. But what you can do is you can take this Insert Shapes group and add the group to the Home tab. So select the Insert Shapes group, click Add, and now that gets added to your Home tab. And just like with the tabs themselves, you could reorder the groups. So you could hit the up arrow or maybe take it and drag it up. So I'm going to leave Insert Shapes at the top of the Home tab. Click OK. And there it is, as though it were born there. So I'm just going to right click and let's go back to Customize it. But what if you really did want to insert single commands? What you can do is you can create your own groups under existing tabs. You could also create an entire new tab, and that's what I'm going to show you here. With the Home tab selected, click New Group, and you see it's called New Group, and select it and click Rename. So you want it to have maybe a more friendly name, and let's call it Miscellaneous Tools. And click OK. So now we could go back to this drop-down list, go down here to Tool Tabs, go back to Drawing Tools, go back to Insert Shapes. Now remember, we really wanted that text box. Well, with this Miscellaneous Tools selected, you can select that text box, click Add, and now it gets added. Let's add a couple of other tools. Maybe let's open up Word Art Styles and choose Text Fill. And add, maybe Format Text Effects, and add, and let's say you like Smart Art. So maybe we'll go to Design, and if you're working a lot with Smart Art, maybe you're changing their layouts. So I'll choose Change Layout and add that right now. Click OK. And now you see your miscellaneous tools are here. And click text box. And now you can draw one. I'm just going to press Ctrl Z to undo. We don't really need that here. So let's go back into the Customize dialog box. Click your right mouse button. And go back to Customize the ribbon. So what if you want to create your own tab from scratch? Go down over here and click New Tab. And see, it gives you a new tab with a new group. Well, let's give it a name. This time I'll right-click it and choose Rename. And I'll call this Bob's Faves. And click OK. And I'll take this new group and I'll right-click it and rename it. And I'll call it the Important Stuff. And click OK. Now we can go and populate the tab and we can populate the group. So go to that down arrow. And here's a really handy item. Commands not in the ribbon. These are commands you really don't see very often. And let's say you need to insert page breaks a lot. So let's scroll down here to the letter I, because page breaks are things that you insert. Make sure your Important Stuff group is selected. Choose Insert Page Break and click Add. And now it's added. Maybe let's put one more thing in. I'll scroll down here. And let's say you often need to email your workbooks to someone, so I'll choose this Send to Mail Recipient and click Add, and that gets added. What if we want to insert groups that already exist? So let's go up to this drop-down list, and let's go down to Main Tabs. So these are Excel's general default tabs, and maybe let's open up Page Layout, and maybe Page Setup is something you use often. So select Page Setup, click Add, and you see Page Setup as a pre-made group will coexist with Important Stuff, so you'll have an Important Stuff group and you'll have a Page Setup group. Maybe let's put in one more. Maybe I'll go to the View tab. And you like using workbook views, and we talked about workbook views in this course, so I'll choose Workbook Views, click Add. So that's another group. Okay, that's fine. Click OK. So now you have your custom tab. Click it. And here are the individual commands you added. And here are the two pre-made groups that you added. And they both work just the same way as they would if you went to them the normal way, but it's just a little more convenient. Check, let's use one. I'll just click a cell here and insert page break, and now you can see the lines in there, so that really did insert a page break. Now let's say you do all these customizations on your computer, and you need to do the same customizations on multiple computers. Maybe you're supporting a department, and you need to put the same customizations on maybe 24 computers. You could be there all night going through the same customization routine over and over again. So what you can do is you could save these customizations as a profile and then import that profile onto all the machines. So that could save you loads and loads of time. Here's how you do that. Again, right-click anywhere on the ribbon bar and choose Customize the ribbon. And down over here, choose Import or Export. Choose Export All Customizations. Give it a name if you need, and you notice that the extension is .exported UI user interface, and click Save. So let's say you've done that, and now you're at another computer, and you want to load the customizations. Simply go over here to Import Export, choose Import Customizations File, and then you can simply double-click that profile that you created before. I'm just going to cancel out. Well, just one last thing. What if you've made all these customizations and you decide you want to remove all of them? Go down over here to Reset, Reset All Customizations, and if you reset all customizations, it'll wipe out all the customizations you made to the ribbon bar and the Quick Access toolbar, so it'll make Excel look like it did when you first installed it. Now, make sure that's what you really want to do because there is no undo for this. So I'll click Yes, click OK, and now my ribbon bar is back to the default. My Quick Access toolbar is back to the default. So as you're using Excel, you might want to think about what commands you use a lot, and then go and customize Excel and save yourself a bit of time and effort. In addition to customizing the ribbon bar and Quick Access toolbar on top of the ribbon, Excel gives you a lot of control over the way it behaves. I want to show you a few of its settings. Before we do, there's one other thing I need to show you. Is you may have noticed, if you have something selected in a cell like this, you have this little ghosted out toolbar here, and it's called the mini toolbar. So if you have something selected like this, you could very quickly make it bold or italic or change the color of it without having to go all the way up to the ribbon bar. Now, some people like it, some people don't. And one of the first items in Excel's options is to turn that mini toolbar off. So I just want you to keep that in mind. So let's go up to the File tab to get into Backstage View. And down here towards the bottom, click Options. So over here on the left, we have all these categories. And the General category is selected there by default. So here it is, Show Mini Toolbar on Selection. Now, let's deselect that. Click OK. And select anything else. I'll just double click this. And now you see the mini toolbar isn't there. You can sort of have it both ways because when you have something selected, you can still right click and the mini toolbar is going to come up regardless. So that way you can have it if you like it and if you don't. Let's just escape out of there and go back to the File tab, back to Options. Now, if you're not sure what any of these items are, you can roll over one of these little information icons and it gives you some information. The General tab gives you what are probably the most common customizations you might make, like what font and size and view do you want to use, how many worksheets in a new tab, and also what's your username. I'll leave everything else the way it is. Now let's go to the Formulas section. It's kind of rare that you'd want to change anything here, but I do want to call your attention to this Workbook Calculations. If you have a very large worksheet, maybe your worksheet has links to a workbook that's on a slow-running network. Every time you make a change to your worksheet, it could take a long time for your worksheet to update and for the calculations to take place. And keep in mind, Excel recalculates the workbook every time something happens. If you change a number, if you enter something in a cell, if you change something in a cell, the worksheet recalculates. So if that's really slowing things down, you can turn workbook calculation to manual. And then when you make your changes, you won't see them immediately until you force the recalculation. And you can force the recalculation simply by pressing the F9 key on your keyboard. The rest of the items in here, you could probably leave alone. Let's go over here to proofing. This proofing is pretty much the same thing that you would see in Word or PowerPoint. And you can see it helps you spell things, helps you print things out. But I want to show you something that I think is pretty cool is autocorrect. So let's click autocorrect options. This will let you create custom abbreviations and have Excel expand those abbreviations for you. Let me show you what I mean. Let's say you're tired of typing 2 trees extra virgin olive oil company. You can type in TTOC and I'll just press the tab key. And every time I type in TTOC, this is going to replace it with 2 trees extra virgin olive oil. Company, bit of a mouthful, much easier to type TTOC. So click Add, click OK, click OK. So now let's say where it says payroll, double click after the word payroll. And we want to say payroll for, instead of saying payroll for T-Trees blah blah blah, just type TTOC and enter, and it fills in the rest. Let's go back. File tab, Options. So all of that is under proofing. Let's go to the Save tab, and this will tell you what is the default file location. Where will you open things up? Right now I have this set to open up in the Chapter 13 folder of the exercise files. Most people will simply set this to the Documents folder or the My Documents folder, depending upon which version of Windows you're running. And the autosave is also pretty handy. And what the autosave will do is every 10 minutes or whatever number you have in here, Excel will make a temporary backup copy. So if Excel crashes, or the computer crashes or something happens, the most that you will lose is 10 minutes of work. Now, that doesn't mean that Excel is going to save your work against your will. It's simply making a backup copy. And if you save your work, that overrides anything that's in this auto recovery. Now, if your computer is running slowly, or again, you're on a slow running network or something to that effect, you can turn off this Save Auto Recovery and it'll speed up Excel a little bit. But just keep in mind, if you do that, you're sort of working without a safety net. Let's go over here, a language. If you need to use Excel in a foreign language, or you have a foreign language keyboard, this language section will help you do that. Let's go to the advanced section. And over here, some people like to change this after pressing enter. What happens to your cursor? Well, you know already that the cursor goes downwards, but maybe you like it to go to the right. Maybe you like it to go up. You can change that. Let's scroll down here a little bit. And you have some clipboard options here. If you don't like that little paste options button that comes up at the bottom when you paste data, you want to turn it off, you can turn it off this way. And let's scroll down here. This is something that I generally set on any of my computers where it says show all windows in the taskbar. I generally turn that off, and here's why. If you have multiple Excel workbooks open, you could switch them by going to the View tab and choosing Switch Windows. And you could also switch workbooks by pressing Alt-Tab on your keyboard and switch from one workbook to the next. But that's okay if Excel is the only program you have running. But if you have a lot of programs running, maybe have Excel and Word and email and web browser and who knows what else, then when you try to Alt-Tab from one workbook to another, you have to Alt-Tab through all of those other programs as well. But if you deselect that Show All Windows and Taskbar, then Excel will occupy only one spot on the taskbar, and you cannot Alt-Tab between one workbook and another. But if you know that you can press Ctrl F6 to switch from one workbook to another, or you could go to the View tab and choose the Switch Windows button to go from one window to another, then you're not stuck, and you can move from one workbook to another pretty quickly. But again, that's personal preference. I leave it up to you. And let's scroll down here. And you have some display options. You can set display options for the workbook. You can set display options for the particular worksheet that you're on. Scroll down here. Under Formulas, which says Enable Multi-Threaded Calculation, it's generally a good idea to turn that on. That's a new feature in Excel 2010 if you're running a 64-bit version of Windows. And you are running the 64-bit version of Excel 2010, multi-threaded calculation will make Excel run faster when you have some complicated calculations to do. Scroll down here a little bit. And here are some other options, mostly personal preference. And these two options up here are good for accessibility settings. So if you have any physical difficulty using the computer, you might want to use these options. These other four options here we viewed already in other movies in this course. Customizing the ribbon, customizing the quick access toolbar, customizing the add-ins, the Trust Center we saw briefly in another movie. And what this will do is this gives you some information on Microsoft's privacy settings. You might opt in to Microsoft's Customer Experience Improvement Program. And what that'll do is as things are happening, maybe things are going slowly, maybe you're executing some unusual routines, who knows, Microsoft will collect anonymous data to help them improve the next version of Excel or perhaps the next update to Excel. And this gives you an explanation of what kind of information are they collecting from you. Now there's so many options here, it can really seem overwhelming, but honestly, you shouldn't have to mess with most of these settings, and they're all here because there are so many millions of Excel users all over the world. The program has to cover all circumstances that might crop up.